Good morning, everyone. Those joining virtually, we just wanted to check in to make sure that you can hear us okay. Thumbs up, okay. All right, well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to this special Los Alamos Science Fest event, a Los Alamos National Laboratory Showcase and Demo Day in partnership with Los Alamos National Laboratory and the Feynman Center for Innovation. I'm Lauren McDaniel, Executive Director of Los Alamos Commerce and Development Corporation. First, I wanted to thank our sponsors for this event today, Triad National Security LLC, operator of Los Alamos National Laboratory, the Feynman Center for Innovation, and the Los Alamos Science Fest producers, Los Alamos Main Street and Creative District, which are programs of Los Alamos Commerce and Development Corporation. I also wanted to acknowledge some special guests in the audience today. Representatives from the office of U.S. Senator Martin Heinrich, Jason Jarvis, and Rita O'Connell, Field Representative Eric Chavez from the U.S. Senator Ben Ray Lujan's office. Thank you for joining us today. For those of you who are experiencing Fuller Lodge for the first time, you all are in a historic building from 1928 that served as the dining hall for the Los Alamos Ranch School. In 1942, the school and the surrounding land were purchased by the Manhattan Project for use in the top secret effort to develop the first atomic bomb. During the Manhattan Project, the lodge provided meals and rooms for visiting scientists and space for dances, plays, and other events. It continues as a community center today, hosting meetings, lectures, and weddings. In March 2022, we even had a film production with renowned filmmaker, director Christopher Nolan, here in this very room, along with some of the principal actors on the Oppenheimer film, including Cillian Murphy and local extras. The film comes out this Friday, so be sure to check it out. Today, in celebration of Los Alamos Science Fest, we are sharing how the laboratory and laboratory-supported technologies have since evolved since the Manhattan Project days. We'll hear from New Mexico startups and what the laboratory is doing in biotech, aerospace, and clean energy. Before we kick off today's full agenda, I just had a few housekeeping items of note. First, given the historic nature of this building, it is not outfitted with air conditioning, as you all can probably tell. We're trying to make it as comfortable as possible for you all today, so please bear with us. We are experiencing some record heat. If needed, we also have hand fans in the back on the registration table as you came in as well. Bathrooms are located just behind you down the hallway. Coffee and water will be available throughout the day, also in the back lobby. We also have breakfast this morning, so if you haven't yet made your way over to the breakfast room, it is right over this way. We will have lunch provided at noon in the Curtis room, which is where breakfast is also being served. During lunch, the Fuller Lodge Art Center will also be open. For those of you not familiar with this building, you can go out the back doors and on the portal over here, and the Fuller Lodge Art Center is right here. They have a special fractals, fission, and fusion art exhibit for Science Fest. There are also pieces on display on loan from a private collection. We hope you can stick around for Tapped In, networking with our innovators and speakers starting at 5 p.m. just on the patio outside the double doors. Beer will be served by Bathtub Row Brewing Co-op with the first round on us. So you'll find a yellow ticket on the back of your name tag. For those of you who need access to Wi-Fi today, please use LAC Public, and there is no password required. Throughout the day, if you need an office space with high-speed Wi-Fi and air conditioning, we are offering complimentary passes to a co-working space a few minutes walk from here, Project Wide Co-work in Central Park Square. You please see any of the event organizers if you need directions. You can find the day passes at the registration table as well. Finally, please note that this event is being recorded as we have several virtual attendees with us today. There will be also a photographer with us capturing the event today. Virtual attendees, just a note to please stay muted. All questions from the virtual audience should be put in the chat. To change your screen view, please go to the upper right-hand corner and select the view setting that you prefer. Finally, the schedule for today is noted on the agenda in the program. I hope you all got a copy at the registration table when you checked in. I hope you enjoyed the pitches today and the discussions and make some great connections. Now, without further ado, I'd like to introduce the moderator for our first biotech pitches, Juanita Tuttle, Managing Partner of Tramway Ventures.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. I am Juanita Tuttle. I'm Managing Partner at Tramway Ventures. We invest in biotech, medtech, and health tech. Excited to be asked to moderate this first panel this morning. It sounds like I need to be louder. And how do I do that? Would that help? No, I'm gonna give you the hand. It'll be louder. Okay. All right. Try again. Is that better? Okay. All right. Well, I won't repeat all of that. I am Juanita Tuttle, Managing Partner at Tramway Venture Partners. We have 9 pitches this morning covering biotech, aerospace, and clean energy. The first session will be biotech. Our first presenter this morning is Christina Trujillo. Good to see you again, Christina. She's CEO at Neuropharma. They're working on Alzheimer's, both a diagnostic and a therapeutic. So Christina, it's all yours.
Can you hear this like? No. Okay, how about now? Okay, I'll put it a little louder. Okay, thank you for inviting me. I'm excited to share the progress of our company. I'm Dr. Christina Trujillo, CEO and co-founder of Neuropharma. We're an Alzheimer's company, like Juanita mentioned, developing a diagnostic and a therapeutic, but we're taking a completely different approach because we're targeting T cells for our technologies. So my background comes from academia. I was a cancer researcher and professor at UNM for over 10 years. Dr. Wheeler has over 30 years of neuroimmunology experience. John Chavez is a serial entrepreneur who successfully started and exited many companies here in New Mexico. And finally, Wayne Lasley has over 30 years of experience in larger pharma companies developing their Alzheimer's drugs and also in vitro diagnostics. So Alzheimer's has both diagnostic and therapeutic problems. Diagnostics are costly, they're invasive, and usually they only detect the disease after damage has been done to the brain. Therapeutics have been targeting downstream events, so they're not implemented until after a lot of damage has been done to the brain. And they're still incredibly expensive for payers and patients. Now, the root problem of both of these is the same. and that most diagnostics and therapeutics have targeted amyloid beta and tau, which makes sense because those are the proteins that make up the plaques and tangles you can see in an Alzheimer's brain. But what our research and a lot of other labs are starting to show is that this is just a downstream symptom. But before now, we didn't know what this upstream event was. And that's where T-Neuro's innovation comes in. So what we've shown is that before amyloid beta and tau accumulate, there's a dysfunctional population of T cells, which are just immune cells that we all have. They go into the brain, they attack the person's own neurons and cause this downstream Alzheimer's pathology and cognitive decline to happen. So we have human clinical data showing that the level of these T cells in the blood can identify a patient early in the progression of the disease. We have animal proof of concept data showing that by targeting these T cells, we can actually prevent the pathology from happening and cognitive decline from happening in our animal model. So what we've shown is that we can, and we've published this, we can cause these dysfunctional T cells to accumulate in a mouse. They go into the brain, attack the neurons, and cause all of these human-like pathologies to happen in the mouse. Now, this is really big deal because even if you put a whole bunch of amyloid or a whole bunch of tau into a mouse, it still does not cause these Alzheimer's pathologies to happen. So as far as we know, we're the first ones that's been able to show a causative event in an animal. We've also published that whenever we target the T cell entry into the brain, or we target the specific population of T cells themselves, it actually blocks Alzheimer's pathology from happening. And this shows the therapeutic potential of this. So that's all great in animals, but what's actually happening in humans? So we've looked in several different cohorts in the brains of patients with Alzheimer's versus normal controls. And we do find a significant accumulation of these problematic T cells in the brains of patients with Alzheimer's. Whenever we look in the blood using flow cytometry, we find that the level of these cells correlates very closely with the presence of Alzheimer's disease. Now we can get up to 90% accuracy, and to put that into context, that's roughly what cerebral spinal fluid biomarkers can get to, and that would be considered the gold standard of Alzheimer's diagnostics. But CSF biomarkers require a spinal tap. It's invasive, not a lot of people are going to want to do it, and we can get just as high with a simple blood test. And with the optimization that we have going on together with Los Alamos, we believe we can get this even higher. So whenever you compare this to another very promising blood biomarker that's gotten a lot of attention in the press lately, p-tau217, ours outperforms this promising blood biomarker. So our long-term vision is to use the T-Track diagnostic to screen the general population over 55 yearly. So you get your blood drawn, you have your whole panel of tests, and this is additive. This will identify the patients most likely to develop the disease, at which point we can administer our T-treat therapeutic, preventing the disease from ever progressing before damage has been done to the neurons. So we have exclusive license for both biomarker and therapeutic use of this technology that comes from Cedars-Sinai. And our go-to-market plan and what we've been doing is first focusing on the T-Track diagnostic. And that's for a couple of reasons, because we already have extensive clinical data showing the efficacy, and we're developing as an LDT, which doesn't require pre-market approval from the FDA. So we believe that we can have this in the clinic within 2 to 3 years. So like I mentioned, we're developing as LDT, which doesn't require pre-market approval. We're partnering with Tricor Reference Laboratories, and they've developed many LDTs from the bench all the way to patients in their clinics before, so they're a great partner to have. And once we have this as a proof of concept in Tricor clinics, that's when we're gonna look to our exit strategy to be acquired by a larger diagnostic company. So our revenue model is to be reimbursed by Medicare, Medicaid, and insurance. We'll apply for a type 3 CPT code, which is designed specifically for emerging technologies just like this. So the global market size is $3 billion, but because our eventual goal is to have this as a yearly test, here's another yearly test that's in the annual screening panel, and that's a $10 billion market. So you can see by how turning this into an annual screen, it really expands the potential market size for this technology. So before the company formed, Dr. Wheeler raised 1.2 million in grant funding. In the company so far, we raised 550,000. With that, we've run an independent validation study, and we've compared our biomarker to CSF biomarkers. So with this data, we've published 4 peer-reviewed papers. We have a 5th under review, and we've established some important metrics of the efficacy of our T-Track diagnostic. So right now, we're performing analytical validation through the LEAP program, and we have an open convertible note with 200,000 remaining on that note. So as soon as we close that note, we'll open our Series A, which is a $4 million raise. We have some larger clinical studies planned, and the end goal of that is to have, our technology, excuse me, in the clinic as an LDT, and to have our CPT code accepted, and that's when we're going to look to be acquired. So here's some comparables of other companies that have been acquired at various stages. This is where we are right now. This is widespread clinical use. This is where we plan to get to at the end of our Series A, having it in the clinic and having our CPT code accepted. And so these are just the multiples return on investment that we would get if we were to sell at each of these stages. And this is where we're planning our exit strategy, because going further would require building new infrastructure that costs a lot. So that's whenever we plan to exit. So in summary, we have a novel immune-based technology. And right now, people are just starting to realize the importance of T cells in Alzheimer's disease. But we've been at this for years. We've already run studies, we've published papers. But in order to keep this momentum, we need to close our Series A as soon as possible so that we can have this diagnostic in the clinic within a couple of years. And our plan has up to a 14 times return on investment for this technology. So thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
That's great. Question for Christina. Oh, that was somebody taking a picture. So what do you think about the timing where you are now in terms of what's happening in Alzheimer's development, new approval from the FDA? Why is this the right time for a T cell?
So there's been, I mean, you guys have probably all heard these drugs that have been approved. And those drugs do have considerable safety warnings. One of them, Leqembi, that just got approved, has a black box warning. And all of those are targeting amyloid and tau. And now is the right time because it almost seems like they're trying to force that strategy because they've been targeting this for so many years and they're getting a little bit desperate. And that's why some drugs that are a little questionable maybe get through FDA approval. So I think now is the perfect time for a brand new way to look at the disease.
Yeah, terrific. There's a question.
Yeah.
Will this test be included in the regular panel of blood testing? The person would not have to specifically request it. It just becomes part of the program.
So at the beginning, the person would probably have to request it, but the way I envision it is if it's really providing a lot of useful information to patients and neurologists, then eventually I imagine it being in the yearly panel over 55.
See another question? Yeah, that's one.
I know you're applying for a Brilliant at the Cancer Center in New York. When do you think you'll get the response on that?
So we got a response from our SBIR and that was not funded, unfortunately. We're gonna be submitting the ADDF. I think that's the one that you're referring to, probably in September, August or September. So. Finally.
Hi, let's see, quick question. I'm curious about your experience with New Mexico wheat. What that brought to the table and how does that help accelerate the work?
So it's been really great because we've been working with Alamos, Babette and Maroney, and they've really been optimizing our T-Track tests with some of these metrics that I put up there. We've worked with Los Alamos, so they've really helped with the optimization and the standardization of our test.
So Christina, can you tell me a little bit about the competitive landscape and what other people are out there doing similar things or focusing on Alzheimer's and how yours differs from what's going on in the industry?
Yeah, so there are some blood-based biomarkers that are under development, but those, a vast majority are still targeting blood-based amyloid or blood-based tau. And so ours is different and unique because we really are on the very front bleeding edge of going after the immune system and specifically T cells. So the T cell targeting is really what sets us into a whole different category.
So I think we have a question in chat.
Hopefully people can hear. Alon Colello asks, why will it take 2 to 3 years to develop the diagnostic test?
Because we have proof of concept data, we have independent validation studies on 200 patients that came from Belgium. So we need to do at least 2 more tests, one in a larger and more diverse set of patients. And then another really important test is comparing ours directly to amyloid PET scans. So that'll take us about 2 years to get through these tests that we need to do.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Christina. Oh, one more?
Oh.
More.
Christine, quick question. Given the poor track record of diagnostics where there's no corresponding therapeutic, and with this particular disease, people are not going to want to know there's no therapeutic. So how does your business model deal with it?
So some of these drugs, like Leqembi and like aducanumab that just got approved recently, all of the data on those drugs actually show that if you administer them earlier, they have much, much better patient outcome. So these recent drugs, although they're not perfect or ideal, they do kind of give us an in on the market because our diagnostic can identify patients earlier, give them existing treatments, and that will slow the disease better than if we identify them later.
Very good. Any more? All right. Thank you,
Thank you.
Christina. And our second presenter this morning is Yoon Lee. Yoon is known to many of us. She's a prolific entrepreneur, early stage executive. She's going to talk to us about her project, Filtravate. She's also a fellow in the LEAP program, and the applications are in pharmaceutical manufacturing. Yoon.
Thank you, Juanita. Good morning, and thank you for coming to learn about the Filtravate. Okay. Okay, Filtravate is an advanced material company to provide membrane for ultrafiltration business. And the question is, why Filtravate and why now? So membrane fouling has been a problem from day one. and it is expensive problems. It costs 10 to 30% of the filtration operations and reduce product yield and slow down the productions, the throughput. And now, as the biopharmaceutical production industry is fast growing and emerging, the problem getting even more severe and expensive. There are many filtration steps in the biopharmaceutical processes. And the filtration steps, the membrane filtration steps has become the bottleneck of the production. So they have the tank to hold the feed until the filtration go through. And as the industry improved for bioprocess, the advanced technology for bioprocessing, the slow fouling membrane has become a bottleneck, has become a roadblock for the emerging technologies. Our solution is transformative, simple, but not easy. We build the membrane from ground up with building fouling resistance characteristics, as well as other desirable features, such as very narrow pore size distribution and a high porosity, high pore density, give it high flux. Our process have less steps than current manufacturing process and less energy intensive. That can translate to potentially lower manufacturing costs for our membrane. We have several membrane prototype built in the lab have demonstrated very good fouling resistance, at least a 10-fold improvement. We select a beachhead market in the bioprocessing as viral clearance, steps. The reason is that the virus clearance, the membrane filtration is the method of choice for virus clearance to remove viruses in the production. And the 10x fouling resistance improvement can translate to 90% less yield loss and 50 to 80% filter cost. I'll talk a little bit about that. And potentially, the most important, actually, one of the aspects is we'll be able to enable the emerging newer advanced bioprocess technologies, which aim at improved throughput, production capacities, and to lower overall biopharmaceutical cost. This is the overall industry ecosystem. I don't know how to use this, but yeah, okay, we go. There are three major areas here. One is there are about a dozen membrane material suppliers. They provide membrane material to tens of thousands system and device makers. And these OEMs provide product to millions of end users. And our target end user is biopharmaceutical R&D and production for the reason I just mentioned earlier. Just take a quick look at the market here. The biopharmaceutical membrane filtration business market is growing and large and has been in double-digit growth for past 15 years, and the trend is continuing. We narrow it down to our material market, which is very narrow to nano ultrafiltration membrane material, it is $1 billion market. It's that's a very thin slice of the pie. So what are the landscape look like in this business, in the viral clearance? There are 4 large players making virus clearance filters and systems. All of the products require pre-filtration to eliminate the foulants. Foulant are the one cause fouling of the membrane. So they need several steps before they can actually use your use their membrane filter to filter out virus. They need to eliminate the foulant. It's not surprising given the situation when we talk to more than 40 potential OEMs and end users, customers, they all have a similar sentiment that we need this kind of membrane for our processes. One of the OEM told us that they want to get into the virus clearance business, but they needed much better membranes. They cannot use current membranes. And one company developing advanced bioprocess technology told us we have applications, several applications for your membranes. There are other players on the market, a small startup. They are making similar pore-size membrane. Just pay attention to, they're making 20 nanometer membrane. That's the range we want to get to. And the company name is Terraport. They have one technology product claim is they have a very narrow pore size distribution, which is very important. I didn't go into detail on that. But the process is very complicated, potentially very expensive based on our understanding because of their proprietary processing, right? But given the industry's desperate need for this type of membrane, high performance, the company has been well funded since they started about 6 or 7 years ago. So our first product is 30 nanometer membrane for virus clearance. And right now we're working with LEAP to scale up our manufacturing process to be able to make a large sheet membrane for potential customer engagement to make filter devices. So moving into 2024, we need to use our large sheet for membrane to do application-specific testing, such as virus clearance, protein recoveries, and engage strategic partners. For that, we're seeking about 500,000 a convertible note round. This is an overview of the company. The company started about 3 years ago in the height of the COVID, and initial operation was supported by the seed investment. Currently, we have a National Science Foundation phase 1 grant to develop a second product. You can see here is a 16 nanometer product. This a detail I don't want to get into about different size of viruses. And the result has been very encouraging, and we plan to apply phase 2 Q4 of this year. And our manufacturability and the scalability process is by working with LEAP and the Los Alamos National Lab. And we have made wonderful progress. We have scaled up our formulation tenfold so far. Like I mentioned, we have very good traction with customer engagement, and some conversation ongoing will lead to strategic partnership. And the product development, product and the manufacturability development is making steady progress. Again, we're seeking 500,000 to lead going to 2024 for 18 months runway to support bio application specific testing and the customer engagement. We have a very lean team. My background is material scientist and engineering, and turning into an entrepreneur, have worked and led several companies from early stage into a Series A stage. Reza is the expert in polymer science and engineering. Our advisory board consists 4 key areas in viral clearance, product life cycles. So in summary, we have a transformative advanced material to meet large unmet need. The technology and product business opportunity is limitless. However, we understand we must focus. So our focus area again is the biopharmaceutical industry, which is a small portion of overall membrane filtration business. With that, thank you very much for your time and welcome questions and further discussion.
Questions for Yun? Well, let me kick it off. We just talked about applications in other markets. Or staticky, okay. Great to be staticky, I guess. What other markets? Tell us a little about.
Okay, so membrane filtration you use for food and beverage filtration, dairy, and water, of course, everybody knows. You use water filter at home, if you know it or not. And gas, oil, and other industry, including medical devices, like dialysis and all that. So application is endless.
Very good. Any questions from the audience? Or the chat? No, this one?
Who's your potential strategic partner and what industry are they in?
Our strategic partner would be in the OEM, such as the people who actually make devices. They use a membrane is like a piece of paper, it's material, and they use it into the filter cartridges, filter systems, and the potential strategic partner, they are all customers. They are actually also strategic partners, such as Paul, Sartorius, tens of thousands potential. But we're talking to right now. We're talking to one potential strategic partners. They are developing next generation bioprocessing technologies. There's a lot that they're talking. Right now, drug is very expensive. One gene therapy, one dose is $1 million, one dose. They need to increase throughput, increase capacities, and reduce costs. So next generation bioprocessing technology is coming, and we're working with one of these potential the company to design the next generation process.
Thank you very much, Yun.
Thank you.
There's one more question, sorry.
Can you describe a little bit about how you feel like you're going to enter the value chain and where that is in the overall manufacturing process?
Yeah, thank you. So look at this ecosystem. We are currently engaged with both customer and the end users. And end user, they're mostly doing pharmaceutical, they're doing manufacturing, they're doing drug development, and they're doing process development. Again, process development is to improve capacity and the production, reduce costs. And they are the end users. They're not going to buy our membrane directly. They're going to buy from customers, our customers here. But they are our advocate to use our product. Which this reason we have 2 advisory board members from this area to help pull the market. And we have a 2 advisory board from customer area. They are our potential direct strategic partners to make that happen.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So our third presenter today is Dr. Jeremy Steuben with Bitazi.ai. And I have to tell you off the top, we have invested in his company through Tramway and have been joined by the Kickstart Fund. Very obviously excited about the work that Bitazi is doing. Jeremy's MD is from the Medical College of Wisconsin. He has an MBA from the University of Colorado. I think his connections to New Mexico in a serious way began when he did his residency training at the University of New Mexico. So with no more introduction, Jeremy, take it away.
Thanks, Leah.
All right, hello all. Dr. Jeremy Stubenez. Thanks for the kind introduction, Juanita. I'm an emergency physician by training. I like to start with stories. Stories kind of engage us. They teach us something. And I have a really good story. I was working one night. It was very late. I had a patient that came in with his family. He was arriving by 911. And they told me it was a stroke alert. I arrived at the ambulance bay. I greeted the family. The patient was well dressed and he was very alarmed because he could not see. He had lost his vision completely. As I talked to him, we initiated the CT scan. The patient went over, had an immediate CT scan. He had a neurologic assessment, and we determined collectively that he was not having a stroke. Of course, this was alarming since the patient has lost his vision. So I did a slit lamp exam at the bedside. In the back of his retinas, I found hemorrhage. Hemorrhage led to his loss of vision. The hemorrhage was precipitated by his history of diabetes. Diabetes leads to a condition called diabetic retinopathy in many people, which is essentially angioneogenesis in the back of the eye. These new vessels are unfortunately not as good. And he was having his birthday party. He was blowing out his birthday candles and his blood pressure went up and those bad vessels blew out and he lost his vision completely. This case was remarkable and it sheds light on the fact that we need better healthcare. This particular patient had primary care every single year. He was taking his medicines as prescribed, but he did not have access to an important study, which is to look at the back of his eyes. There's only 20,000 ophthalmologists in this country, and yet there's 36 or 37, depending on which statistic you look at, million diabetics. So we created a company called Vitazi.ai. Vitazi implements scalable AI-powered disease management solutions, key disease management solutions at the point of care, empowering and rewarding healthcare providers while streamlining disease detection for patients and insurers. We exist to improve access to vital disease. This is crucial. We need to improve access with AI, reducing disease burden by narrowing the time between detection of disease and treatment. We do this by combining next generation AI-powered software with automated eye image capture technology. The bottom line is Vitazi uses AI-powered solutions to streamline provider workflow, reducing overall healthcare costs and improving patient outcomes. The eye is a window into our health. The eye is a non-invasive window. I was struck by Cristina Trujillo's presentation. There are other places that we can look for disease, and one of those places is in the back of the eye. There's in fact many biomarkers emerging. It is a confluence of the neurologic and vascular system. And many systemic diseases, things you guys wouldn't think about, exhibit changes in the back of the eye. Things like Alzheimer's dementia may have indications. Other things like TBI and even Parkinson's disease. These diseases can be diagnosed, predicted, and monitored all through the year. Diabetes leads to eye changes. As I mentioned, this would have looked like maybe my patient's eye here, where there's some hemorrhage that's starting to develop, and that happens over time. Of course, it's not immediate, but in this case, there are 37 million diabetics that are at risk for this vision loss and blindness, and only 1 in 3 today are already pre-diabetic. 1 in 3. 1 in 2 diabetics receive the recommended annual screening. So 50% of our patients are getting missed just simply due to access. 95% of the vision loss is preventable, and diabetic retinopathy is a leading cause of vision loss and blindness in age adults. Introducing Vitazi 1.0, Vitazi DR. So Vitazi is a turnkey complete solution for diabetic retinopathy. We include a Vitazi branded camera integrated with a Vitazi branded software. This detects condition and makes referral to an eye specialist when required. Our target market is providers who care for diabetics. That could be endocrinologists, primary care. Solution is introduced during the patient intake, and it takes just a couple of minutes with automated eye image capture and automatic cloud processing. Minimal training is required for current staff, and this result is integrated into the practice management system with billing codes in place. So this is what it looks like. So it's a non-mydriatic solution. You don't require any medications. This is our camera. It's sitting in my office at the Santa Fe Business Incubator. If you're curious to take a look, we can scan your eyes. In the back of the, at the end here, you'll get a report. That report is integrated into the practice management solution, allows for a billing code. CPT code's already in place. They could bill about $55 per case for this. So our market is about 2 billion just for the diabetic component. This is nothing related to the growth of some of the other things we've talked about. $1 billion of that is a service addressable, given the current compliance rate of about 50%, and 210 million is what we think is our current based on historical norms. The emergent field of oculomics. Now, this is something I want you all to look at when you're done with this talk. The blending of big data, AI, and ocular imaging to identify retinal biomarkers of systemic disease. Really, 22 disease states are now potentially something we can measure by just looking at the back of the eye with AI-powered solutions. So what has the company done today? We've partnered with a leading eye image capture company in Taiwan. We've acquired proven AI software that's been demonstrated in over 40,000 patients outside of the US. We have key medical leaders in place. We have a clinical trial team with 30+ years of experience. We've already designed our clinical trial. We have partnerships in place for the trial. We've submitted to the FDA on June 1st, and we have anticipated feedback on August 15th. We have a competitive advantage. So we're the first scalable AI-powered provider solution. We have the right team in place. We have clinical proof from outside of the US, and we have a fully integrated AI diagnostics. We have white labeled Vitazi branded hardware, and we've identified a path to additional applications. So Vitazi is a great opportunity to invest right now. We have 1 million invested today, 1.05, and we're looking for another 450,000. That gets us to the clinical trial ramp up in our anticipated Series A to finish the trial and market ramp up of 4 to 6 million. We have a great IP asset inventory. We have the white label partnership with the eye image capture. We have acquired rights to that US software. We have developed an optimal provider workflow implementation for a diagnostic AI and healthcare environment. This is key because we feel it's scalable. We have a database of millions of future healthcare images and a proprietary AI compilation process for the eye image capture elements. So if you're interested in learning more about AI-powered solutions to healthcare, please feel free to reach out to me. I'm at this incubator. Just recently moved there, so if you want to make a friend, I'd be happy to take that. So great question. So these biomarkers are taken from a photograph or OCT, so eye image capture technology, and then you apply AI on top of it. So no sample. So that's the good news. In regards to how you build databases, well, you got to get out in front of patients. You need to start gathering that information. There are many databases that are available across the NIH and other places where you can look at specific disease processes and begin to study these processes. So many different databases. Of course, the persons or the companies that get into this space first will develop more data. That more data will lead to additional disease processes. So the first movers have advantage. Yeah. So HIPAA, our solution will occur in a HIPAA compliant environment. Okay, so it's part of the patient care, no different than any other laboratory test or other data, and so it will be completely HIPAA compliant.
So what's the regulatory timeframe for this?
So yeah, regulatory. So we have already done our pre-submission to the FDA. We've designed our clinical trial. We anticipate feedback here on August 15th. If we get approval with our clinical trial design, we'll start hopefully this fall. We have about 550 patients that we need to run through this. And so not a huge amount of patients, and we hope to be done sometime in the early spring. We'll go back for a 510(k).
Yeah, I'm just curious about the business model. Yes.
Yeah, so as with most tests, if you're gonna get insurance to pay for it, you typically need an order from a physician, right? So in this particular case, the direct to consumer is probably off the table, at least for now. But I love the idea of it being in the CVS, Walgreens, as long as you have a provider that's associated, they can order it and then follow up on the results. We just don't want to see results sitting out there, even though AI is so exciting and it does give that autonomy for patients. We don't want results sitting out there without an action. So the physician can keep it in the workflow.
And gee, when anyone's been to the doctor recently, you can barely get them, get their eyes off the laptop, they're not even listening to you, like. Well, how do you see this really working in the real world? And did I hear you correctly that primary care is?
So, hey, providers that care for diabetics, I think would be a better characterization of where we're going. Primary care doctors, of course, do care for patients with diabetes. You're right, the primary care environment is a very busy environment. That's why we think we have a competitive advantage. Is that I am a physician, I've worked in that very busy workflow and environment. AI is a wonderful thing and everybody's really excited about it. We hope to get it into healthcare. How do you implement it? Well, it turns out that's probably a whole different skill set. That's where we think Batazzi is going to shine. We didn't develop the AI software. We're not software developers. We're the people that are bringing it into the workflow.
I think we have a question in the chat.
Are you or have you gone after NIH funding for the clinical trial?
No, we have not. We don't intend to.
And you might add that there was a lot of funding in the company.
Sure. Yeah, so to that question, sorry, the amount of money that's been put into the software to date is about 10 million. And that comes primarily from SBIR funding, but looking into the NIH for the clinical trial, we're about 450,000 short in terms of what we need for the clinical trial. And we just, at this point, are looking at private equity and angels and so forth.
So the real classification, like software as a medical device, or what are you really interested?
So it's a class 2 device and it's software as medical too. Software as medical device, yeah.
So you're a combination of physical device and software.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah. Got it.
Patient who has diabetic retinopathy and they are able to have this test, what is the expectation that they will learn from this test?
So the patient that has diabetic retinopathy actually falls out and needs to see an ophthalmologist at that point. So they need to be considered for laser treatment or intraocular injections. There are several different intraocular injections they could receive, some of the ab therapy. So the second part of your question was, what is their, I'm sorry.
A precursor that, in other words, they have to test to determine what they might look for in addition to diabetic retinopathy as people disease.
Yes, so our hope is that we will scale into multiple different disease processes. There are comorbid diseases such as, for example, there's hypertension that you can start to see some hypertensive retinopathy changes in the back of the eye, other things that you may be able to glean by just looking at those same images. So I hope that answers your question. Yes, there are many other things, and even just from the same photograph.
Hi there, just a quick question. My name is Jessica. I'm with the Santa Fe Business Incubator. I'm so glad you landed where you are.
Thank you, Jessica.
Aside from funding, are there any other support resources that you would or advice you?
Yeah, great question. I mean, I think the biggest thing is really network. I think we're really plugged in for our trial. We're going to run our trial at New Mexico Eye Associates. We have good clinical trial teams in place, but just networking in the community. I mean, I really am excited to be back in New Mexico. It's such a special place for me. You know, there's not that many of us who live in New Mexico, and I think some really awesome technology comes out of this place already, and I hope to be part of that. So proud to do it.
Thank you, Jeremy. Other questions? We take a 10-minute break right now. Yeah.
Just a reminder, we have breakfast in the Curtis Group. Just as you go back towards the lobby to your left. Thank you.
Yeah, you can get it. I'll mute the room.
I may have. Just getting past the. That one on, that might be easier, just having one mic on the podium.
Yeah. Statement, that people are invited to send.
First year ago, yeah. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, if you take your seats, please. And public service announcement for the next panels. Anybody that wants to move closer to the front into the reserved seating, you are welcome to take over the reserved seating. We understand the noise is kind of a high barrier with the swamp coolers in the back, but please go ahead and fill up the front seats so that you can hear the speakers as we move to the, my opinion, the coolest panel of the day, the aerospace panel. Very well. All right. I believe so. How about now? Sort of. Okay, we're gonna hopefully not ring each other with background noise. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Jason Hunley. I'm the CEO and founder of Crossbow. Crossbow is a New Mexico-based company. I've got employees spread out over 6 or 8 states. We've got 100 folks. We recently just launched our second mission with Los Alamos National Labs down at White Sands. The Red X2 mission and our XL2B capability. I am thrilled to be moderating the aerospace panel. I am a serial entrepreneur and aerospace 20-year veteran. I've worked at NASA and large companies and smaller companies and founded them. I have a high respect for anybody getting into the technology business and trying to cut their teeth as an entrepreneur. It is a very much like the space environment it is for all entrepreneurs in all sectors. So without further ado, our first space aerospace CEO, Scott Ziegler, he's the CEO of Space Kinetic. He has developed Space Kinetic's core technology as a graduate student at University of California, Berkeley, and they're building a cheap, secure, and mobile space mobility solution. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Scott. Good luck, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Maybe. Yeah, we have proof. Wonderful. Thank you very much. So, as I've already been introduced, I'm the CEO of Space Kinetic. When we think about space today, just gonna stay on outside the podium. When we think about space today, we're thinking about rockets. We're thinking about these really big, cool devices that are blasting off from Kennedy, getting into space, and then burning even more propellant, go to whatever orbit we want, even the moon these days. The problem with these kind of rockets is they're really big. They're heavy. They're burning a lot of propellant. That big thruster at the end isn't particularly easy to hide. So you get to see a little bit of a conspicuous environment. And when you look at defense and Space Force priorities, where generals like General Shaw are talking about being able to do sustained maneuver or maneuver out without regret. We're looking for ways to move satellites around without having to worry about how much fuel is left in the tank. Now, just put it in terms that we experience every day. I was planning a road trip and I had to figure out for the quarter mile how much gas I have to have in the tank. And then I make my road trip and I was off by this little amount. I couldn't even walk the rest of the way. That would be insane. A mission failure where we have to depend on reserves in a satellite, this isn't feasible, especially from a national security perspective. So what Space Kinetic's offering is a new way to move stuff in space, electromechanically. And the way we do that, notionally, is by essentially rotating an electrical arm. In this case, you're looking at a little 27U CubeSat with that little rotary arm, it's going up to 940 RPM. And what it'll do is spin up, accelerate, and toss a payload. And what's really cool here is we just toss something without using a thruster directly. So we're just accelerating a payload. Not a bunch of propellant, accelerate more propellant to get your little payload to your final destination. So you can see a cost savings right there pretty clearly. But we also didn't use a thruster. So that means that tail IR signature you normally associate with rocketry isn't there. So not only are we cheap, but we're more covert and can support different DoD requirements. Now, from our perspective, we want to get to market as soon as possible. So phase one for us is tied to that flight demo in 2025, where we're supporting space domain awareness activities, sensor deployment, as well as being able to do stuff for ADR, which falls into the national interest as well as where we're moving commercially. And that sets us up quite nicely for when we expand to an orbital logistics network, then it takes advantage of that low cost mobility. So now we're expanding from LEO to GEO, where the network now we can move stuff like propellant, raw feedstock, but those same sensors. So now we offer a huge service region we can cover with this extended network. And then long term, we can expand even further. This is lunar space, where we're supporting not only the space economy, but the lunar economy, both in space and on the surface. Now, I promise I won't keep running this video. If it plays. If not, I'll cheat and go back to my original video.
Give it a second here.
Okay,
Give it a second.
sure. Please hold, thank you. So this is that same little CubeSat. And we're thinking about health and wellness check. So we have a little optical sensor that's held in that sphere. You kind of can sort of see it if you're close. And when we spin up, we're going to be accelerating that sensor into a new orbit. Now it's going to fly out and it's going to go past the satellite of interest, at which point we can use the optical sensor to collect some new data. We can chat with it with a little RF transmitter on board. And we're able to get really close by within 500 to 1,000 meters. We actually have simulations from our astrodynamicists that can place one of these capsules within 5 centimeters, half a revolution away from our node. It's pretty powerful if you think about the different capabilities and applications that can support. Now for that distributed architecture, essentially what we're doing, especially with those tiny CubeSats,
playing a game of Frogger. So we have a bunch of satellites in complementary orbits, and we're essentially handing off to the next orbit in the chain. And we keep handing off until we get to the desired location. So that means we can effectively move a bunch of payloads at a relatively low delta V on a small platform. But realistically, we don't want to move small stuff, a small chain. We want to scale the technology, and that means physically just scaling the size of the system, going from a CubeSat to something around 500 to 1,000 kilograms, increasing our launch rate. At which point we can launch at 200 meters per second. And if we want to go out to lunar SOI, instead of using 55 nodes, we'll just use 19. And that allows you to not only, leverage how much capital and how big a system you have to put up, but the geometry of the payload, as well as how heavy and mass intensive it actually is. And of course, again, these architectures support not only logistics, but it's mobility for sensor payloads. Say someone wants to radiation readings in MEO, defensive operations where we want to collect data on one of our satellites that just went down. Now, if you look at a cost perspective, this kind of system becomes very attractive. What we did was we took the Aerospace Corporation small sat calculator and figured out our fully loaded cost. And that does include getting off Earth's surface and getting into LEO. And we did that using a Falcon 9. We then compared to ourselves to go out all the way to GEO. And what we found was one of our biggest costs is just getting off Earth. So that means if SpaceX makes Starship and it's $500 per kilogram, guess what? It's craters. We're not trying to compete with SpaceX. Their competency is getting off Earth into Earth's orbit. Our competency is going past Earth's orbit and going out to GEO or beyond. And that's what makes our technology really powerful. Now, from a prototype development standpoint, we've already built, thank you, several prototypes. At UC Berkeley, we made our first garage-made and garage-tested prototype you see on the left. We've since made some further iterations, helping us get the TRL green. Now that we've moved to New Mexico, we have this fantastic partnership with Los Alamos National Laboratory. We're now, I can just go no mic. I have bad luck right now. We're now building our third iteration of prototype. And that's actually brass forward, where we're building it to the same size and specifications we want to put in our in-flight demo. And that prototype's building in our new facility in Albuquerque, where we've actually put together a small machine shop to actually build this. Now on the traction front, I've already talked about our partnership in Credo in Los Alamos worth about $500,000. We also just won recently our first contract with DoD through a phase 1 SBIR. We're very excited to say that we participated in the AWS Space Accelerator. I'll actually be in the Bay Area on Wednesday for their demo day and pitch session, which is always fun. In addition to that, we still have ties to UC Berkeley. So we actually host a master's student team each year where we're working with students and faculty advisors to solve one specific piece of our technology or our different solution problems. And then what's interesting, just recently, we've actually started to put together a paper with the Aerospace Corporation and NASA about a lunar concept of flinging payloads across the lunar surface, which actually harkens back to how our company was founded, which is an interesting story, which I might tell later on if you stick around for the roundtable. And then as my last little comment, we just got invited to NRO/NASA working group meeting at end of next month. We'll be the only industry presenter talking about our technology and how we can help them for a half-an-hour spot. Now on the investor capital roadmap front, we've raised over $500,000 in venture capital. We just closed a pre-seed round with 1517 as our lead investor. They're a spin out from Founders Fund. We've also gotten around about $500,000 in non-dilutive funding, both through Los Alamos and other government and awards. Now we're looking to do a seed round end of this year, beginning of next, to help us keep hitting our different milestones. As I've already kind of alluded to, we've built several prototypes with our current funding still building. We've also been able to get letters of support and contracts, and we're able to better build out our tech. With more cash, of course, we can build even more cooler hardware and flip from a component that has a space-rated twin to the actual component with flight heritage, so we can keep iterating up that TRL ladder. And of course, by 2025, we do plan to be in space with our first CubeSat demo, capable of doing that first videos you saw with a nice launch, help propel us into that logistical architecture in 2028. Now, to do all of this, I'm not just doing it by myself. You already heard my bio, so I'll just hit some key high notes. I was in the entrepreneurship gig since I was like 15, selling and buying cars. I've done snow plowing. When I was in undergrad, I was running a 3D printer farm out of my dorm room. Do not do that, health risk. But I also got my first patent at Rolls-Royce Aerospace during my internship with them. So I've always been like this innovator, and I kind of was helping build. I came to UC Berkeley. This is my core research. That's where I met my co-founder, Ryan Sullivan, who is a really awesome guy that actually worked in the Peace Corps for over 10 years. He's been in Albania, Southeast Asia, working in austere and emerging markets, trying to, help and spread the national interest, not only for our country, but for others. And now he's been working with me for well over a year and a half, since before the company was officially founded. And we've been able to put together this really strong team. You don't see him, but we have our third NASA Kennedy engineer onto our team now, with a combined experience from just that space center of over 100 years, helping us build this hardware and get ready to go into space. We've also been really lucky to keep building our team with other folks to help us build our prototypes. Thank you. Maybe, no. You shouldn't hand me mics. It's a problem. So our team's been really helpful to help us grow. But one of the really nice things that we have is an advisory board. I know a lot of people have these, but every single person on this list will answer my phone call. I have a meeting with each one of them every week. I have a former CFO of NASA who I will text randomly with any kind of strategic question I have. We've found that this advisory board is first-time tech founders have been absolutely critical to our success. And we're able to make this kind of thing because we actually have such an interesting novel technology that can be so impactful that we can actually sucker in a former CFO of NASA to talk with us. So I can't underscore how much I love him. Of course, we also have a former case officer from the CIA. We have Darren Koblik, who actually works 60 hours a week for us right now, who's an astrophysicist, who once we raise that seed round will actually bring on full time as our CTO. And we've got Stan Starr, former branch chief of applied physics, as one of our experts in actually helping prove out and simulate our system. So I'm very excited to be here today, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. And if you have a question, please project. Okay, as we go mic list and we're in the projection thing, does anybody have any questions out in the audience? And you're probably gonna have to shout it out. We're right there. I think I would. Yeah, we will have a linear momentum component push this back, which becomes very interesting because if you're actually looking at these neural networks, you're now having to figure out how to synchronize when you meet conjunction. So there's value in making the orbit not remain constant, where we're really initially looking at using this pulse to increase our rendezvous transit time, or we can also use this launch to then help us get a higher amount of transfers over a period of a year. With that synchronicity, are you able to extend the lifespan? So based on how we work, we actually do need to maintain safety keeping. So that becomes how much fuel you have on board. It's really cool with our system. If we're refueling a customer by passing a bunch of fuel through our nodes, there's no reason we can't just take a little bit off the top for ourselves and refuel ourselves. So service life becomes how long can our system actually do multiple rotations and spin, not on specific local position. So that becomes a very problem. Yep.
We have mics, so I can handle.
Mic right there.
So Scott, could you talk about space debris and the potential that your payload, because you're not using any other type of propulsion, right? You send this thing out, it's and all of a sudden, right? You create, is there a concern about creating new space debris and because you can't work the trajectory of that payload comes from?
Yeah, that's a huge concern. The way we combat that by saying we have this really cool system that'll save you a lot of money, but we're not gonna do something where we're just launching a ballistic payload. So each capsule in and of itself is its own little 1U CubeSat, has a little reaction needles, a little divert thrusters, so we can make communications. And with our neural network, we actually can provide custody of that capsule if we have a miss situation or we weren't able to recover. At which point, any one of these little nodes, maybe we'll get the full animation, is keeping watch over it until we can find another conjunction where we can pick it up and recover it. But you're absolutely right. That's one of the very common questions we run into, and we spent a lot of time figuring out how we can mitigate that kind of risk. Anyone else? I have decent hearing, so you can just spell it out.
So there is a question in the chat, Bay. I don't know if you can unmute yourself or if you, oh, I'm sorry, you put it in the chat. So
Yeah, I've unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, hi, a nice presentation. So Lanel does do a lot of CubeSat work, and I'm on a project, so I'm not an expert on changing orbit, but current CubeSats do use gyros that are fairly mature for pointing and slight shifting, so rotating. How is your technology different than that? I presume the principles are related. And more specifically, I think you have a pretty grand vision. What are the challenges of scaling it to bigger satellites and getting them to geostationary? I mean, where are you at? And just I'm asking you to be realistic, meaning even if you can do it to CubeSat, that's a big thing. But what are the challenges as you try to articulate your vision?
Yeah, sure. So I'll try and hit all three. You might have to remind me of one. Oh, yes, I can. We'll see how well I remembered it real quick. So the first question is, you're using a CubeSat for first demo, quick clarification on my end. What kind of challenges do you think you'll run into when using something like that? And how does it differentiate from gyro design that's currently in existence? I believe that was the first one. So I'll try and answer, then jump to the next question like that, so you guys have better retainment. From our end, one of the issues we have, even at CubeSat, when we spin up, we have 600 NMS of momentum generated. If you can find me a command moment gyroscope or a reaction wheel that would fit in the form factor we're using that can handle that amount of momentum, I would be ecstatic. Right now, we're actually building our own momentum wheels that are using the same motor as our rotary arm to then counter that spin up. Because when we rotate up, opposite equal reaction means our spacecraft starts spinning out of control, which is not ideal. So we use our own momentum storage to counter that large influx of momentum. And then we'll use a third party with a much higher pointing accuracy. Blue Canyon has about 0.8 arc seconds. Once we get to steady state, to actually maintain and level out the overall system. I think I might do this out of order. The next question was, how do you scale this type of system? Especially to look at our grand vision. So little CubeSats are cheap. If you're going to cislunar, it's going to be a hell of a lot easier to sell that than saying I'm going to put something the size of a geosatellite right around in a lunar orbit. However, there's a lot of attraction to actually having that higher delta V. From a mechanical standpoint, all we're doing is increasing the launch arm. I don't know if you're familiar with a company called Spin Launch that's here actually in New Mexico. They're spinning up at such a high velocity, they're intending to throw it out of off their surface into LEO. Right, so they're showing that at very large scale, they can actually get this type of system to work. We're operating in space, and our patent lawyers are quite happy that we're different, just random aside, and are able to then scale our system similarly, increasing Gs, increasing RPM or arm length, to then be able to launch further, launch a larger payload size and higher mass. Can you remind me what your other question was?
That is fine. I think you answered both of them.
Wonderful. Okay.
Tell us about how you test on Earth, because presumably you gotta make sure that they work before you send it in.
We would hope. So our first step in what we're building right now has about $30,000 worth of sensors in it. We're trying to sense not only angular momentum when we do a launch, but angular momentum when we just spin up. We're doing that by hiding sensors and structural components. We're talking to folks over at NASA Ames about throwing it on an air-bearing table. We're putting accelerometers just about everywhere you can think of. We're checking for the vibration, because if you let go of a capsule, now you have an unbalanced arm. So we're trying to see how well we can mitigate and dampen that. And that's just for this prototype. Our next one will be sitting in a TVAC chamber. So what that means is it'll get in a vacuum, go down to sub-zero temperatures with a bunch of nitrogen and up to higher temperatures to simulate operation in space. That air-bearing table allows us to simulate a zero-G environment specific axis. So then we can see how well we can actually stabilize the system when we perform a launch. We've also been flirting with the idea of zero-G flights. I personally require Dramamine to look at airplanes, so I don't know if I'll be volunteering, but it's an exciting idea to keep moving out our tech.
All right, thank you very much, Scott.
Yes, thanks.
We're gonna get out of Earth orbit and we're gonna get back down onto the Earth with our next speaker. And I'm gonna attempt Shrikant Kadaboyania.
Said it, you said it right, okay, cool.
He is the CEO of Blue Space, an entity of Blue Eye Soft. The company specializes in applying artificial intelligence models to fuse and analyze massive amounts of data, which is what a lot of people are using AI for. Specifically focusing on space weather and interactions of space weather with satellites. And so let's enjoy our next speaker.
Thank you so much. I think I'm all good, loud and clear. Perfect, I can start, we got a little better then. Before I jump in, let me thank Jason and Maureen from Explore. They were so kind enough to give their insights. I know, as he mentioned, running a space tech company is hard, both from the business side and the technology side. So having some of our great mentors or people who already travel there really helps the next coming companies out there. Thank you so much, and congratulations on all the success that you got. I'm Shrikant Kadaboyania. As you can feel my accent, I was born and raised in India, but I came here to study. America was great, made me prove that American dream is real. I was commissioned as a direct commissioned as an army officer. I've got a couple of patents, built some good companies and some awards out there. So thanks to America to make us prove that the American dream is still alive. So I'm here to explain a little bit more on what we are doing with Blue Space and what space weather proofing means. We started in 2017, got through a couple of CBERs. It was quite a journey, as Jason mentioned. It's a tough journey, but it was so nice. We enjoyed with some good awards. So 1 out of 6 activities we humans do on Earth is dependent upon space, whether it is navigation, aviation, communication, whatnot. Everything is dependent upon space. So with increased private satellite operators like SpaceX and all the private operators, space is not only being congested, but also contested. So whoever controls space will be controlling it. So it's absolutely critical that we protect all of the space assets, not only on the space, but also on the Earth. So you might have heard that SpaceX lost 40 of their satellites almost like 8-9 months before, but our scientists at Space Force, then Air Force, really know that this problem would be existing 2 years ago. So when we were at the AFRL Catalyst Accelerator in 2020, we thought weather is something which is uncharted, and we started working that a little bit ahead of the game before this thing really occurred. And it's very costly. So you can see some of the numbers, some of the satellites that they basically lost and how they are really looking at. So we built a software platform. It's purely software. So it's called Safer. And then it's basically providing forensics and forecasting. So I think we did not update the slide, but we had around like $5.3 million non-dilute money that was infused in order to build this. So on a high level, you can see that the Safer dashboard gives LEO, MEO, GEO level out there. So that's where we try to provide more insights in detail. We're a software company, so we just do nothing but data and AI. So when you see the space tech market, you can see the research, services, manufacturing. We fit in the space applications. We're not on the launchers. We're not on the exploring areas out there. It's basically used by the satellite operators they get early warning insights and alerts that they can actually do, which might be either from 7 days to 8 hours kind of timeline. And then for forensics, it's basically a dual use tech. So you basically, if something happened to your NSR, you can figure out why it happened and what was the root cause. So we have a series of end users. Our primary customers are satellite operators, whether it is commercial or defense, power grid operators, aviation and communication. We just hired University of Texas. I think 12 of the students are working on power grids, aviation and communications as well. So who basically needs it? These are some of the people starting from SpaceX to NOAA to Intelsat. You know exactly who actually needs this product. If you can see, NOAA provides some sort of weather alerts, but they're not satellite specific because it's basically on the ground. You get a weather alert and you need something. If you're driving from Albuquerque to Los Alamos, you need to know if something is about to be, you don't want a generic national level, but we provide satellite specific alerts. So this is how you typically get alerts from NOAA right now, but we are trying to give a satellite specific alerts and information. From the technical merit standpoint, we have two different aspects that goes into the picture. AI models. So we have some patented AI models. This is where LANL also supported with their 15 years of research and stuff. So we have various different platforms. That's from the technology level. But getting the data is one of the critical things for all of your AI systems. So we capture data on a different level out there. So we built platform agnostic. So any country, any space agency can easily integrate a solution. So we are, again, the IP. So you need a lot of research. A startup without a support from labs and universities can't really build it. We were in the medical arena, and we tried to use that same AI patented models on the space tech. So one of the unfair advantage is that, yes, we are, I hope since this is America, I can say this out. We are a classified facility. We have some international MOUs, and we are sole source qualified. And we build this product with end customers input, straight from phase 0 to till date. So we worked on a couple of multiple accelerators. One of them is MIT Tuftex Blueprint program, which actually helped us to really scale and upbring. Thanks again to Molly for really bringing one of the wonderful programs out of here. So we attended a couple of programs, a UNM scaling challenge. So we utilized New Mexico's facilities so well, including Q Station, AFRL. I think Melissa is also here. So we have very wonderful support system that we got. So we know that this thing can't be built individually. So we believe in this is how we make the investments, because $5.5 million is a very decent amount of money. So we just were planning to have a weighted investment decision model. Collaboration is the key. As you can see, it's 0.44. So we need to go and partner with many labs, universities, and entities to really build. Then comes technology and all the customer development over there. So we had a long plan on how to really go from until the next 2025. We got like 13 awards, I believe, so far. One recently being Export Achievement Certificate from US Commercial Services. They literally paid for my 7 or 8 international trips. So we work with the Italian Space Agency. We are trying to make this a global solution. We are still figuring out on the pricing models, but this is an approximate way we thought we can charge those satellite operators. So it's not just the satellite operators. We have different ways to go to the insurance companies and then probably power grids and other stuff. We have a global related stuff out there. So we partner with many international things. If you are building a solution for universal, you need to be there. So we are trying to be the tops of space. So I just want to once again thank everybody here. New Mexico has been great. Only one of my ask is we are still hiring, shameless advertisement. We hired 3 people in New Mexico. We are looking for 1 more. We are buying our own facility in Albuquerque area, still exploring out there. So any support, anything, whether it is human resources or any connections or network, we are very much open on it. So thank you so much, and I'm open up for the questions out there.
Any questions from the audience?
Knowing when the space weather with radiation is coming, how does that resilience to the satellite in terms of its survivability? You can basically, knowing that something is about to come, you can shut off your components or you can steal away from the defense standpoint. If something happens to your satellite, you need to know as a space commander, was it an approachment activity or a weather related event? That's the national security aspect. Coming to the commercial side, if it's a certain radiation comes up, you can just turn off your components and try to protect or steal separately. Or you can better manufacture satellites out there. Our AI system says that at this radiation level, these components would be affected at this level out there. So we combine historical space weather with what happened to the anomalies of the satellites and predict that something might be happening. So it's good to have something than to have nothing piece out there. So the use cases depend on multiple factors.
Can you outline what the product would actually be that the end user would be using?
It's a software tool, basically a web interface out there, alert mechanism. Again, depending upon the 3 levels of customers, they might get a specific alert saying that your satellite might be facing XYZ or preference instead of just an email alert ecosystem out there. Or they get some insights on a good view to say that, oh, it's an overlap of a space domain awareness with the space weather out there. It's a basically purely software product. And all the data comes from different entities. We don't go anything on the hardware, thus mitigating the risk of hardware companies.
How quickly could someone react if they get an alert from your system? Like, what would they do? Let's say you're able to detect that there's going to be some space weather related event or collision. What does the end user, what can you do besides know or be alerted?
Oh, basically you have the time for reaction, right? It stands from anywhere from 7 days to 6-7 hours on the early stages out there. So because there are, when you say radiation, I think there are 8-9 different components. Specifically, some could be flares, some could be radiations. So based on that, your action actually depends out there. If you are a big, large satellite, you have a different aspect out of it. Or if you're a space station, you have a different level of things. So we need to go a deep dive onto what sort of flare is it, or is it accidental thing. So we monitor so much out of it, but what type, if it is just like the severity of radiation, will help you protect out there. The 8-9 different levels will help.
Yeah, I think we have a couple of questions in the chat.
So one of the questions in the chat, you use the term space weather, but it seems you're predicting debris fields. Are you tracking sunspots? Are you tracking sunspots also? Can you predict effects of electromagnetic pulse?
Yes, I think two answers out which we go. Debris is always a part of it that actually happens out there. So the cause of debris from national security is a completely different angle that we could go at. So somebody intentionally wants to have their satellites interrupted. It could be either by debris or intentional creation of debris just to get some insight. But yes, we do have various aspects. So I wish I'm not a PhD guy as this master's, but we have one of our scientists who could clearly explain, Dr. Yui Chen, had that radiation and electro pulse. We could go on next level, and then we can take that question offline and give you a detailed answer on how that really goes.
Hi. Given the ramifications of a false positive, do you display a confidence interval or factor on your predictions? And what are the financial ramifications of positive?
Got you. We are not a software as a medical device. When we are dealing software, it's death and life of a person. But whereas here, when the AI actually comes into picture, we were trying to give at least a little bit more probability. So the false positives will help, but at the same time, we are trying to be giving some sort of insights. The model is as good as the data that we feed in. So one of our patent is with a limited data sets, how can you view high accuracy related? So the more data we get, the more accurate the prediction actually becomes. But it's not like a medical related situation, but approximately you burn a very high level of probability depending upon the data. So we only have the data from 1960s and 70s. But one of the best things is that we have classified data. We are capturing the data from international markets. That's where we are going globally and collecting. Hey, we are building this. Can you give out your data? And then we can give you some better insights. Because you just don't want only American thing, but you need the entire global things just to reduce the false cost.
One more question.
Quick one, do you have financial models? Do you have sales revenues this year?
We are still building. We got our tax file right now. So we have 4 MOUs with Hispasat, Geosat. We are still in that initial phases out there. So we anticipate to go by next quarter, but we are well funded through our the existing tax file and track file. But we hope to make some of the sales starting. But this MOUs would eventually convert into sales. We want them to be partners while we build this solution. So we are not just knocking it. Hopefully by next quarter, I mean, when I say next year's first quarter, we might be in a position to get some sales.
All right, thank you very much, Sharif. All right, we have our last speaker, and so we're going to go to the air and the aerospace side of things now. We have Cliff Chan, he's the CEO of OEM Photonics LLC. OEM Photonics designed novel superior performance, compact and lightweight LiDAR sensors for small UAVs to serve civilian and defense markets. Say that 10 times really fast. Cliff received a PhD in physics from the University of Rochester and will be talking more about their go-to-market and their technology. Take it away.
Okay, thank you very much for it, and thank you very much for your time. So drones have become increasingly important to military and civilian applications. They are game changers for aerial mapping, inspection, monitoring, and surveying. Not only because they can save significantly the water costs, but also they have reduced risk to human life in performing these tasks. Civilian applications of drone includes topographic mapping, environment management, and many other applications. And many of these applications require high precision measurements in order to generate accurate 3D models for the targets. To acquire the 3D model for such applications, LiDAR is the only 3D sensing solution that is able to provide the required precision, resolution, and vegetation penetrating capability under any lighting conditions on any target surface texture and with high efficiency data processing. Photogrammetry is an alternative cheap, low-cost alternative to LiDAR. However, photogrammetry is an indirect 3D measure method, so it occasionally we lost details in generating the 3D models. Also, it is heavily affected by the ambient lighting conditions. It can be confused by the featuresless target texture. And even worse, in occasions, it can generate images that are distorted due to the data processing, as you can see in the picture here. LiDAR comparatively can outperform photogrammetry in providing detailed 3D information of the targets with efficient data processing and disregard of the lighting conditions. The penetrating capability of LiDAR is the indispensable tool for drone applications. And LiDAR can also provide underwater 3D mapping that is actually impossible with photogrammetry. To acquire the accurate 3D models, one will need high-performance LiDAR system, those systems so-called survey-grade LiDAR system. Existing model of this system, they are all based on mechanical beam scanning. Here I show a survey-grade LiDAR installed on a professional drones. This kind of professional drones can carry higher payload than their smaller and cheaper counterparts with lower payload, but with 10 times much, they are more costly than their smaller system. We have talked with the stakeholders in the drone industry, including end users, system integrators, and drone manufacturers. They repeatedly complain that this kind of like surrogate lidar are expensive, heavy, bulky, and they're prone to mechanical damage upon drone crashes. The weight and size issue will limit the flight time of the drones, which implies that it will increase the project cost and time cost, and also will create more complex data resulting from the multiple trips of deploying the drones. And more undesirably, the weight and size issue will inhibit the use of these lidars in smaller, cheaper, and more popular drones, and forcing the owners to use the professional drones. Owning a professional drones with a survey-grade lidar is very expensive. It can be as expensive as half the price of a single-family home in the US. As a result, all these issues will greatly limit the drone owners to limit the drone owners only to deploy the lidars in a limited part of their fleet in the drone system. And last but not least, we also have from the end users that drones crashes occasionally, and the crash can cost the lidar owners thousands of dollars and even worse months of time to repair the damaged system. We are able to address all these problems by offering the next generation camera lidar, which is inherently compact, lightweight, power efficient, and shock resistant, based on silicon photonic technology. Unlike the mechanical beam scanning lidar, our sensor is electronically beam scanning, which has no mechanical moving parts and requires no high precision alignment of the optics. Our sensor as a surrogate lidar is able to achieve high precision and long range measurement by using a more sensitive and advanced detection methods. Also, through our patented design, we are able to achieve high resolution. Our sensor is able to address all the pains of the high-end lidar drone markets. It will greatly increase the access to high-quality lidar data. Just like camera sensor, our lidar is able to be produced in low cost in mass production, that we're able to address the broader lidar market, including the autonomous driving, robotics, AR, VR, etc. It has a high potential in view of the billion worth total market. For the beachhead of the drone lidar, the market size is expected to increase more than 28% in the next few years. This is a comparison of our sensor to our competitors. Here I just list those which are commonly used by the drone end users. In the field of 3D mapping, Vigo is the dominant player. Vigo set the gold standard for a high performance survey-grade drone lidar. However, Vigo lidar falls short in the physical specification and the cost. Companies like Velodyne and Livos, they offer low cost and lightweight alternative, but with their performances are sacrificed. We are able to achieve high performances through an advanced detection method, which is 10 times more sensitive than the traditional method used by our competitors. Also, at the same time, based on solid-state silicon photonic technology, we are able to achieve small size, lightweight, low power consumption, and low price in a robust package based on our proprietary design. Other than the comparison with the drone lidars, we also compare companies that make lidars especially for the automotive space. Here I just list those that can achieve a detection range of more than 100 meters. The bottom line is that our technology is the only one that excels in all the performance and physical specifications for drone applications. We have studied the ecosystem of the LiDAR drone industry, and we position ourselves as a sensor manufacturer in the ecosystem. And we learned that our immediate customer are the drone manufacturer and system integrators. Our plan is that we will, when we build the MVP and the first product, we will partner with system integrator in order to make our system to be integrable with a drone seamlessly. The system integrators are also our initial customer and distributor for the US and international markets. Upstream the value chain, we also will partner and outsource to foundries, supplier, and manufacturers to make our products. For the next few years, our focus will be on the hardware development for the drone LiDAR market. At a later stage, we also put emphasis on the LiDAR data because it is the data that end users will most concerned about. In around 27, as our technology has been developed and we have set a firm foundation to the company, we will project to also tap into other markets like the automotive markets. Our core technology is an electronic photonic integrated chip. We have gone through R&D cycles of the chip, and currently we are working to optimize the chip with resources and help from the Center for Integrated Nanotechnology and the Los Alamos Labs. The prototype eventually will incorporate the chip with other electronic laser and optical components to build a complete LiDAR sensing module. So far, we have raised about $1.7 million, including a current SBR from NSF. The SBR is mainly will be used to make the MVP. In order to launch a first product for the next 3 years, we project to need an additional $3 million for R&D, chip expansion, and IP protection. We also project that to begin generating revenue in around 26-27 when we have our first products to the market. At that time, other LiDAR drone companies may be interested to acquire us before we grow significantly. Other LiDAR drone companies, we anticipate that automotive LiDAR companies may also be interested in our technology and products. Here is our team. Our team is composed of members with strong technical experiences, and also we have experienced business advisors, including Mr. Chu and mentors from the Nimitz Cody, to help us in advising the different aspects of business development of the company. So thank you very much for your time, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Different application. Do we have any questions from the audience currently?
Your name is OAM Photonics. So that means that you're using or photonics.
Well, the name is related to that, but our technology right now doesn't use this technology.
Any other questions from the audience? Way in the back.
You mentioned that your technology will penetrate underwater. Will it work underwater?
It really depends on the rating of the laser beam that you use to do the sensing. Like in order to probe the underwater, we use the green laser, which is actually able to penetrate. But it depends on the quality of the water. It can actually see down to like 100 feet or more.
All right, we have a question from the chat room online.
Yeah, hi, I have a question. LiDARs are being used for methane sensing. Does your laser go into the near IR or mid IRs? Can you extend there to do methane?
So for us, we are working in the short wavelength regime, which actually why we choose that because it will be compatible with the platform of the chip that we use. But also we have also thought about like extending to other like wavelength, like the visible or near infrared, because the different wavelength will be useful to provide additional information of the target surface, test material structure composition.
A question from the chat, can you talk a little bit about your IP? Do you have patents on the chip technology?
Yes, we have the patents on the design of how to make a sensor, especially to be scalable to many pixels with high resolution.
And then another question in the chat, do you currently have any investors?
Right now, no.
And then another question in the chat. Your slide stated silicone. Does the chip material include 3 to 5 compounds?
It depends on the stage. Right now, we don't involve those because those are usually used for a laser. Right now, we are thinking of like incorporating a laser externally from a chip, but eventually, as the silicon photonic technology is more advanced, that can be incorporated 3-5 directly. At low cost. Right now, they do that, but it is expensive. But we can do it at low cost. We are actually closely looking at that.
All right, do we have any more questions for Cliff? No, all right, thank you very much. Being on last,
And we'll just take a couple minutes and transition.
Panel. Let's start up. We've seen 6 already, but you're gonna see the best ones now. All right. Let's keep going. All right, thank you. This is the clean energy transition category. Let's start. Wait a second. All right, all right. Aren't quite as good as the regular circuit, so that's usually good. So these 3 technologies are developed right here in Los Alamos. All right, so starting off, we first have Harshal Pakkar, scientist for H2 recovery, CO2. I don't know how to say it. Dr. Harshal and team at Los Alamos has developed an advanced carbon hollow fiber membrane that can recover 25% of the hydrogen currently lost during the steam methane forming process and capture CO2 with a 97% efficiency, increasing profit and reducing losses for producers. This is a critical technology that could change how hydrogen and CO2 is captured.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Steve. So I'll be talking about H2 recovery or hydrogen recovery. We have developed a novel carbon membrane that can recover almost all of the lost hydrogen in the current hydrogen manufacturing process and decarbonize hydrogen manufacturing process at the same time. So companies must find a way to increase the hydrogen production to decarbonize the world and make it competitive with other forms of energy generation. Now, why hydrogen? Hydrogen is a versatile energy carrier that can store and deliver usable energy. And it is an important key factor to decarbonizing toughest industrial sectors and supporting US 2050 net zero goals. Now, currently, 95% of the hydrogen is produced via steam methane reforming process or SMR process. This process is great because it produces high purity hydrogen, which can be used as a fuel or electricity generation. But this process is inefficient because 25% hydrogen is lost during the process. And this process is super dirty because it emits 95 million tons of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere every year. So let me quickly walk you through the process. We have several resources, and predominantly natural gas or methane is used and burned with steam and oxygen to produce mostly hydrogen and carbon dioxide. Once hydrogen and carbon dioxide is produced, it is separated via pressure swing adsorption process. And then hydrogen can be stored, transported, or utilized, and carbon dioxide can be captured or sequestered. The problem is at the place where hydrogen and carbon dioxide is separated, that's where 25% hydrogen and 60 to 70% carbon dioxide getting lost in the process or being fed back into the system. And I think that's where we can recover all the lost hydrogen and also separate carbon dioxide to decarbonize the current hydrogen manufacturing process. Our solution is simple. It's like a filter process. So you can see the cylinder with the holes. The holes will allow only hydrogen to pass through, and from inside, you'll get carbon dioxide. The beauty of this technology is it can be retrofitted into any existing infrastructure. And by using our membrane technology, our customers can immediately add 25% increase in hydrogen sales and production. And not only that, it can also remove 97% of carbon dioxide at the same time, which can be further used in biofuel production or can be sequestered for carbon credits. Now, here is our technology look like. I have like prototype ready with me, and it has given the best results for hydrogen recovery from carbon dioxide in any membrane platform in the whole world. We have 2 patents, one granted and one pending, and we have already demonstrated our product at lab scale. And by using our product, we plan to make hydrogen manufacturing process much cleaner and more efficient. Our potential customers would be hydrogen manufacturing companies such as ExxonMobil, Linde, Air Liquide, BP, etc. So let me talk about the economics a bit. Let's assume if a company is producing 125 tons hydrogen a day, but they are actually producing 100 tons hydrogen a day because 25 tons hydrogen getting lost in the process. So to recover 1 ton of hydrogen using our membrane, companies would have to bear cost of around $200. So to recover all the lost hydrogen here in 25 tons, it would be $1.8 million. But if we see the hydrogen price, which could be around between $5,000 to $10,000, and I have taken minimum bar here. So the profit increases for the company by using our membrane, by recovering all the lost hydrogen, would be around $44 million, which is 24 times higher than the actual cost they are bearing. And not only that, since we can remove 273,000 tons of carbon dioxide at the same time, and if they claim the carbon credit, which would be around $150 per ton, companies can increase their profit to $41 million, which is 22 times higher than the cost. So overall, the company is making profit of around $85 million a year. And this is just an example of a company which produces 125 tons hydrogen a day. But in 2021, in United States, 10 million tons of hydrogen was produced. So multiply this number by 10,000 times and you can get the actual numbers. Hydrogen market is massive. It is projected to reach around $219 billion by 2030. And carbon dioxide market is rapidly growing, which is projected to reach around $35 billion by 2032. And SMR process is our lowest hanging fruit. We can use our membranes in other applications such as biomass and waste gasification, methane pyrolysis, hydrogen geological storage, hydrogen recovery from ammonia or methane plants, and carbon capture at hydrogen plants. So after doing customer discoveries, I learned that my customers have 2 different values. One, the customers, some customers would only like to decarbonize the hydrogen manufacturing process. So they still want to feed back the hydrogen into the system so that they don't have to change the existing plant and systems and valves. But the plants which are being installed or they are planning to install in the near future, they would like to recover both recover hydrogen and also decarbonize the hydrogen manufacturing process. So I found that they have two values. One, only decarbonizing, and second, recover hydrogen and decarbonize at the same time. So based on that, in our competitive landscape, if a customer would like to only decarbonize the hydrogen manufacturing process, we would require only one stage to decarbonize the whole hydrogen manufacturing process. And number of stages means number of floors, and higher the number of stages, higher the labor, higher the maintenance, etc. But for customers who would like to recover all the lost hydrogen and also at the same time decarbonize the hydrogen manufacturing process, we can increase one more stage and give them the high purity hydrogen with high hydrogen recovery and also high carbon capture efficiency. So in both the cases, it's a win and win situation for us. So we would be happy to provide what our customers are looking for or what they need. Our business model is based on the saving-based business model. So it's like we plan to sell the complete system, which includes the membranes with the modules and cases. It also includes sensors and data analytics. And our other product would be just the module case, which can be snapped in place of any module that has to be replaced. So we started this journey in 2016, and now we have MVP ready. We plan to demonstrate our product one side in the facility, and either I would like to spin out a company in 2024 or license this technology. And thanks to Roadrunner Venture Studio, we recently awarded #1 in lab category for this technology. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
All right, any questions? No questions? All right.
What's the maintenance kind of clean that?
Do you have to clean that, or what's the maintenance?
Oh, so good question. So this is a continuous process, and the material has to be replaced every 5 to 7 years. But it is economically feasible and still making profit for the customers.
All right, next question.
I may have missed this, but are you working with anybody in the industry currently?
Is it on me?
That's fine.
Oh, okay. Hi. Yeah, so we are communicating with the hydrogen manufacturing companies like ExxonMobil and all other companies. We are planning to set up a CRADA or go out and set up a company. So they are very interested, and it's in the progress.
Yep.
Yes, there's a hydrogen production company in Albuquerque by the name of Biotech. Are you familiar with them?
Yeah.
Have you explored potential collaboration there?
Right, so we have talked with its former CTO, and we are planning to do the demo with them in the near future. We are still in talks. Thank you.
Hi, what are your plans for raising funds at this point?
Good question. So right now, there are two options. Once I spin out, then I'll have the numbers, and based on in the program, Entrepreneur Fellowship Program, we plan to raise $2 million if I spin out. But if we want to license it, we would like to do CRADA with the companies and move it forward from there.
So can you explain a little bit of how you feel you're going to integrate into the current supply chain?
That's a great question. So, oops, my one slide is not there. So we have so many membrane companies outside, which have been already a part of hydrogen manufacturing companies. So one way to go out is leverage their ecosystem and supply chain. And the second way is the membrane manufacturing process is not new. It's been used for 3 decades for water industries. So I think we can leverage some of the third party and provide our membrane whole system to the customers.
All right, any other questions?
One sec.
What do you see as the biggest pain point for the industry to replace their existing technology with yours or inserting your technology?
So it's gonna be inserting or add on to in the existing infrastructure. So we were planning to replace one of the components in the existing infrastructure. But after doing customer discovery, I found out no company wants to change the infrastructure. So that's why we pivoted, and now we are at a point where we know what company needs and we can provide that.
All right, I think that's the last question. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on, we have Dr. Louis Chavez, postdoc behind hydrosonics. Hydrosonics is a solution that enhances performance of hydrogen-producing alkaline electrolysis systems. Luis is currently building a prototype for this clamp-on system. Luis has a PhD in mechanical engineering from the University of Texas, El Paso. Go for it.
Thank you. Yeah. Can you guys hear me okay? Good. So, thank you, Steve. My name is Luis Chavez, and I'll be talking about hydrosonics, which is the way to boost hydrogen production using sound. So Hartul just spoke about the current hydrogen ecosystem. I'm going to be talking about hopefully the future of hydrogen. So in this future, we will ideally we'll be using electricity from renewable sources, water from different places. Hopefully we'll find ways to purify it very efficiently. We'll run them through an electrolyzer and then we'll produce hydrogen. Now, what is this hydrogen going to be used for? Anyone's guess at this point, but we know that we're going to be fueling vehicles. We know that hydrogen is being used for the chemical industry. And the cool thing about my technology is that it fully integrates with this ecosystem. You basically have an electrolyzer ecosystem, you add hydrosonics, and you're able to increase your hydrogen production. So you're not putting a lot more investment into your capital equipment. You're basically just increasing your operational cost by increasing your hydrogen production. So it's a win-win. Why am I tackling electrolysis? Well, first of all, that's where my technology works. But other than that, I'm tackling specifically alkaline electrolysis. The reason for this is because it dominates the electrolysis market. Although it's small now, it's expected to grow at a 70% rate every year for the next 10 years or more. So as alkaline electrolysis is going to be dominating this market, that's what I want to attach to first. Then we'll figure out if it works for other electrolysis technologies. Alkaline electrolysis is expected to grow by 100 times by 2031. And that's just both in the size of the market as well as how much hydrogen is produced through these means. Another cool thing about hydrosonics is that it can integrate with other electrolysis technologies, such as chloroalkali, water cleaning, battery oxidation. Anywhere where you see oxidation in your systems, you can add hydrosonics to it. So first, let's look at electrolysis, alkaline electrolysis. Alkaline electrolysis has very cheap electrodes, which makes the whole system much cheaper than competing technologies. And it has a very long lifespan. However, it has issues such as large speed requirements. So what happens with alkaline electrolysis and what you do in electrolysis in general is that you apply a potential in between two plates. You have water, and then you start splitting hydrogen and oxygen. So what happens with alkaline electrolysis is that it's in a very alkaline environment. It oxidizes very easily. So as you start to operate these systems, you start to create oxide layers. The higher voltage that you apply to these systems, the more oxides that you generate. And these eventually lower your performance. So you're not able to operate at high hydrogen outputs because as you operate at these hydrogen outputs, you oxidize and then you lose your performance. The other issues with alkaline electrolysis is that you need to operate them 24/7. So we want to integrate with renewable sources. That's really not gonna happen because we don't have sun 24/7. So every time you turn off alkaline electrolysis, you start to generate oxides on the other electrode, which again kills your system. These systems are able to operate at high outputs. The issues is they cannot operate at high outputs for the long time that you need them to operate. So we're able to control this oxidation on the surface. We would have a system that's cheap, that can have smaller space requirements and that can operate as you need it. So a solution for this, of course, is hydrosonics. Hydrosonics is it's an acoustic technology. You basically apply proprietary. Now we have a provisional patent on the frequencies that we use for this system. Very simply, you add a speaker to your system, and with these, you start to reduce the oxide layer. As you can see here, or maybe you can't see, but we're able to control how much of that oxide layer we have. By controlling how much of that oxide layer we have an ideal system where you're able to produce more hydrogen without killing your electrode over time. These, in principle, would enable you to double your hydrogen performance because you already have your system use at this double performance because now you're not worried about oxidation. Now you're also able to integrate renewables because every time that you turn it off, before you turn it on, you turn the acoustics again, and then you operate again with the renewable electricity. And let's say that you have surcharges in the grid because no one's at home, and then you have a lot of sun in Albuquerque. Maybe you're able to, or you will be able to use more of that extra surge in electricity to have like a boost mode in your electrolyzer. Through customer discovery, there's really nothing like hydrosonics out there yet. Now with these patents, hopefully there will be no one else other than us. But the competitive landscape for hydrosonics would be other electrolysis technologies. Again, alkaline electrolysis dominates because it's cheaper. Again, through customer discovery, these people that are going to be using electrolyzers, they want to have a system that is as cheap as possible. But there are other technologies like PEM, polymer electrolyte membrane electrolysis that have higher power densities, so they're able to produce more hydrogen for the same size. They integrate with renewables better, but they're more expensive. They don't have the same lifetime as alkaline electrolysis, and they have issues with supply chain because they use rare earth metals, they use sulfonated polymers, they use a lot of materials that could be compromised very easily. And what hydrosonics does is that it tackles the drawbacks of alkaline electrolysis. So you keep the cost effectiveness of your alkaline electrolysis system, you keep your lifetime, and it's still pretty robust with the supply chain, but you're able to increase your power density and you're able to integrate with renewables a lot better. For the business model for this, I want to spin out this technology out of the lab. I want to start a company based on this. And the first thing that I want to do is to become an OEM. I already have been talking with companies that are crucial to this future of the hydrogen economy. They're interested in testing with me, so I would like to become an OEM, work with them, develop this technology further so that we can attach it with system integrators for the future. Next, I would like to become a system integrator myself, so make my own electrolyzers with hydrosonics embedded in them. And finally, I would like to move into service and maintenance. So we're about to have another provisional patent on generating data based on acoustic signatures in the system. So you'll be able to really pinpoint what's wrong with the system, and you'll be able to expedite maintenance. Current roadmap, where has the technology been and what's the traction? So we have demonstrated the feasibility of just improving performance with acoustics. I have been tuning the technology to be able to operate at the rates that it needs to operate for industrial applications. As I said, we have a provisional patent for this, and we're hoping to have a second provisional patent for the sensing soon. And I'm currently working on an MVP. So I'm developing a small prototype that I just finished. Now I need to just test it. Hopefully it works. See, I expect it to work. And from there, as I mentioned, I already have established 2 contacts in industry that I've been for that want to test these once it's at that stage. One of them is key for electrode manufacturing for all electrolyzers. The other one develops large scale facilities for hydrogen production. As far as my startup, I have been in talks with a potential co-founder that has already spun out technologies out of the lab successfully. As I mentioned, I would like to continue with the demonstration that I already spoke about. I would need to have or hire someone to work with me and hopefully grow a team. I'm planning to apply to SBIR funding so that we don't dilute the company. Get seed funding to continue or to also start up the company. I would like to integrate a lot with the state to be able to tackle or tag onto a lot of the programs that are already in the lab with people that I already know that would help me with validation once the prototype is ready. And next year, hopefully get a second phase for the SBIR as well as more funding to start real production of these technology. As far as financial projections, the first year will basically just go into development. It will be a very small team just developing these larger scale prototype. For the second year, we will start to produce some units, basically demo units to sell to industry, but we'll still go very negative into the company. But hopefully 5 years fast forward, we will already have around 280 megawatts produced with hydrosonics, which is very little of the whole ecosystem. It's less than 0.15% of what is expected to be the hydrogen industry just in electrolysis by then. But by that point, we're already generating 25 million-ish in net income for the company. So I'll be happy to take any questions.
Hi, Louise. I'm here. Nice presentation, thank you. Couple questions. Sometimes when a company wants to augment a component already in the system, they can void the warranty of that component or components downstream. So question number 1, have you thought about that? And question number 2 is if there is an issue, have you thought of partnering with the companies that produce that component in order for them to augment it so it's a package deal?
Yes, thank you for the question. Yes, so we thought about it. Better just leave it where it was. Yes, so there might be degradation issues. However, these systems are supposed to operate for much longer than they are operated. Their current service schedule is 4 to 6 years. Yes, I want to work with the electrode manufacturing company initially, integrate with them. That's the part that most likely would fail. I don't think it's gonna fail, but we'll see. But yeah, it would be a joint venture partnership with these electrode manufacturers. They already have, I mean, I'm not gonna start making electrodes, that doesn't make sense. It's much easier to just attach my system to that. And they want to test with me to see how that's gonna work. So I don't want to change their service schedule. I just want to help them maximize their outputs.
Perfect. All right, any other questions? All right, I'll ask. So what happens to the oxides?
So, so from testing, preliminary testing, there is some oxides loss. There's 2 ways to look at it. First, it's just nickel, so you could just add a thicker plate and then just recover the oxide. Those oxides are key for batteries, solid oxide fuel cells, just for electrolyzers themselves, so we could actually recover all of those oxides and sell them. If we wanted to.
Okay. A question here.
We switched to revenue model.
Initially, so it's just starting to sell the whole unit. So I'm not a business person, so as far as I go is, I will be selling the whole unit based on the gains that they're gonna get from my system in the first year. Obviously at a discounted rate of their gains. And after that, they will just have to replace their equipment anyway. So I'll just be selling just the electrodes with the speakers in them in the future.
Any other questions? All right, I'll ask another question. So, first pen, right? Will this change the economics for, not installing pen and really speed the adoption?
I hope so. As I said, I envision these operating at twice the production rate that they already have by adding maybe 10 to 20% on the cost. So there is still people that are gonna prefer PEM if they have a very small space. But
Also, they want the purity.
if you want the purity, yes. But there,
Cool. Oh, we have another question here.
Louise, at what stage do you plan to license the technology to move it forward?
now.
Now.
Yeah, I mean, I want to spin out pretty soon. As I said, I just built a prototype and I built. So one of the challenges of alkaline electrolysis is the whole ecosystem around it, from the balance of plant, as they call it. So I just built the whole balance of plant for the lab. I mean, a smaller scale for the lab. Now I just build the prototype. Hopefully I demonstrate that it works there soon and then just license it.
All right, well, one last question in the back.
Question about the, I think the slide just before this one, you had mentioned something about the hydrosonic module and the hydrosonic electrolyzer. Are those two different products that you're making? Like one is just the electrolyzer that can work with existing, or the hydrosonic that can work with existing electrolyzers and companies, and the other one, the whole components of it, so like the whole, like both the electrolyzer and work. What was that? I didn't understand that.
Yes, so initially I would like to, these systems are very modular. Basically, you put a huge plate that is your electrode. Basically, that whole plate we would replace with just adding a plate with a speaker to it. That would be the module. The module would be that plus all of the control equipment for acoustics. And that would be our first product. In the future, I would like to find ways to optimize that so that your whole electrolyzer has everything integrated, compete with those big guys.
All right, a question from the chat from Dubay. What are the parameters, frequency, power, etc.? Are they still under development? Will you patent them?
They are that, well, provisionally patented, so I cannot discuss those, but thank you for the question.
Okay. Any last questions? Not, we are off for lunch. Somebody want to?
Oh, no, we have one more.
Oh, one more, sorry. Dr. I read the wrong side. All right, this is a good one, though. I mean, so our final presenter is Dr. Basant Sharan, next generation treatment for produced water, scientist here at Los Alamos. Basant has developed the technology to transform produced water from fracking into safe drinking water, possibly other uses. He holds a PhD in energy science and engineering from the IIT Bombay. And the laboratory is interested in licensing this technology.
Go for it. Thank you. So good morning, everyone. I'm Prashant Sharan. So my topic for technology is hello.
That better?
Am I audible now? Can you hear me? Or maybe I missed this. I can just hold that.
Here, shut that one off.
Okay.
They'll still hear you.
Okay, I guess this is better. Okay. Yeah. So I'm Prashant Sharan. I'm also from MPA 11, the third one. So my topic is supercritical water desalination and oxidation. So we have been working on this technology for like 3 years now. So what is produced water? So produced water is the wastewater which is generated during oil and gas extraction. So when these industries, oil and gas industries, go for oil and gas extraction, they need to do hydraulic fracturing. So they need to put a lot of water in the ground. As a result, they break the shales over there, and the oil and gas comes out over there. But with that, you get massive amount of wastewater. In Permian Basin, which is in New Mexico and in Texas, we generate around 10 times more produced water for every gallon we produce. And in total in US, we generate around 20 to 25 billion barrels per year. And these are very polluting. It can have a salt concentration up to 300,000 ppm. It can have a lot of organics in it, and it have got compounds which can cause cancer like BTEX. So the figure on the right over here, this is the map of the various produced water generators in US. These are major oil and gas basins in US. And of this, around 20 to 25 billion barrels is generated. So what are the challenges with produced water? So the major challenge is how to dispose it. And currently, people are disposing it via deep well injection. So what they do is they produce massive amount of produced water. They fill it in a truck, and the truck takes it to a disposable well where they drill a well of around 2,000 feet deep, and then they just put it in there. But that's very environmentally unfriendly because it can mix with your aquifer, it can destroy your water, and it leaks, and government can impose a hefty fine up to $25,000 or even shut down your entire system. And the disposal cost is high, and it depends on the location where you are. It can be in range of $0.5 to $2 per barrel. So there are existing technologies which can treat it, but they can be thermal based, they can be membrane based, but those are very energy intensive. And often they are incapable of removing the hydrocarbons. So for removing the hydrocarbons, you need to have some additional processing steps, which increases the cost of the system. And also they generate a lot of grinds. So these are the problems with the existing system. So our approach is called as supercritical water desalination and oxidation. I will just go into the details of what it is exactly. But basically what we want to do is we want to do the desalination process, which the commercial desalination technology does. But at the same time, we want to remove the hydrocarbons in there. And we want to do this in a single step. So this process is called a supercritical water desalination and oxidation. So what supercritical is a phase where the water behaves like a liquid and a vapor, and it is highly dense. So what happens is if you take water to around 400 degrees C and 220 bar pressure, then you go to a phase which is called as supercritical phase. In supercritical phase, you can desalinate the water automatically. And in addition, what happens is during that phase, because you are at such high temperature and pressure, your ion mobility is very high. So if you just supply oxygen, you can destroy the hydrocarbons present in it. And the reason we want to do these two steps simultaneously, because if we have done only supercritical water desalination, this process would have been very energy intensive. But we are trying to use the energy which is present in the organics as a heat source for the system. So this is a phase diagram, and I will not go into detail. So what we do is, this is our produced water over here. We take it to this temperature, which is around 400 degrees C, 440 degrees C. As a result, this will get separated into two phases. One would be a highly concentrated brine, which can have a weight concentration of 58%. And then
The other phase would be drinking water, which is 400 ppm. We can just cool it down and we can drink water. So we have tested at least 5 samples. Here we have shown only 3. So the first one over here is from Anadarko Basin. This is in Oklahoma. The feed concentration over here is 284,000 milligrams per liter. And when we treat this, we got a distillate which is of drinking water quality, and it has only a salt concentration of 256 milligrams per liter. EPA standard for drinking water is 500 ppm. So we are much below that. And in addition, we had destroyed all the organics. The second one which we treated was from Permian Basin. This is from New Mexico side, Permian Basin. It had a feed concentration of 167,000 milligrams per liter. Here also after treatment, we were at 499 milligrams per liter. And the last one was from Eagle Ford. This is from Texas Basin. And it was quite easy in that sense because it is only 34,000 milligrams per liter, which is very close to seawater. And then after purifying it, we had a distillate concentration of 439 milligrams per liter. So in addition to doing desalination, we can do a number of process or a number of other things with that, because we are in a supercritical phase that gives a lot of opportunity. So first of all, of course, this is a drinking water which can be directly used for agriculture purposes. Then we will generate critical materials, because we have shown that and we have demonstrated at lab scale that by just playing and tuning the operating parameters, we can recover these critical materials. We also produce electricity out of it. That drastically helps to improve the economics of the system. In addition, recently, we have shown that we can use this water, which is at very high temperature and pressure. We can then integrate it with different hydrogen production technologies and produce clean hydrogen. So there are a number of benefits of this. And this significantly helps in hydrogen economy, which we have been still looking for, because it will rely on use of produced water to produce hydrogen instead of being relying on fresh water source. So we did a techno-economic analysis to show what's the benefit of it. So basically, this is a cost model which we had done. So the red graph over here, it shows the disposable cost. And there is a huge error bar, if you can see over here, and it depends on location. It can even go up to $2 per barrel. So generally, it's in range of $1 to $0.4 per barrel if you do a brine disposal. Then the traditional treatment technology, which is brine concentrator, if you do that, our cost would be in range of $1 to around $1.8 per barrel. But with our technology, we can be around 25 to 60% cheaper compared to direct brine disposal, as you can see over here. And we can be around 67% cheaper compared to brine concentrator. And this is because we are trying to use the energy of organics present in water. That's the major source. In addition, we had modified our process flow diagram drastically, how to limit the cost of the system or reduce the cost of the system. So then what we did was we tried to predict what would be the cost of treatment for different basins across US. So we have plotted the major basin in US. Then what is the CO2 emission? We also carried a life cycle analysis model. So based on this, we predicted what would be our net emission. And the red graph over here shows what's the CO2 concentration, what's the concentration of the brine over there. So let's take the example of Permian, since we are in New Mexico. So the concentration over here is in range of 100,000 to 200,000 ppm. And our cost would be around $3.5 for treating, $3.5 per meter cube. And our CO2 emission is negative. The reason our CO2 emission is negative, because we oxidize it in supercritical phase and then we condense it. Because of that condensation, we produce a pure CO2. That CO2 can be directly sequestered. Okay, so this is our technology roadmap, basically. So we started the project in 2021. Then initially we just did a TEA model and simulation. Based on that, we got some internal funding, and we started testing the synthetic sample. And then this year we were doing the actual produced water testing, and we also modified our system. We have made it much more energy efficient with energy integrations and those things. And then our aim next year is to do a pilot scale demonstration. So next year we will be designing the system at 1 gallon per minute. And then we are going to have a pilot testing done for 1 gallon per minute. And if this goes well, then maybe in like end of 2028, we can have a commercial system which is in range of 100 gallons per minute. So this is our team. So we all are basically based in MK11. So we have a group of scientists and postdocs over here. And yeah, that's it from presentation. Thank you for listening. I'll be happy to
All right, any questions? Ready for lunch here? Oh, yeah.
Very interesting technology you're working on. How do you deal, I read on your poster, you don't have to pre-treat the water, but in certain basins like the Marcellus, there are radionuclides in the water. And how do you treat that?
So actually, we have to just remove shale rocks. That's the only thing we have to remove. Shale rocks, because this is all a turbo machinery based concept. So we just need to remove the shale rocks. Otherwise, our process can handle anything because it will create a phase separation and it can help you to generate, to remove those particles into 2 phases.
All right, what's your question over here?
The challenge with these technologies is always scale. How do you scale? At scale, what kind of reactor technology do you think you can use?
Right now we have a plug flow kind of reactor. Eventually we want to move towards a jacketed vessel reactor, which will have 2 outlet flows and with the feed coming in, and we will have those feed would be, because of the supercritical phase, we will be separating out our distillate and water, and then the distillate and brine. So the distillate would be salt free with a lot of organics in it. That goes into the reactor, and eventually we feel that needs to be a jacketed one because we want to recover as much energy as possible. So that's the aim is for those reasons.
Did I hear you say that we'll call it the rehabilitated water, is it going to be reused in the fracking system so that the other waters can be used for hydrology and living and farming?
No, we can get you for drinking actually. We can get it for drinking water quality, yeah. So the treated water which you have, it is as per EPA standard is of drinking water quality. So we can directly use it.
Is this an economic and environmental issue that this water can be repurposed or reused?
Oh, okay. So for produce water, you're saying not for this technology, if I'm getting it right. Produce water, they try to do that, but there's a limitation of how much you can recycle. So like in Permian Basin, I think Duncan can answer more, but if I'm not wrong, they get for 1 gallon of oil, they get 10 gallons of produced water, of which they can recycle only 70%. So to still get 3 gallons as waste, which you need to treat it or dispose it. So that's the whole point of it.
Any other questions? Up here close to the front. In the back.
How soon would the water be available to the public? Because I did work in the fracking industry, as a maintenance person, and I'm really feeling for that industry. That there was an issue while I was living at various locations where the water was so contaminated it would corrode the pipes, and I would see like the faucets falling through the seats, or we would have to constantly replace the shower.
So yeah, hopefully we believe that it can be deployed by 2028. But yeah, so we still need to prove it at pilot scale. That's the first thing, and that's our biggest aim is right now. So we have been doing it at lab scale, which is in range of 10 mils per minute to 20 mils per minute. But we want to go at least 1 gallon a minute to give industries that confidence. And once the industry has that confidence, then they can take it from there and build a commercial system, which can directly be deployed by the industry for public use.
All right, up here, the most good woman. With the mask.
Hi. 2 questions. I guess you're living in India now, or?
Yeah.
Oh. Then this fracking happen in India?
No, we do not have that much of oil and gas. So it's
I never saw it there, I lived there, and, I did, I did an environmental or native people. Fracking areas, in this area, in Boulder, Colorado, there's been, initiation on a voting scale to, much as possible, really try and limit fracking in the area. So those that we talked to the word that been comment. Are you involved with groups that actually just want to try and stop fracking? Because I know you're saying it's drinking water quality. I don't know if I want to drink it, so as Mother Nature. already has this.
So produced water will not be of drinking water quality. We will treat it to make it of drinking water quality. But if you look at any water which is over there, you do some treatment. Any water which you get over here, you have to do some kind of treatment. That's why there is a big water treatment plant before you get it to our water supply system.
How's the water get back into the system? How does the output go back into the ecosystem? The drinking water that you produce?
So that we will have to have some collaboration with the municipalities and those things so that they can take them.
Maybe provide a little context on that. Just to help you out a little bit, Prashant, just remember, Prashant is not in the water regulation business. So I'm Duncan McBranch and I'll be leading a couple of other costs. And I've been interacting a lot with different stakeholder groups around it. I happen to know the folks at the New Mexico Produced Water Consortium, so state that they have a dedicated facility for that. And you know, it's quite controversial, of course, to say we're going to take produced water from oil and gas and use it for other purposes, particularly agriculture, because you got to really prove and explain it won't have any long-term effects. So in New Mexico, at least, the approach is probably going to be that produced water will have to be completely closed cycle that's used for other purposes. In other words, it's not going to be discharged to the river or water treatment. That's one place where using it for hydrogen production would be attractive, because then you're just converting that to hydrogen. It's never going back into the system.
It's a great use. It's really a great use. Do we have any other questions? No. Do we have time for?
I think, yeah, we can do one more maybe.
Okay, one more. Anybody else have a question? All right, I'll ask a question. What other, you see it also be useful for like brackish water and, you know, in other cases outside of, you know, fracking?
So for brackish water, since the concentration is so low, it might not be that useful unless there is organics. So yeah, this technology is not like
water, you know?
Yeah, this technology, I'm not saying that this technology is the best technology for any water you get. So if you have got very dirty water, then this technology works economically. It can treat any water, but then that is the economics will not make sense. So we should never go for brackish water or seawater desalination with this technology.
I was hoping. I was hoping to solve a big problem, but hydrogen production would be just good enough. All right, any other ones? If not, I will hand it over for information about the next step.
More about the breadth of R&D energy that we're doing here, and particularly with the iWest and this idea of the importance in the energy transition. And then finally, how is the lab helping? And how can we do this, you know, at a commercial scale? So Kevin, over to you. Perfect. Thank you, Duncan. Oh, that's a secure way to keep that battery. Thank you so much. And thank you, Duncan, and thank you for the invitation today. I'm representing Melissa Falk, who is our Director of Applied Energy Programs at Los Alamos, and I'm really excited to talk to you about some of our focus as Duncan set up. Really want to bring your attention to the graphic in the middle of the slide, where, you know, we're really looking at our capabilities in terms of partnering with our broader community to enable a just and equitable energy transition. And in particular, you'll hear us talk about IWEST, the Intermountain West states, and you'll also hear us talk about the Four Corners region quite a bit. And IWEST is really aimed at developing kind of a regional vision and strategy to help communities navigate energy transition. And this is something that I talked about earlier, right before this panel. We're really trying to help communities that are undergoing coal plant closures, mine closures in real time, as we sort of focus on reduction of greenhouse gases. In addition to our focus in IWEST, where we're partnering with other national labs and regional universities, we also lead White House Interagency Working Group Rapid Response Team. This brings together agencies beyond Department of Energy, including Treasury, Commerce, EPA, to really help with the immediate tactical needs that communities have, like in Farmington, where they just closed down the San Juan generating station. And helping them, navigate the issues associated with displaced workforce. So I think that's really important in terms of the technologies that we develop at Los Alamos, really having, our sort of finger on the pulse of the community to help them, understand and see what we're capable of. But at the same time, I think more importantly, we're going out to the community and listening to the issues that are important to them. So as a scientist, I always use this analogy. We're used to navigating technical readiness levels through the valley of death. I think really the focus that we have in terms of community outreach is really helping with societal readiness, making sure communities are ready to adopt new technologies like hydrogen. They understand what these new energy technologies mean to them. In addition, we support a wide portfolio of energy programs, including focus on carbon capture, utilization and storage, bioenergy, hydrogen, and really exploring how all these new sort of energy economies impact the grid as we know it today in terms of its operation and resilience. And then, as Duncan mentioned earlier, we're engaged in major initiatives in the U.S. right now, like the clean energy hubs, in particular with the hydrogen hub and the direct air capture hub calls that have recently been issued. I think our partnerships with industry and sort of leveraging what we have as a laboratory in terms of looking at LANO as a test bed, I think are other important aspects of what we do and what we bring to the table in terms of engaging with our university, national lab, and community partners. Great, thanks, Kevin. So, back on. Webb Johnson, different perspective. You've been building a real company here doing that good work. You've grown a company here in New Mexico. Tell us about what you learned as a manufacturing company that exports globally. What are you most excited about in the coming year? And how do we grow more companies here like Rio Powder? Thanks, Colin.
Thanks, Duncan. I appreciate the invitation. So I alone have not grown this company in New Mexico. There's been quite the team, and I must give credit where credit is due. Tom Stevenson and a number of co-founders of the company who well preceded me saw the opportunity to reduce the cost of catalysts for both fuel cells and electrolyzers, and that has been fundamental to our journey as a manufacturer here in New Mexico. I promise I'll get to the slide. It's an intriguing one, but very briefly, I'll do a better job of this if I understand who's in the audience. Who here is representing industry interested in technology? There's a little presence here. All right, very good. Who here is from the investment wing of the world? Very good. Who here is an aspiring entrepreneur or seeks to work in a startup environment? who here has a program manager that's watching and is afraid to answer that previous question? All right, now, so, okay, I'm not gonna ask you, but like this gives me a little, who here is other? Yeah, all right, very good. All right, this gives me a little bit of a sense to the audience, but quite frankly, this has been a very interesting journey, mostly because where we're at now is we are having to grow up from being a startup to a company. And as fascinating and as lovely as the experience has been, that part's not a whole lot of fun. It is tough. There are growing pains to becoming a manufacturer, to reproduce things at scale, but it's absolutely essential. It's one of the reasons why we are able to actually stay in New Mexico, is that we've actually been able to scale up our production, and that makes us more viable to our customers. So that's one crucial element that keeps us both here and actually growing, is that New Mexico represents both sort of the best in resources. Los Alamos has been an invaluable partner in terms of both the material and the know-how, and even the intelligence around understanding the very materials we produce. It is indescribable how much of an asset Los Alamos has been for us. Obviously, our name is derived from the adjacent mountain, so we have a perspective, I mean, an absolute affinity. But most importantly, one of the real key issues for us in being in New Mexico is that we were born here. The founders are all from here, and as a result, we have a very different experience from somebody who was recruited to the state. If you look forward several, let's call it a certain number of years, I don't want to put a date on it, but let's say upon exit, there's a much greater likelihood of the entrepreneurs involved in Pajarito spinning off other entrepreneurs that are more likely to stay in the state. And I think that is a crucial element to consider as you incubate companies in the state, as opposed to, recruiting them. There's nothing wrong with recruiting companies to the state, but founders who are from here are probably more likely to produce new founders who wish to stay here. Now, do you want to get to this at some point? I think we can get to this at some point because there's going to be questions about PEM electrolysis.
Yeah, I'd love to tell just a little bit more about the company and particularly your experience as an exporter, because a lot of products here you export to places how you go along.
Yeah, somewhat terrifyingly, Pajarito was international from day one. The reality was that this industry was global from the moment we entered it. And that was reflected immediately in the customer inquiries that we received. Most of our customer sales occurred to Asia and Europe very early on. It's only been very recently that the US has come on very strong. But 93% of our dollar volume of catalyst sales were export up until about last year. One of the things that's really profound about the transformation that has happened in the energy world around hydrogen in the last 2 years, Europe coming out of COVID wanted to make a statement around renewable energy and energy transformation. So they committed a lot of money in that direction. Somewhat of surprise to our European counterparts, the US responded in kind with the Inflation Reduction Act and other activities that have actually launched a lot of money which in large measure has yet to be actually deployed on the ground, I would have to say. So this is all the energy that is coming. And as a result, what we're seeing is both trepidation and enthusiasm. Europe is excited to see the US take a leadership position again. However, they've also had to respond in kind because they're afraid that they might lose some of their technological edge with the amount of money being deployed. Now, one of the things that I think is very important to note is that there are an awful lot of challenges around hydrogen broadly. There are very specific challenges around green hydrogen, and particularly with the near-term goals that have been established by a lot of places. If you're talking about 100 gigawatts of electrolysis, electrolyzer capacity in a few 7 short years, which is about 99 times what exists today. One of the fundamental questions is this one behind me right now, right? So there's only about 7,500 kilograms of iridium mined on the planet each year, and most of the projections for specific capacity in PEM electrolysis today would have you believe that if we were going to build that many PEM electrolyzers with the current technology, we'd need about 54 tons or 54,000 kilograms of iridium, which obviously doesn't compute in the math. And so this is very much our raison d'etre. This is our reason for being. We're working on solving this problem, and amongst others for fuel cell and the application of that green hydrogen for transportation. But what you see here is the output of actual innovation from a lot of groundwork that came from efforts long ago at the lab and all other places.
Thank you, Bob.
Sure thing.
So we're gonna switch gears again, and with Claudia, we have a very different background picture, we can pull that up. Claudia, you represent state leadership on clean energy and climate. Tell us about what the state is doing to transition our energy economy to net zero. What are you most excited about in the coming year? And how can New Mexico be a leader in both technology development and deployment in the energy sector? And finally, how can the lab help?
Good afternoon. Hello, everyone. How's the voice level? You guys can hear me okay? Is that a higher or is that a thumbs up? Thumbs up. Okay, great. I'm gonna ask one more know your audience kind of question. So how many of you are from local or state or federal government? If you don't consider the lab a federal government. Couple. Okay, great. It was just out of curiosity. So I'm gonna just try to kind of whiz by a little bit about what we've been doing at the state to get to Duncan's question, which is, and where are we going at the state? So the state, with the governor, when she was first elected in her first term, put into place climate change goals, reducing our emissions by 45% by 2030, net zero by 2050. She had a set of 6 policies that she wanted us to implement, most of which have been, including clean cars, including cleaning up our grid, setting standards for renewable energy on the grid, building efficiency and standards, and most importantly, because they're the largest sector of our emissions, is the oil and gas industry, regulating some of the emissions that come from the oil and gas industry. So that's where we have been, and while all those have been put in place, and I think all of our conversations tying together. For example, this photo here is from the Navajo Technical University. We were out there last week meeting with folks who, in the Navajo Nation, while they're enthusiastic about embracing net zero, I can't say that they comprehensively are. The group of people that we met with are. They also, the uranium mines are closing, their coal mines are closing, and their power plants are closing. Those are all some of the primary providers of good economic jobs in the past, right? So they are now in a place where they are trying to reinvent themselves in the clean future, part of what Kevin was talking about earlier. So as everything we talk about here today, I think has to be with the backdrop of those people whose livelihood has depended on our past energy sources, and how do we bring them forward, understand what their needs are, and really make sure that the future provides these communities and other communities throughout New Mexico, especially the rural communities, with the kinds of futures that means that the energy transition works for them as well. All right, so where are we going as a state? And we feel like we have good regulations in place for the oil and gas industry, but we can't meet those emission targets without a couple pieces, which is where the technology deployment comes in place. One is through really understanding where the emissions are, being able to monitor them in real time, duration, space, and allow whether it's the regulators or the industry to be able to reduce those emissions. The technologies are developing, but they're not there yet to help us really understand and figure out the infrastructure to eliminate those fugitive emissions from the oil and gas industry. The second part, when we talk about net zero, is carbon capture and sequestration, right? We have a few carbon sequestration wells in New Mexico that are active and working, but we need a lot more deployment at scale in order to really be able to continue the use of the fossil fuels that we need, a small percentage, hopefully, of what we're using now, and be able to make that net zero. We also need to be able to use, natural gas to create hydrogen, which is the second part of where we're going. Hydrogen, New Mexico is one of 4 states that applied to get some funding from DOE for a hydrogen hub. And 4 of the projects in that 4-state consortium are in New Mexico, 3 of which are in the Four Corners area, so in the San Juan County. So we believe that hydrogen has a critical role to play as we transition towards the cleaner energy sources. And for people who don't know, hydrogen can be employed in many different ways. It can be in transportation, it can be electricity, it can be in heating, and probably in ways that we don't even really know yet. So being able to have New Mexico on the ground floor of the hydrogen future is really important for our economic opportunities and for our communities. Let's see, the third maybe is just, I'll mention transportation. Transportation is our 2nd largest source of emissions in the state. And so we are, we're increasing the deployment of electric vehicles throughout the state. That works well in the light and the medium duty space, but in the medium and heavy duty, the trucks and the trains and the airplanes, we absolutely need other alternatives, fuel cells. And so we are also encouraging the deployment of those kinds of technologies, partly through regulation, partly through private and public partnerships, and partly through tax incentives. Really, as a state, we have a number of tools in our toolbox that we try to use as we think about our future.
Great, thank you, Claudia. So finally, Steve, you represent the America's Frontier Fund as perhaps the largest new venture capital effort in New Mexico ever, and that represents a 10-year commitment to developing technology companies here in New Mexico. Tell us more about the AFF strategy, and in particular, how can venture capital help in this energy economy transformation in New Mexico?
Thanks. So I'm Steve Weinstein. I'm one of the general partners of America's Frontier Fund. But more importantly, America's Frontier Fund was set up to basically invest in critical technologies across the United States. And why we thought now is the time. We feel there was a gap happening, where critical technologies weren't being invested in at the level they needed to succeed. And so we were seeing a bunch of things happening. One, which is good, we're seeing this lab grow. We're seeing, government funding. We're seeing state focus on things, energy and other things more so in the past. It's, for me as an investor and as a company builder, the post-COVID world kind of changed how everybody thought of geography, willing to go places they wouldn't. In fact, yesterday I was talking to someone who said it used to be like if you wanted to come work here at Lano, you had to get the spouse a job, and you had to get this a job. Well, that's starting to fall away, where somebody can take their job with them from work from home. The other one that they said is sometimes we get the people to come here and now we have to go find them a job at one. So the dynamic is changing, around the country. And the thing that we were also seeing is, I, fortunately or unfortunately, depending upon the view, I live in Silicon Valley, and we're very myopic there. And in fact, if you look at funding historically, it's very myopic, all right? And we're seeing that this is no longer true in this post-COVID world. People are broadening their, vision of where it's possible. I mean, I think all of that the state gets an unfair share, a deserving share of funding from the federal government that is that's not exploited in the way that it should be. In the sense that, a lot of the stuff that's being developed out of this lab and Sandia and FRL and down at UNM and NMS and MC and the rest of the CNM, all of those places are putting out technologies that are not attracting capital. All right, as much capital. For those of you who don't know, the state gets over 10 billion, I think it is, in R&D dollars. How much venture does the state get a year? You might know.
Couple hundred million.
Couple hundred million.
right? Well, that's a pretty out of whack number, right? And so that means that there's untapped potential here, right? So when we were setting up America's Frontier Fund, the first thing we said, well, we have to have funding because that's one of the problems that you always had. So we created Frontier Fund 1, which is a venture fund. The second thing we created is a science and technology team. We realized that that had to be a part of a nonprofit. The third leg in this is that we had to have a data analytics fund, is, you know, looking for what we call unicorns that should have happened in states, you know, because they didn't get the funding or they didn't get the technology advantage that they should have early. And lastly, we said, hey, one of the biggest problems with pulling research out of places is that you're hoping the scientist turns into the entrepreneur that leaves the lab and creates the company. Now, people do that. In fact, I see a couple people in the room who've done that, but that doesn't usually work. And so the last part of our strategy was to create something called Roadrunner Venture Studios. And what Roadrunner Venture Studios is a place where we create the companies from scratch, hoping to team up with places like Alamos to extract the technologies, but not necessarily extract the scientists to create the companies. And in that regard, we then feel like we can build companies. So we think there are a lot of things coming in addition to, you know, that, you know, there's also push from Washington, not just funds, but push for a little bit more focus on commercialization. So you're getting a little bit of more non-dilutive funding that, you know, not just SBIR that everybody's been going for. And you're also getting this push to the hub strategies that's also helping, you know, whether it's NSF or DOE or others. So we're seeing that, you know, New Mexico was a perfect place to come and create something that had the opportunity as well as the ability, we think, to pull it off, you know, with what the internal resources are here. So we, over the next 10 years, because all of us who've been in deep tech or hard tech or tech that comes out of a lab, realize that's a long slog, right? And so as a venture capitalist, we have to start early, right? We have to start early, we have to get the companies early, but we do have to put a scaffolding of future funding and future, you know, not both non-dilutive and dilutive funding to bring these companies from scratch. So in energy, you know, let's face it, this is a perfect state to be, you know, thinking about energy. And as we were thinking about it, 20% to 25% of our focus of the fund and of the organization is in new energy. And, you know, when we say new energy, whether it's green hydrogen or even, you know, some of the morning stuff could be used for blue hydrogen, you know, capabilities, we think that is key and we hope to be the first people in. You know, when we think of it, we want to be the lightning rod, the first money in, the people who say this is worth it. And then we hope to build the companies here. And lastly, we realize that it can't just happen here. And so our bigger strategy is to duplicate what we're doing with Roadrunner in other states that are similarly similar opportunities. So that's what we're about.
Steve, and maybe just say one or two words more about how venture capital plays in the energy industry.
Well, I mean, it's frequently, you know, if you think of the cycle, you know, somebody brought up this the valley of death early and some of the other things is, you know, venture is, you know, hopefully the people who are taking the risk, right? They're taking the biggest risk. Why? So that means when we're investing in energy, we're going to have to invest in a kind of multiple bets, right? You want to believe that one of them is going to pay off, but it really is a numbers game. And, you know, because there are outside forces that can have it influence whether a company succeeds that are outside of, you know, the ability of the company to either anticipate. I mean, we all saw COVID, what it did to 1 million companies that the day before it happened, they wouldn't have never thought that could have happened. And so given that, you know, venture hopes to be the people who are and myself in particular, in the seed stage. And when you think of seed stage, that's like all the companies you saw today. If you were here this morning, those are really seed or pre-seed companies. They just need a little bit more money to go to the point where, you know, you think of a company, it's tech readiness level, and that's what they all talked about, TRL. Well, there are two other parameters that you should think about. Investment readiness level. Would you give your money to that company? And that usually is venture who gives, or the people who give money when no one else will. And the third thing is what I'll call customer readiness level. Are they ready for a customer, right? And those things, are required. So the one in the middle, I'm going to help on the customer readiness level is through partnerships. And what partnerships can be created both in the state and out. And the good thing about the state, so, we saw a lot of these companies were lead companies, getting 400K, to get out the door. That's great. I mean, that's, because they are even taking the higher risk, the risk before the risk, and so I think that's the stage we're very, very earlier. Some of the larger VC funds, we have some later in the, I think at the end of the day, some of the bigger funds, they can have the money to go later, but a lot of these technologies are going to take hundreds of millions of dollars to get off the ground. And so can you take all the risk off, the investment risk, the technical risk, the customer risk, so that the people who mostly deal in numbers will be willing to take the risk.
Great, thanks, that's very helpful. I have a couple follow-up questions for the panel, and then we'll open it up to the audience for questions. I want to go back over to Kevin first, but inspired by a point that Claudia, two technology areas that are absolutely critical to net zero in New Mexico. One is eliminating fugitive methane emissions. And two is really getting to carbon capture and sequestration at scale. So Kevin, for you, a lot of people, I think, believe that this notion of carbon capture and sequestration is very much an untested, high-risk future technology. Can you tell us a little bit about how close it is to be able to capture and store carbon underground today?
Sure, yeah, I'll take a stab and maybe defer, to you and, some of the panel to kind of add. I think as part of our portfolio of programs at Los Alamos, we have funding from the DOE Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management, where we're sort of looking at practical aspects of Class 6 wells, very large volume CO2 storage wells in the area, in the Four Corners region in particular, partnering with regional universities and companies to establish these technologies to improve their viability. So I think that's one thing that we're doing in real time, and we're part of many consortia that involve, again, national labs, industry, and academic partners in a wide variety of carbon capture and utilization technologies. And I forgot the second part of the question, Duncan.
Well, how far away are we? How much new technology do we need if we're going to start putting carbon underground?
I think the technology exists, so I think it's a matter of just doing it. I believe there are Class 6 wells in operation now in the U.S. We're gathering data on their performance. I think one thing I hear quite a bit from the community perspective is just a general concern. How good are these Class 6 wells at truly storing and sequestering the CO2 that's injected into them. And I think we're getting that data in real time. We're developing sort of performance verification technologies to make sure the wells are behaving like we think they should. We're developing modeling technologies to make sure that we sort of understand and have a model of how these systems should perform. So I think there are a lot of things happening in parallel, but there are real things happening in real time.
Great, thanks. And I know the lab is really committed to be a strong partner in not just developing technology, but validating that they're working as advertised in the field. So maybe go back to Claudia for a second part follow-up there. Claudia, the other thing you talked about was fugitive emissions. And there's sort of a carrot and stick possibility there. You've got to have a strong regulatory framework, and you probably have to have some incentives for the largest emitters to capture that. Say a little bit more about what you sort of the two sides of that coin, the carrot and stick approach.
So New Mexico, the Environment Department that I work for, we're basically the EPA equivalent at the state level, passed some ozone precursor rules more based on standards requiring certain pieces of equipment only emit emissions at a certain levels. Our sister agency that also works very closely with us on climate change issues, the Energy Minerals Natural Resources, have more of a performance-based regulations that require that 90% of the natural gas that gets produced in the state be captured, so 2% waste. We don't really know where it is because of this data issue, but in any case, that is, it's still a stick because it requires, regardless of which of the two regulations the producer falls under, they have to demonstrate compliance. Where I would say some of the carrot comes in is, Duncan, when he introduced me, mentioned the Clean Transportation Fuel Standard. A Clean Transportation Fuel Standard assigns carbon intensity to all the fuels we use in the transportation sector. And if New Mexico's oil and gas producers can demonstrate a lower carbon intensity means like how many emissions are produced from well all the way to wheel. And so along both the production, the transmission, the refinement, all the way to the car that's driving, that's using that fuel. If the oil and gas industry can demonstrate cleaner emissions as the oil and gas is produced, it means that they can actually benefit from having a lower carbon intensity and potentially even go onto the marketplace and market their fuel as low carbon intensity fuel, which puts them at an economic advantage against the other their counterparts that may not be able to do that. So that's an example of a carrot of kind. It's still regulatory, but it's kind of it's a market carrot.
Yeah, I like that. And part of what we're trying to do in the lab is to quantify those benefits, and show how different technologies contribute. And I really like how you emphasize carbon intensity of your energy. That should be the measure. We get a lot of sort of advocacy language around different colors of hydrogen, for example. We think we just got to talk about the carbon intensity, drive that to zero.
And if I can also just build on the point of how, the actual quantification of our emissions is not something that we do very well yet, but I know there's a lot of technology emerging from the lab on really helping, whether it's regulators or the industry, really do a much better job of quantifying emissions, methane emissions in particular. There's ground level, there's balloon level, I don't know what it's called, and then satellite level. Anyway, and all of them have advantages and disadvantages. And being able to quantify really what our emissions are is going to be a very important step in actually getting to where we need to go.
Right, thanks. So that's something we're very passionate about. Let's say stay tuned. I know we've got a strong preprint because I've read it that really looks at that for the state and analyzing how we can really quantify emissions from individual operators. So maybe I'll go back over to Webb. And so Webb, you emphasized, that transition from startup to manufacturing company. Have you been able to find the talent pool here in New Mexico to build that kind of manufacturing?
We have, and periodically, a certain unnamed other national non-budget. Both, more seriously though, we are a firm believer that the talent exists here. I think there is work to be done, and those are things that we are in our spare time attempting to collude with some of the entities that are responsible for the workforce efforts around things. But fundamentally, we know that a lot of the key talent is here, and we continue to not only find it, we draw it back to New Mexico, as we've recently done with the hire of our new chief scientist.
Thanks, and I think as Claudia and Kevin emphasized, a lot of that talent pool exists in parts of the state that are producing energy today. And so part of the goal is to make sure that those jobs stay in those regions that we fit the different energy bases. So I think that's great. I want to give the panel a quick hand for all the before now I'll open it up to the questions. Raise your hand. We got microphones in the back. No, there we go.
My question kind of goes to Claudia.
you were talking about electric vehicles, and it seems like that is a regulatory issue in New Mexico compared to our neighboring states of the acceptance of electric vehicles and the support of electric vehicles in the state. Can you comment on what the state is doing to increase that capacity within New Mexico?
Sure. Maybe some of you know that on July 3rd, our governor announced that the Environment Department, particularly my bureau, will be working on regulations to adopt California's advanced clean car regulations, both that and the advanced clean trucks. That is a regulation that probably many of you heard of when California announced that by 2035, 100% of the vehicles sold, the light duty vehicles sold in California had to be 100% what we call a zero emission vehicle, which largely is made up of battery electric vehicles. So we are following suit, although we're not taking it all the way to 2035, we're taking only 2032, 82% new zero emission vehicles requirement that the manufacturers deliver those to the state. Advanced Clean Trucks has similar percentage requirements by the truck manufacturers. And we also recognize that when we talk about zero emission vehicles, there is a great deal of infrastructure needs that need to accompany that delivery of vehicles, in particular charging stations. Webb and May were just telling me about their experience trying to find a place to charge their electric vehicle here in Los Alamos. Good news is, and somebody else mentioned this too, Inflation Reduction Act, together with the BIL, there are billions of dollars available for states for all kinds of climate change work, including millions for New Mexico in the EV infrastructure realm. And so while it's not there yet, and our rules, if they are approved, will not go into effect until 2026. So we have both a lot of money heading our way and a pause until these rules actually start. It is part of the transition, and we know transitions are hard, and we know that 85% of the charging happens at home. We know we need to improve our grid to be able to improve the amount of electricity that's available on the grid and its actual power supply at any given place. These are all pieces that we recognize, and I think that we are all trying to move forward. And the good news is the amount of funding that's available for that now. To the workforce piece, we also need a lot of young people employed in all of the aspects of the transportation decarbonization work that I'm just talking about.
Yeah, okay, I'll just speak loud and then I'll get, oh, here we go.
There's a massive explosion of the investment in battery factories around the country and around the world. I'm not aware, I could be out of touch, but I'm not aware of any significant activity here. Is there, maybe, I'm not sure who take the question, but is it too late for New Mexico to be involved? And are there technologies in the labs, for example, related to advanced battery technology that have the potential to be low cost platforms for down the road?
We direct that to Webb and then Steve. Yeah, Steve, you want to go first?
No, go
I
ahead.
have a certain fundamental view on that.
Well, go for it then if you have a fundamental view.
No, I mean, look, I am a fuel cell and hydrogen guy, straight up, right? But the world is vast. We need a lot of solutions. We need solutions for every climate, latitude, elevation, workforce, geography, you name it. So even from the perspective that we come from, where we believe that fuel cells may serve as a better solution for certain things, I fundamentally believe that battery technology and New Mexico's opportunities within the realms of battery technology should be further cultivated. Now, I think that sort of lies in the realm of advanced materials, which I have suddenly talked myself out of the job right here, because that I think is something for the lab to speak to, and I think there might be somebody who's much better versed as to what's happening
sort of next generation material.
Before you hand over the microphone, I want to redirect the question a little bit, because I think we saw an announcement a few days ago that Nell is going to build a $500 million manufacturing plant for the electrolysis. So I could redirect, it doesn't have to be battery, fuel cell here too. And just remind everybody that electric vehicle is being powered either by a hydrogen tank. Electric vehicle can be powered either by a big battery or by a hydrogen tank. They're both electric vehicles. So what I would be most excited about is how do we get that manufacturing base for the heavy duty side of electric vehicles here? So thoughts you have on that?
Yeah, now you're singing my song. The reality is that I think there is a lot of evidence that that hydrogen works well for heavy transportation. We've got some great slides that come from some credible sources. Kenworth has got one that shows there's about a 27% reduction in load for semi trucks that would be battery electric powered. And that's not necessarily even looking at conventional battery. Fundamentally, the next issue that you encounter is the megawatt size charging that's required. If you have to charge a car lately, you can only imagine what the scale of charging is required. And megawatt is something on the order of about 10,000 homes. You're talking about a lot of grid investment. So again, my bias is that you can actually make a lot of fuel cell vehicles which require a smaller battery used in conjunction with that fuel cell. So I believe that there are some beautiful synergies that come about with the use of fuel cell and smaller batteries. Ergo, you get to make more electric vehicles. And I don't know if that actually speaks to your point, but like fundamentally, we're looking at becoming one of those large manufacturing concerns that ships material all over the world for people to do what they need to do to build both electrolyzers and fuel cells. I don't see any reason why not, that there couldn't be some either fuel cell or electrolysis systems production in New Mexico.
Thanks. Over to Steve.
Yeah, I mean, I think, as someone who's just beginning to see the technology coming out of the labs, I mean, everybody's looking for a different battery solution. They want to get away from lithium batteries. They want to get away from rare, metals. I've seen recent ones in aluminum and some solid state. So the battery technology is going to advance forward. It's going to take slower. The idea of whether you're going to get a gigafactory, a battery factory here, I can't speak to it. I assume I know it's incredibly complex and challenging to get one of those. But I do see, if you think of the next generation, as I think other people are talking about, whether it's battery, it's fuel cell, if it's raw materials for creating those, I think those are the opportunities. I would look forward to the new stuff that's going to come online or necessary to come online. If you think about it, how are we going to, what going to power data centers and one of the bigger users of power. What new solutions are there going to be for that? And so maybe the goal is get good power so that the data centers come here and rather than just creating jobs for creating the batteries, just create other forms of the industry. So it's exciting. I do think I saw some new batteries. I mean, if anybody's been in the battery business, they know that it's really great in the lab, and when it goes to manufacturing, it's a long slog. So.
Other questions? Or over here and then left.
So this question is more for Steve. So investing deep tech takes a long time. So I was just curious, what are some of the key factors and criteria you think about when evaluating potential investments in this energy transition sector?
Well, I think like any deep tech, it is one thing, our fund is a little longer, a 12-year fund rather than a 10-year fund. So two, we're going to have to do investments sooner, right? Rather than, kind of go out the 4 or 5 years you normally go in a fund. The second thing is, building up follow-on funds for, thinking very much about the funding cycle through the life cycle of the company. What does it really take? So when we're talking to companies, it's not like how do we get the TRL up 1 or 2 or 3 steps. It's how do we know how much it's going to take to be in mass production. So that's one of the things we actually map out is, what it's cost to scale, the cost to scale. And how would we get the funding, whether it's non-dilutive DOE kind of style funding or DARPA or others, or is it, just particular private equity? The next thing we look at is, what, really evaluate, as I said earlier, all the risk factors, right? I mean, really measure the risk factors, right? Because it's not just scientific risk, it's manufacturing risk, it's team risk, it's market risk, it's distribution risk. How do you go to market? Think about it. I think everybody thinks everybody's technology is exceptionally desirable, right? The question is it feasible and viable to do it, right? And are you and measure those things. The last thing we look at is, does that technology see an alternative future? All right, like, is it really is it an incremental technology or is it a disruptive technology? And the way we do it is a little different. And, some companies do it and some funds do it, is we imagine, say it's, 2032 and 82% of the cars are, EV in the state. And what are the steps that have to do to get there? If you've ever done a puzzle, it's a lot easier to do a puzzle backwards, because you can see how to go the previous step. And so if we think about it, it's 2032. What has happened the day before it goes, full EV, right? What happens? What would need? The grid needs to be upgraded. So what are the core critical technologies for the grid? The charging stations need to be ubiquitous, right? We probably have to have time of day charging so that you can, do load balancing. We probably need alternative energy sources to, so you just think all the way back. So we think back from the end state back to also when we're judging the technology. Hope that helps.
Well, can I just follow up? I have to be really careful. 82% of the new vehicles.
I know.
But that really scares people when we say 82% of all cars in the state will be electric.
Your car's getting off the road.
Right, so no, it's not. So I just wanted to make
You're not
sure.
gonna take my-
Yeah, exactly. Nope. All right.
Yeah, so we also talk about investment a bit, the question just there. And with the hydrogen hub proposal that New Mexico and the 3 other states have kind of bidded on, I'm curious how important the federal dollars, if they come through that proposal, are to the states kind of clean energy transition goals. Is it kind of, a nice boost for already existing efforts, or is it really going to like ramp things up in like a new direction? How important is that federal money that's awarded?
Well, let me take the liberty of taking that one. Because I was pretty heavily involved with the state on that equation the last year. And honestly, it's a drop in the bucket. So the hydrogen hubs there'll be a very nice feather in the cap for the western states if that hub is awarded. It's about $1 billion over 10 years. So if you think it's an ante into the game of energy transition, we think it's important that it happened here first, and there's a lot of reasons why the lab is enthusiastic about trying to help that happen, but it's a small part of that investment. Actually, other parts of the legislation that was passed, in particular the tax credits for both hydrogen production and for carbon capture, are going to probably play a bigger role.
That could bring insight.
Thanks. What role do you see nuclear power playing in New Mexico as you look at it from an investment standpoint, from a regulatory state perspective? Because the labs have been developing nuclear technology for many years. It is arguably a strong suit of the national labs, Sandia included. So, we can talk about hydrogen, we can talk about solar. I'm concerned about the back end of those, right? And as Steve mentioned, the infrastructure that's needed, charging stations, what have you. If we put tons of solar PV, what happens when they come out and decommission? The opportunities for companies to reclaim essential minerals, can you talk about some of that and what the role is, the nuclear life cycle. And the investment in opportunities in New Mexico to really tap into the core of in particular Los Alamos, Sandia, and perhaps some of what AFRL is involved.
We direct that one over to Kevin. Just talk about, what you see as the near future for nuclear energy.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, the nuclear energy is outside of our sort of fundamental applied energy office, but we do have a civilian nuclear programs office dedicated to sort of exploration of nuclear energy. And really, major focus for us is looking at small modular nuclear reactors and sort of supporting companies as they advance these new technologies like, sort of molten salt, reactors. And, I think that I see this from the standpoint of our community outreach, maybe less so in New Mexico, but very much so in Utah and Arizona. As coal plants are slated for closure, communities are looking to small modular nuclear power to replace, the sort of, megawatts that are being lost in their communities. So I think communities are taking a very hard look at their sort of alternative energy options, as we see the coal transitioning happening in real time. So Duncan, I don't know if there's something else you want to sort of spin there.
No, I think you covered that. Maybe did you want to add something?
Yeah, just for you. Yes, I agree with you. In the sense that particularly I mentioned data centers. Small SMRs really make total sense for data center. I mean, and so if there's any way, but it's a regulatory / public perception problem. Right? I mean, it doesn't take a lot to shut down a nuclear effort. Right. So I think there's going to be a lot of change. There was a company, I think, Open Safe Nuclear, that kind of started here in New Mexico and moved out to the state of Washington, was building what I'll call medium power plants. So there's a lot of effort going there, and there is actually a lot of investment going there. How much we'll see the light of day, I think it's going to be more on the regulatory and public perception, not in the senses of technology work.
Great, and I'll wrap up this panel, just make a final comment on that. Just to remind everybody, the laboratory, we have a substantial energy footprint. We're about 100 megawatt peak load in the summer. And we are also under an executive order to get to net zero carbon by 2050. And one of the tools that we operate a utility on site in collaboration with the Los Alamos County utility. One of the tools we have for that is future power purchase agreements, and we work closely with the county there. And we have a piece of the future NuScale nuclear reactor in our future energy mix. So that's one of the few ways that we at the laboratory can invest in the future things beyond the fiscal year. And we're working very hard to be part of the solution. So thanks again to the panel today. New technologies and capabilities and deep tech companies. So another brilliant panel. And so we'll see. My intros here, my bio. I have the wrong page going. So first we have Dr. Lisa Danielson, Director of our Center for Space and Earth Science, and also Program Manager for Discovery Science and New Mission at the National Lab. And she gets to think about 6 scientific focus areas: astrophysics, heliophysics, geophysics, planetary science, Earth systems, and bioscience. So what a great job with that. She spent the previous 15 years at NASA Johnson Space Center as a staff member and manager of basic applied research. So it's Lisa. Next to Lisa is Jason Hundley, founder and CEO of Crossbow Systems. So many of you saw Jason earlier today moderating the panel. And Crossbow is a New Mexico solid rocket motor product technology and launch service company. And Jason has over 20 years of experience in the aerospace industry, in both startups, corporate executive leadership, program management, launch vehicle design, and other space technology development. At Crossbow, Jason's grown the company from 5 employees and co-founders to a multi-stage growth stage firm of 100 employees across the U.S.
And then we have Dr. Bill Goodman, aerospace engineer at New Mexico Spaceport America. And he came out of retirement to join us today, so thanks, Bill. Until last September, Dr. Goodman served as the Director of Aerospace Operations at Spaceport America. And a highlight of his time there was, he was participating in various student STEM outreach program. The Spaceport is run in combination with the Mexico State University, so when we play there, we got to do a good amount of technology development where, and has his PhD in optical and molecular physics from Ohio State. You said in your bio, it's from Ohio State University, but I know it's the Ohio.
That's, yeah, we don't all do that.
Yeah. Okay, and then finally, Scott Sigler, CEO and Principal Technologist at Space Kinetic. You heard Scott talk earlier today. And he is the latest member of our Lab Embedded Entrepreneur Program. And before founding Space Kinetic, he was manager of engineering programs at Eaton and first worked at Rolls-Royce Aerospace. And also founded and managed to be profitable, but as we heard, environmentally hazardous additive manufacturing company called Zinc-Tech. So great panel today, and I'll do like I did in our last panel and sort of have a flow of some leading questions. Well, we have to follow up, and then we'll open it up to the audience. So we'll start with Lisa. Many people are not aware of the depth of work that we do in space systems and technology. So give us a flavor of our mission-driven work. We have a slide for me that we're supposed to be showing.
No, spaceship of the imagination.
Good. That's what we like about you. What are the best opportunities for partnering with the commercial sector, and how do we grow the ecosystem in this?
Absolutely. Thanks, Duncan. So when most people think of Los Alamos, they don't necessarily think of our space mission. And I like to tease my NASA colleagues by reminding them that Los Alamos has been in the space technology world longer than NASA has existed, starting with the rover program, looking at nuclear propulsion, and then moved into satellites and 3D monitoring and verification, which is still the core of the Los Alamos work today. And in terms of my program office, so that's if you know something about Los Alamos Space, that's what you think about, right? Is that continuing mission of 3D monitoring and verification that start NNSA and DOE sponsored work. The fun thing that I get to do in my program office, what I'm going to focus on today, is that discovery science and new mission part, which is all of our open, publicly accessible work that spans all of what people would think of as the NASA world. So that includes human spaceflight, Space Technology Mission Directorate, and the entirety of the Science Mission Directorate. So Duncan outlined all the areas of my center, but that is what we do with our NASA partners as well. And those of you who are paying attention to the world of space news sees that there is a continuing drive to engage with commercial space industry, partner with commercial space to further all of our human and scientific, planetary and space exploration goals. So the fun and exciting part and what I'm thinking about for the future is not only what we've done in sort of this low cost model that I think is most accessible, what people think about, which is heliophysics and astrophysics. And again, heliophysics is really the core of the Los Alamos world. That is our main area of expertise, probably followed by astrophysics, but we do have work more broadly in other science disciplines. And in fact, there is a poster out there for the Nacho satellite, for example. Take a look at it. That's Earth observations. That is a way that we have and most easily, I should say, immediately engaged with commercial space. Some of these CubeSat, small sat missions. The fun challenge for the future is going to be looking to explore further into our solar system. So getting beyond that Earth orbit domain, going into cislunar space and even beyond into planetary space. And that's where I think the laboratory can provide some excellent partnership, because we can be that long-term planner in terms of what do we want to do in space exploration.
and then look to our commercial partners to help achieve some of those fun space and planetary exploration goals.
Not get feedback. So, Jason, you've grown your business here, you've licensed technology from Sandia, you've partnered with Los Alamos on launching payload to the spaceport, so you've kind of done it all. What are you most excited about for Crossbow? How do we build more collaboration between labs and the New Mexico ecosystem? And then, you know, one of the things I've heard a lot is this tension between the space tech and startups and the bigger providers. So how do we navigate that landscape from startup up to the, you know, the big tech?
Yeah. So from the standpoint of growing a New Mexico-centric business, I mean, been here about 5 years. We started incubating the technology out of New Mexico Tech University, have our facilities at the MRTC. We're at this inflection point. We believe we've conquered most, you know, of the technology, the feasibility. You know, we've gone through various SBIRs, various, you know, labs, had pretty much, I believe I've had almost every national expert in solid rocket propulsion come down and vet our technology continually. We're literally building now the scale. And the excitement that I see for us is, you know, the attention that we're getting, especially innovating in a sector that hasn't been innovated in about 5 or 6 decades. I mean, the technology that we're using to make solid rocket motors, I mean, they're literally KitchenAid mixers, just industrial strength to basically not explode if good. But bringing that technology and actually seeing it work at scale is probably going to be our most exciting test over the near future. We have strategic investors right now that come, they're invested into the company. They're super excited. They are prime contractors. So one of our strategic investors is Lockheed Martin. Lockheed Martin just trying to do its happy due diligence on one program literally can consume my entire leadership's team attention for months on it. And so my challenge over the next several years is, you know, A, how do we continue to make progress? And B, how do we not let the major systems integrators literally suck all the energy out of the company just in what if scenarios and just in, you know, hey, can you do this product demo? Or hey, can you do this? Or hey, why don't you have 75 years worth of data the way APK's got all this data built up for 75 years? Where's your 75 years of the data? And we're like, you're a friendly person. You're not even the unfriendly one. So that challenge, I gotta tell you, there is there is not a literal, but there is a figurative graveyard of space, defense, commercial technology companies that basically have been, we'll call it, there's a terminology, it's called stepping on your airways. You know, as you're making progress as a company. And you know, this is something to think about it from a national lab. I mean, these entrepreneurs that are out here, these C companies, and they're like, I've got 500K and I got like 6 months of runway. 6 months of runway to a company means that's when I can no longer make payroll. And everybody's like now working in my kitchen, if they happen to be lucky to get on to payroll. When you hit the growth stage, you know, everybody looks at you, you know, these multi-billion-dollar companies and they're like, oh man, okay, we're interested now in writing a big check, or we might actually buy your product or something. And the amount of time necessary to go through that level of due diligence, companies accidentally, you know, government entities accidentally, they'll do this thing and it's called stepping on the air hose. You desperately need the contract, you desperately need that oxygen, but instead of helping you, they've accidentally sent you to 3 more months of, well, can you go do that then? Or can you do that? Every time that question gets asked, it costs that company money. And that company has to do a trade on whether or not, the time and energy is actually worth it. That is something, I mean, I used to work on the government side. That is something that is a challenge that often gets colored, the labs and the governments and the long-term thinking sometimes get colorblind to that time instance, like, if you could get a contract done 60 days sooner, you just save that company hundreds of thousands of dollars. If you want the 80% statement of work instead of the perfect statement of work, you've just saved that local business, hundreds of thousands of dollars of time and energy. And so it's sort of being able to paint that picture and having the, I will say, level of patience necessary to basically, jump into the deep pool. Because there's a very thin, shallow pool of commercial businesses. And when I mean shallow, like it is, nanometer thin pool. And that's the water we get to play in. And then there's basically, the Marianas Trench. There's not a lot of good in between states, the way that our space and defense, industry has worked. You're either at the SBIR level or you're directly competing against Boeing, SpaceX, Blue Origin, companies that have infinite resources and infinite product and infinite customer access. And so that is a challenge that every company has. Fortunately, one, I'm a Marine, so I'm extremely stubborn, adaptive and inventive. And the second is I've got a fantastic team of people that we pulled in from both industry, have sort of these scars that we think we have what it takes to get it to that next level.
So tell us a little bit of what you're excited about. I know we've had it out.
We were working to try to get the media cleared. We just got the media cleared on Friday. Literally, I got DVDs. We just finished our second mission with Los Alamos. And so that is our mission patch. And so with the Global Security Group, we just finished our second mission of low-cost flight testing. So we have a full-scale PTV, and we're working on a series of follow-on missions with that group right now. But the Army controls all the photos and everything else at White Sands. And basically, I couldn't get the video extracted from the Army Public Affairs clearance in time for this event, because basically that launch just occurred about a little over 4 weeks ago.
All right, appreciate that. It's a good segue over to Bill. Bill, we're fortunate in New Mexico to have, I think it may have been the first inland spaceport. We certainly think it's the best. Most people have heard that Virgin Galactic will be starting commercial flights in August. That's a big deal. But there's a lot else happening down at the spaceport. So tell us about what you're most excited about for the next year and what other commercial ventures are emerging at the spaceport.
Okay, so just to make one comment there, it turns out we're the only inland spaceport that has customers. So, we're very excited that Virgin finally, after all these years, their program is looking like it's going to be coming to fruition. They've announced their first true commercial launch. I mean, they've done one commercial launch, but this one is one which is actually what they built the company to do, which is to carry tourists to space. And that's been a long time coming, and the preparation for that is the bulk of the investment in the spaceport. But we've not been standing still. So depending on how you define the beginning of the spaceport, it either started in 2006 with the first launch to space, or it started in 2008 when we actually got the license from the FAA to operate the spaceport. But it's been there a long time, and we've not been sitting around on our thumbs all that time. We've actually had, if you include Virgin now, we've had 9 different companies that have launched space vehicles or space-like vehicles at the spaceport. Not all of them went very high. Some of them only went to 30,000 feet, but they were testing something relating to space. We have a very interesting company there called Spin Launch. It was mentioned this morning. So Spin Launch has got this innovative kinetic launch approach, which is using a giant centrifuge, and we feel very fortunate. They put, I don't know, we don't have a real true accounting from them on how much money they spent, but my accounting is that it's on the order of $50 million that they've invested in New Mexico to build that facility. We've also become real popular. This picture behind me points to one of the real important advantages that we have there at the spaceport. You see, there's that bubble of airspace there that I've got marked. And that's White Sands Missile Range. So that's a big chunk of airspace that is not directly under FAA control. Most of the time it's controlled by White Sands. And then the actual airspace is shown then on the right side. So that means that all the launches that we've done, and we've done launches for 3 different licensed launch companies, and we've done the other 9, or the other 6, I should say, have all been under waivers from the FAA. But we've never once delayed an airliner or delayed an airline passenger from arriving at their destination as a result of that airspace. So in any case, we've become, because of that, to some degree, very popular place to test high altitude, long endurance UAVs. One of the companies is a company called AeroVironment. That's only one of the 3 that I can actually disclose the identity of. The others we have non-disclosure agreements with. But nevertheless, because of that airspace, it's a great place to do this. The FAA used to take the position that restricted airspace was not to be used to circumvent the regulatory process, but they have changed their tune on that, realizing that there's this pent-up demand for testing, so that now they actually encourage doing this sort of thing. So again, we've had already this year, we've had 2 long endurance high altitude UAV tests conducted, and this is something that's going to continue. Then otherwise, there have been other low altitude UAVs as well. We've tested propulsion from 5 different companies, including Jason's company. And interestingly enough, we actually hosted 4 of the balloon launches that were used for Boeing to test the parachute recovery system on their CST-100 capsule. So the actual drop testing was done over White Sands Missile Range, but anybody who lives in New Mexico knows that most of the year the prevailing winds have a westerly component. You better launch that thing someplace to the west of the target zone if you're going to get it over the target zone. So we hosted 4 of those as well. So we've done a very wide variety of things. One of the things that we did, I think, which is very interesting, is Boeing helicopters came to us once, and they wanted to use the runway to land a helicopter testing an auto landing system on a trailer as it was being towed down the runway. And as far as I know, that's the first time anything like that had ever been done. We've done just a very wide variety of tests at the spaceport. And even though it is a state entity, and as a result of that, we have this sort of stodgy image, I think we're very much entrepreneurial, and we actually function much more like a startup than we do like a state agency.
Fascinating, and every time I interact with some of the guys at the spaceport, I learn something new. So really fascinating. If you haven't visited that facility, I encourage you to do so. It's a beautiful facility, so just about half an hour south. So that leaves us going to Scott, one of the newest additions to the New Mexico startup scene, and we got to see your very impassioned and well-projected pitch earlier today. So we're obviously excited for Space Kinetic here as you know, the newest member of our veteran entrepreneur program. Tell us a little bit more about the reception you've got in the investment community, you know, for a space company. And what have you found in working with Los Alamos that was missing in the Bay Area?
Sure, thank you. So one of the things that we were thinking about when we first started to consider moving out here was, where's the best place for us to, you know, expand and grow as a company? And New Mexico is positioned so they have this space segment and economy that's starting to grow, and you see that with spaceport, but also it's an intersection of national security interests. We see that with the labs, we see that with the airfoils and Kirtland. And that really gives us a lot of access to different people, not only technically, but from a business standpoint we can interact with, that helps us grow as a company. The other side of it too is we have all these different resources in this economy that are there to help startups like us grow. Like the New Space, Nexus, at the EQ Station, and they're all ask me, what can they do to help me? What can they help build our company? And kind of, you know, that kind of environment is really conducive to us being able to grow quickly, us being able to hire the right folks on, and be able to actually build our company and say put a facility in Albuquerque to actually see us build our hardware here in New Mexico. So not only do we get to grow though, we also have some influence, because the space economy here is a bit younger, at least from our perspective, and people actually ask for our feedback and we'll follow up on it, which means we can actually help shape how the space economy grows, not only domestically, but here in New Mexico, which from my perspective is very exciting.
Great, so maybe just a follow-up for Lisa, you talked about a lot of the drivers for scientific missions and the intersection with the commercial world there. Say a little bit more about what you see for New Mexico then. In particular, I know we always have a challenge attracting the right talent to the lab for our programs. How can we do that at the same time as we build the talent in the ecosystem in New Mexico?
Well, I think that also comes back to, I think some of the things that Jason said, for example, and really all of my panelists here, we have this unique facility in Spaceport America. We have unique companies here that are not only in the space exploration and the R&D side, thinking about payloads, but we have this end-to-end payload to launch, and that's something that the laboratory does. It's something that we could look at in various ways with space companies, but we would have to definitely be mindful of how we do timing. So I would say that the thing that we want to think about, and this is very broad and very general, but we would want to look ahead to where we're going in terms of thinking about the next announcements of opportunity and space exploration. And that world is wide open because we have years-long runway to plan and think about it. And I think that's where the lab can make a major contribution. We have the ability to do that long-term planning. And then looking for commercial partners that would be interested, if not in that entire process of mission concept, payload to launch, but we in the laboratory could partner with multiple companies to get us to that end goal of whatever that space mission, whatever that opportunity is that we want to look at.
Maybe a follow-up on that, Lisa, you mentioned payload and launch. One of the things we've wrestled with a lot when we do develop scientific payload is getting that launch window. And I'm wondering with companies like Jason, we're thinking creatively about suborbital versus orbital. A little bit more about how can we increase the cadence of those opportunities for launch?
Well, I think that's possibly something that my panelists would take here. Since Los Alamos, we are not a launch facility and we are not in charge of launch. So we absolutely need a partner to launch. And you're absolutely right that the suborbital is the apt space for that technology demonstration piece. So it depends on the sponsor and the mission. That's where, I mean, if you look at the small sat missions, the majority of those are some kind of technology demonstration. So that would be a stepping stone then perhaps to a longer duration, a more complicated mission in the future in terms of the science and exploration world.
I'll follow your instinct and hand the mic to Jason. Same question.
Yeah.
So with launch cadence, this year, it was like watching some video streaming, but apparently this year so far, there's already been over 100 launch attempts, orbital launch attempts across the world. And I think in the US, we've done approximately 2/3 of those. And then China comes in, and then you got Russia, India, Japan. But if you think about that number of launch attempts, we're in July. I mean, we're barely halfway through the year. We're going to have more launch attempts in this country, orbital launch attempts, than when I remember when I started in the space industry, basically the late 90s, early 2000s. I think on an annual basis, we were doing maybe 12 to 14 launch attempts. So we now have a cadence of about 5x to 6x more launch attempts. One of the things that we're finding out, especially now, as companies are looking at reusability, the idea of launches only having to occur, on the coast, because basically the safety says you don't want to, be dropping boosters on people. accidentally, so that's why we do a lot of launches out over the ocean. But with these new capabilities of high reliability, reusable launches, that little air corridor of no air traffic going on whatsoever maybe become a valuable piece for New Mexico to look at in the next couple decades, because there is a current problem going on right now in Florida where the congestion of the air traffic is having to get rerouted. And we are slipping and we are delaying airlines on a weekly basis because of that congestion of that air traffic. I think having that specific, very, very unique capability here in New Mexico with some of these reusable technologies as they emerge, I think the state has a potential play where it could make a statement, not just in suborbital, but in orbital launches. Sorry.
Maybe in our last panel, we talked a bit about workforce and manufacturing companies. Tell us your experience in growing the workforce here. Do we have the talent we need, and what are you excited about that?
There is talent that is here if you are willing to go mine for it. It is definitely not it is not like the LA Basin aerospace community where basically, you know, there's an aerospace engineer, you know, created every quantum second there. And the amount of companies that does not quite exist here in New Mexico. But if you go and you're willing to take the time and you're willing to go look for it, you can find that talent. But you gotta, from a commercial company, you have to be realistic about where that talent is and its capabilities. We have hired probably about 24 folks in the Socorro area, which is a town of 10,000 people. You know, it's got a university there and everything else. And I believe we've probably maxed out about what we can achieve in that area, just given, you know, its locality and everything else. It would be super helpful for the state and the universities to really start thinking more holistically on the programs that they're offering and where they can see the talent. I've heard that from the state a lot of times. You know, this is a net exporter of talent. It is not an importer of talent. That's just the facts of what the state is. And so everything that this state can do to reverse that trend and becoming an importer of talent desperately helps companies like, you know, we've made trades and, you know, we've footprinted, you know, offices in other states because that talent is there and we don't have the time to necessarily, you know, take 5 years to go and just, you know, nurture a talent field. I'm in the business of building rockets and launching payloads and everything else. I need help from the state. I need help from the longer term thinkers to help solve that challenge.
So I think this every parent of kids who they'd like to see come back to New Mexico can attest that rings true. We're an exporter of our young people, not just our talent. So actually, it's an interesting segue back to you, Bill, because you've run some of those talent development programs at New Mexico State, and I know that the annual competition you hold at the spaceport draws in hundreds or thousands of young people. Tell us more about what you're doing there.
Yeah, so this year, you know, we took a 2-year hiatus because of the virus, but we were back on track last year at a little bit reduced level. But this year we had roughly 100 launches of student rockets from around the world, teams from around the world. Most of them, of course, were US, but there were, I think, there were 20 different countries represented. And so that's a great opportunity for some of these kids, especially from small countries that don't really have any facilities to do anything like this, to come and get their feet wet. One of the really interesting things about this is 2 different customers have come to the spaceport to do their testing as a result of the fact that one or more of their students participated in our event years past. So a company called Innovative Machines, which is testing some laser range finding technology for future moon missions, they were aware of the spaceport because one of their students had actually come here to launch the rocket as part of their team in years before. And also a Canadian company came to do some propulsion testing. So this is a great opportunity. It's a great recruitment opportunity. I don't think it was appreciated quite as much as it was in the beginning as it is now, but we had something on the order of, I guess, maybe a dozen or so aerospace companies there recruiting, actively recruiting. And some of these are names you haven't heard, but a lot of them are names that everybody knows about. Blue Origin, for example. And these companies come and find that talent pool with them. So we naturally, because of the proximity with New Mexico State University, we do some additional work with them. Right now, they're working on a project involving lunar regolith. So we're a great place to do that kind of testing as well. So that's what's been going on.
Thanks. Scott, you're a very small company, but you're about to start hiring more people as you develop. Tell us what you're thinking about workforce.
So right now, our workforce is actually pretty distributed. We got someone sitting in the UK, US citizen. We've got folks in California, Michigan, Florida, even Oregon. So we try to cover all the time zones. Someone's hanging out in Texas. We're starting to try and put together the team in a more centralized location. So we actually have an electrical engineer starting in person tomorrow at our facility to start working with hardware directly versus sending out a bunch of phones and equipment to everyone at their own personal workstation, which is exciting. But we find recruiting is definitely something we have to work towards, finding the right person, the right fit for something in space that has experience and won't be a safety hazard is always challenging in the best of environments. We know with the labs, there's a lot of talent, but they're very well paid talent, which from our early stage startups, never a good thing, frankly. Though we have different levers to attract the right folks to join our team. So from our perspective, as we continue to grow and hire folks, we want to try and bring people in that are already present in New Mexico. We've already had conversations of having people relocate, like we're doing with this electrical engineer who go from Virginia over the weekend to actually start helping us build in person. And as we get bigger and bigger, our considerations are that, COVID proved to us we can do remote work. And there's a lot of value to being able to have an SME just a phone call away. But if you're doing troubleshooting on hardware, you want someone in person. So us nurturing that kind of network, working with the labs to recruit, or at least bring an SME experience, which is what's awesome about our Los Alamos CRADA, is absolutely critical for us to continue to grow and develop our technology and company.
Thanks, Bob. I'm going to open it up to the audience for questions. Yeah. Questions from the group? There we go, Mary Ann.
As we work in different aspects with companies in the space area, specifically New Mexico Small Business Institute and the New Mexico League, they have a hard time identifying the capabilities within the laboratory that align with the company's needs. So what can we do better to be able to market and communicate our capabilities within the space sector for that collaboration with industry?
So if you don't mind, I'll take the first crack at that. As part of the LEAP program, I spent quite a bit of time trying to understand exactly what Los Alamos's capabilities were, to then be able to present how our company can work together with the lab. Obviously, a lot of self-serving action on my part, but better understanding the capabilities and systems you have available, for example, for tests. Your website lists out specific operations like feedback chambers, all simulation equipment we have, and specs. But being able to also just talk with a group of people, which we kind of did, but have them say, this is what I have and have access to, and this is what I know we can kind of work on, is always something I find very valuable. Because reading a bunch of stuff is useful, having a conversation with folks that know what the capacity is even more beneficial from my perspective.
How about Jason? You sort of found it by serendipity, but
yes. Well, and I would say this, the linchpin of connecting into Los Alamos was Duncan for us. But so anybody read science fiction? I'm assuming this is an audience that would read science fiction. Everybody knows Douglas Adams, The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. For the small business office, what we need to work on is that Babelfish.
And unfortunately, engineers and scientists are terrible at the terminology taxonomy of being able to translate, oh, I am working on, isotope element 562, different radiation shells, and I, have this new sensing measurement technology that is fantastic and everything else, and everything is framed in that very, very, very long letter taxonomy of their very specific field, which could have amazing applications to a commercial space company that may be throwing payloads and looking for precision navigation timing or something. But it's trying to basically work on that taxonomy so that it's not Los Alamos centric capabilities necessarily, but it's sort of, maybe, we have 20 subject matter experts that have worked in, go back to almost like college level kind of, fields of, high speed objects, this, I think it's, if some of that gets, for lack of better terms, translated into a language the other industry can understand, it may reduce some of Steve's time and the future company's time of not having to go and dig and peel that onion, 3 layers deep. Now, I was a NASA Langley guy, so it's like, I saw it from the NASA Langley side, somebody would come in with a problem on the street. And, we're a structural engineer, blah, 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 from a bridge company, and we need this help, and it's like, no clue that your structural dynamics branch has been working on flying helicopters from Mars for 30 years, literally had that problem solved 10 ways from Sunday because, and so that taxonomy could be very, very useful. And without the Babel fish, unfortunately, it's, it is literally like building up like general keywords, and maybe that could help.
Yeah, great question about how you can build more narrative with Sam's abilities to receive involved. But clearly there's a lot going on in Mexico right now, space is concerned. I think the space nexus back in May, excellent. I had no idea how much the space industry had grown in the last 4 or 5 years. I'm wondering if you guys have any ideas, just based on your chip, how we can do a better job of aligning ourselves. I think we do a good job of building out our space ability and just national security. And how do we find those moments this time when, as that goes on, that we can begin to take technologies to the industry and really more about it. Is that a question or just a panel? So, anybody on the
All right, I'm going to take the first crack. So from a New Mexico, it reminds me of a series of different places, not a cohesive organization. And there's competing interests and complementary interests. Somewhere in this level, I spent a lot of time in a place, Huntsville, Alabama. Huntsville, Alabama got told by one singular vision, and this is about 20 years ago, that you guys are going to be the future of heavy launch and lunar exploration. And that got codified into legislation, and the entire state got behind that vision. New Mexico would need either the senatorial or the state leadership to come together and literally say, the vision for New Mexico over the next 2 decades is going to be this. We are going to focus our lab capabilities, our national capabilities, our unique assets, and we are going to be this 2 decades. And then that means
that the legislatures are gonna have to focus policy, not just in their pet projects, but also in basically making sure that happens. That means the universities will have to look at their curriculum from that vision statement and going, hey, well, you know what? This robotic tech is really, really cool, but does it match what we want to be in the next 10 or 20 years? Until that level of clarity and that level of leadership occurs, I think it's going to be very, very difficult for New Mexico to be more than the sum of its parts. And it is rare, but this is a place that can be much more than the sum of its parts. I mean, it was Steve said earlier, you know, the amount of federal research dollars that comes into the state and the lack of investment and the lack of, you know, matching commercial investment that goes along with it, that is a shame. That is a shame. That is an opportunity being squandered every day at this state. And so if we can come together like that, and whether it be a, you know, a state charter or something added to the Constitution or an agreement between Senator Heinrich, Ben Luann's office and Governor Luann, and they get together and they go, here's our space compact. We put that together, then this state, I think, has a chance of making that next step. Does that make sense?
Yeah, maybe a follow-on to that, and over to Lisa. I think, you know, the timing might be fairly well aligned to do something like that. And I know the laboratory has been taking steps with the integrated space strategy, in particular, looking at where those commercial interfaces are. You know, how can we get more eyes on that? And how do we get more towards this integrated vision that basically goes on?
I was just nodding along with what Jason was saying, and some of that has to come from leadership beyond a single laboratory in the state. I think that's the really key point that was made. And perhaps we are poised for that, and there is some hope that perhaps that will happen. If you think about the history of civilian space, right? And from, you know, thinking about NASA and how that has worked, there's always been a lag between NASA as being perceived of, at least as the innovator of space, and then other government agencies following. So it could be, and you know, if you are following along in the general landscape of space news, you do see that for the national security side, there is new, I would say, impetus. There is a new desire to go with some commercial partners in the national security space mission. So at the highest levels of national leadership in government, if there is that move to say, yeah, we are going to incentivize this now, and here's our plan, and here's our strategy, and most importantly, here's our investment, then yeah, I think there's something more that can be done. But again, the national security part is such an important component. We can do many things. But we've got to have that piece that works within the laboratory mission.
Question? Yeah.
So this follows along some of the discussion we just had on vision and what we need to do as a state. I'm curious, we've got a path or some ideas about a path toward a pretty interesting space future here. What does success look like in 5 or 10 years? If we're able to get, say, this compact, what would you like to see as the, you know, position of the state and position of space economy within the state of New Mexico in 5 to 10 years?
Great, I'd love to hear all 4 panelists respond.
Well, Nan, when you were describing that, the first thing that came to mind is we live in a spaceport like the Jetsons. So just whatever that is, just we're the Jetsons, and we get our own personal robots also, very important. I mean, I think there would be this more for me at least, and of course I've got my government goggles on a little bit, right? So because I'm here representing the laboratory, there would be this, if not a seamless integration, more connectivity of some flavor, right? That we would have something that was that was facilitated, that was more easily accessible for the laboratory to work with these outside entities and partners. We would have this great connectivity. We would be able to, we would also have this great workforce as well, because I mean, they're not the only ones that are talking about the challenges of getting our workforce here. That's possibly across the laboratory. And the more that we can work together, we can accomplish all of our objectives. So if you can distribute that talent pool and that workforce, then you get to do more. So that's what it would look like from my perspective, what that looks like in terms of, maybe we have all of those cool electric vehicles that are an interconnected network of trains from the last panel too. And we could move ourselves around and just do things, and that would be really fun. So I think there's a full-scale investment in infrastructure, people, technology that would make things work together, and it would be pretty cool.
Yeah, I'd like to be able to get to the spaceport in 20 minutes.
Yes, yeah.
And wouldn't we all? So, I think there are some extraordinary challenges here, because we know that there are two national labs and they don't always see eye to eye on every item. We have at least DOD, we have Army and Air Force installations in the state. And I know there's always competition over the airspace and the resources of the White Sands Missile Range. Universities are state funded, but they're not always in 100% alignment with the state government. So it's an extraordinary challenge that you're describing here. But I think the tools are there to make it happen, at least to a degree, as Lee described. I think we can get there, and communication is the key. We'd like to make it seamless. I think that's one of the value spaceport adds to some of these situations, because we run interference for someone who wants to use that airspace, White Sands Missile Range. So the customer doesn't have to face this big faceless bureaucracy, and on their own, we hold their hand and get them through that process. And so I think the more that we can build those kinds of communication links and those bridges, we will get there and have this at least semi-seamless approach. You've got an idea, you've got a way to build it, you've got a way to get it into space, and make it just essentially a sequence of events.
So for me, when I think about it, I think about from the lens of a small company with limited resources. And New Mexico has a lot of different offerings, programs like JTIP, VITA, et cetera, to help companies like mine grow. And that's what makes it attractive for a company to relocate. Like the lab hosting us and letting us have this CRADA and get a decent chunk of non-dilutive funding through it. It's very attractive. But keeping us interested is also, an ongoing thing, where we need to see incentives to keep our development aligned, and we're getting that talent pool versus capital in from the state is very interesting. Those kind of programs have requirements that over the next 5 to 10 years, I would hope the barriers go down even further as a greedy CEO of a startup on principle. But one of the things, for example, is you need 2 years of runway for you to qualify for JTIP. Now, as a startup, I think Jason mentioned it earlier, if I have 6 months of runway, I'm very happy. 8 months right now, details. So we can't qualify for specific programs. And that's part of us just, teaching and educating folks as we work with people in government, as well as working with other organizations. Because to Lisa's point, I absolutely would love to work with the lab. That's why we have a CRADA. But there's that, a lot of paperwork involved, a lot of effort to be able to properly utilize those resources. I can't walk down the street and say, hey, I need to talk to this specific SME. I'm going to build out this specific thing. I need to have a contract in place and to then be able to have equipment on hand to build it. There's, for example, Fuse Maker Space funded by, I think, AFRL, and has that equipment to actually help people build their own hardware that are in an earlier stage than I. But those kind of things are starting to crop up. The more we see that kind of collaboration, those like helping hands, the easier it is for people to start with just an idea and then translate that into a pre-seed company with a hope and a dream and some money into a company that's launching stuff into space and waiting 4 weeks to show a video.
Yeah. So one additional comment, I think we may have overlooked the role that the Economic Development Department has to play in this, because they can help with some of these incentives and things. And there's also, I think, a communication thing. There's hardly a day that goes by that we don't hear something about a new film that's being shot in New Mexico or something like that. How often in the news do you see something about the space industry in New Mexico? When something big happens, sure, but not on a day-to-day basis like it happens with the film industry, I don't think. And I think the kinds of jobs the space industry offers, they're high paying, they're stable once the companies get past that startup stage. So I think it's the kind of thing that you can really build a solid economy on, much more so than you can with some of these more soft industries.
Jason?
So 10 to 20 years, 1 decade, 2 decades. Me personally, I'd like to have my cool ranch near George R. R. Martin, downtown Santa Fe. I'd like to be able to jump onto the maglev Roadrunner, zip down to the spaceport in approximately 38 minutes. You know, after that, you know, might need bathroom break, so 38 minutes travel time. I'd like to get onto a transport so that I could do this forum in the Los Alamos Space Adjunct Laboratory that is orbiting, brought to you by the New Mexico Economic Development Forum. That would be my vision. If it,
You know, if I had timed this right, I would end the panel with that thought, but I know Winter has an additional question.
Well, great panel. Thank you all for coming and sharing your thoughts. I'm Hunter with local startup Ubiquity, and I wanted to take this opportunity to plug the MSBA and Trigger program and ask a question for Lisa. Because you mentioned that the lab doesn't have the launch capability, and so you have to partner, but the lab has a lot of really amazing capabilities to help space companies. We're not really what we call a space company, but we had an opportunity to participate in the space-based solar program with Caltech. They're invited to provide some prototypes that they would test in low Earth orbit for solar. And just because of our connections and friends, we knew that the lab had this capability to do launch certification kind of testing, vibration testing, thermal cycling, vacuum cycling. And we were going to have to pass these tests to be on the launch vehicles of a Falcon 9 rocket. And we didn't want to find out that we didn't pass when the test happened because we're just out of luck. So we wanted to get ahead of that. And we learned so much from this, happened to be through the Trigger program, Technology Gross Receipts and Readiness program, through the ISR department, the Intelligence and Space Research department. But they really, the insights they gave us were invaluable for helping us understand how outgassing was going to work with some of our polymers and whether or not that was going to be acceptable and whether the vibration was going to tear apart the device, the adhesion between the layers and things like that. So I don't know if there's a way that the lab can advertise those capabilities better. Certainly these programs are public, it's public information that the NMSDA is available. It's $40,000 of mostly unburdened capital for cash for the lab to help a startup. And then the Trigger program could be even bigger than that, although you have to qualify for that. So I'm just wondering how we can advertise the capabilities and maybe help companies in other less obvious ways like launch certification.
I think you've hit upon a great idea for somebody to start a company. The laboratory facilities for space flight test and validation, they are heavily used there. And we would actually be delighted to be able to do some of that space flight qualification work, not necessarily at Los Alamos. So if there is an opportunity out there and somebody wants to take on that as their own company, that would be really beneficial to the state.
Great point. I think we have time for one. We've got one. We don't. We're 2 minutes early for the end of the panel. All right. Well, I want to thank again our excellent panel. Great discussion.
Welcome, everyone, and thank you to special panel and what we're doing is kicking it off. But with the keynote from Los Alamos National Laboratory Director Tom Mason. Appreciate all of you hanging in there. It's a little warm, but it's been a wonderful day. And so thank you for doing that. So Dr. Tom Mason is the 12th director of Los Alamos National Laboratory and also the president of Triad National Security. He came to the laboratory after deep experience within the DOE system at Oak Ridge National Lab, where he was director for 10 years, and then some time at Patel. And so he has been within the DOE complex and associated with National Lab Security, National Lab Energy, and he will tech transfer broadly. And so he's going to kick us off today. And so if you'll help me welcome Dr. Tom Mason.
Well, thanks, Nan, and thank you for coming. Welcome to the 16th Annual Science Fest. I have some notes here that I may refer to, but I had a few things that have been bouncing around in my head on the general theme of innovation, economic growth, technology development, geopolitical competition with China, and all these other things that are kind of in the air right now. So I'm going to use you as guinea pigs to see if any of this makes sense. So first off, this year is noteworthy for us because we're celebrating our 80th anniversary as a lab. Of course, the lab was founded in 1943. We don't have an official birthday, but you probably could pin it to the date that the University of California contract was signed, which was in April of 1943. So it's probably not today. Although I would point out that yesterday actually was the 78th anniversary of the Trinity test, which was certainly a seminal moment in the history of the lab. And over those 80 years that the lab's been around, we've been, doing a lot of really first-class science, primarily driven by national security interests. And I would say it's not too hard to make the case that really, probably at no time since we were founded has our mission been as apparent and important as it is today. The current geopolitical backdrop has really, I think, unfortunately reminded everyone that deterrence is still important. And actually deterrence is, alive and well and living in the Baltic states and living in Poland and living on the Korean Peninsula. And the Taiwan Straits. So our core activity is, of certainly, I would say heightens awareness. I don't think the need ever went away, but in fact, I was on a panel with some guy named Christopher Nolan on Saturday, and he made the comment that actually, deterrence, nuclear weapons kind of ebbs and flows in the public mind according to geopolitical events. And that's unfortunate because it never really goes away, even when we're not paying attention. And I think recent events have reminded us of that. But what does that have to do with the topic of, technology transfer, innovation, the diversification of the economy regionally, and the sorts of things that we're gathered here to talk about? So I think it's actually useful to think about that 80-year history. And in my mind, I kind of group it into 4 distinct ages or eras. The first age of the lab was the Manhattan Project, and probably a couple years after that. I'm not going to say much about that because you can go to the movie on the 21st and learn about that. The second age of the lab was the Cold War era, which, depending on how you count, it lasted about 40 years from the end of the 40s to the end of the 80s. And during that era, the US actually did not even really talk about what you might call industrial policy. There wasn't, there wasn't a view that the government needs to, pick technology winners and losers and invest in them to make the private sector successful. That's not the way it worked here. What the government did do was invest a lot in fundamental research, where you didn't really know where it was going to go. You weren't sure, necessarily which companies or which sector of the economy might benefit, but society as a whole would benefit. And it invested a lot in defense because we were in a Cold War. And a although there wasn't maybe an explicit industrial policy, you could argue that what we did worked actually better than countries that tried to develop explicit industrial policies. And one of the reasons I think it worked pretty well was because for much of that era, the US economy was not only the largest in the world, it was larger than everyone else put together. And the US R&D enterprise was not only the largest in the world, it was larger than everyone else put together. So what that meant was, if there was an important scientific discovery that had the potential for application, you didn't have to do much to make sure that the US got a significant benefit, because most likely it was either discovered here or we were heavily involved in the discovery because we had the largest R&D enterprise, and most likely it would be commercialized here because we had the largest economy. So through the Cold War, without industrial policy, but with substantial government investments in fundamental research and national security and being bigger than everyone else, we did pretty well. And there are lots of great examples you can point to of that. One that I like to use is GPS. So the GPS idea came about when Sputnik was circling the Earth. And when Sputnik was circling the Earth, it was sending out these little beep, 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 beep pulses. And there were some physicists. This is not a Los Alamos story, unfortunately. It's an applied physics laboratory story. But there were also government national security R&D enterprise. So the analogy applies. A couple of physicists from APL had been given the task of locating Sputnik by triangulation. So, with 3 ground stations measuring the timing of the beep, 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 you could figure out where Sputnik was overhead and track its progress over US territory, for example, which you might be concerned about if, there was a satellite overhead. And what they realized over a beer in their backyard, which is where all great discoveries are made, was that if you could take 3 ground stations and figure out where a satellite was, if you had 3 satellites, you could find where you were on the surface of the Earth. And that was important to APL because they were trying to solve a problem associated with targeting of submarine launched ballistic missiles, which is something that Los Alamos has been and is involved in. Because if you're trying to target, say, Soviet Union, in the case of this time period in the late 50s, from a sub, you have a problem because you don't know where the sub is when it surfaces very precisely. And you can have the best guidance system in the world, but if you don't know where you start, you're not going to be accurate at the point of delivery. So they recognized that, hey, a network of satellites would allow a sub to find its location before launching the submarine launched ballistic missiles. It was a kind of crazy, audacious idea, considering at that point in time, there was exactly 1 satellite, which was Sputnik. And they were talking about, well, we'll put up a whole constellation of these satellites, and then we'll use the timing signals to find where you are on the surface of the Earth. But a program was launched, and DARPA, had the lead, and they developed this thing. And it was for a very specific national security purpose, targeting submarine launched ballistic missiles so that you can accurately hit targets in the Soviet Union. It doesn't get more national security than that. What that gave that project was the impetus to actually solve all the problems. They had to field a system, they had to make it work, and they had to fund it for decades, at a time when it was a totally crazy idea. And it's sort of hard to do that unless you've got the impetus of national security behind it. Now, today, GPS is a hugely important component of our economy. And I'm pretty sure that if a couple of physicists in their backyard said, hey, we can build a satellite or a constellation of satellites that will allow you to drive to a coffee shop and purchase a cup of coffee, that was not going to go anywhere. There was no investor who was going to fund that thing for 20 years in order to allow you to drive to the Starbucks. But now there's been huge economic value created. And the primary contribution, the US government did two important things. They solved the problems and made it work, which was a huge and expensive, lengthy proposition. And then they got out of the way. They actually opened it up so that you didn't have to have a security clearance to have a GPS, device, and got out of the way, and innovation happened. And so it's provided huge value, obviously, to our national security, but a lot of economic activity as well. Whole companies like Garmin have been built around it. Apple, I think the taxpayers got paid back twice for their investment, because they got paid back in national security and they got paid back in this, flourishing ecosystem of companies and products and services that were built on that platform. So that's an example, I think, of this Cold War era model where government puts money in basic research, puts money in national security research, and we're bigger than everyone else, so we're gonna win our fair share of the economic benefits because it's probably gonna get commercialized here. As we got to the sort of winding down days of the Cold War in the 80s, things began to change. And in the 80s, you may recall, we were really concerned about Japan. Right? Our auto industry was getting decimated because the Japanese were making better cars, cheaper, more reliable. And suddenly we were no longer just winning because we were bigger than everyone else. We had international competitors that we had to respond to. So we couldn't just have the government be putting money into research and technology development for national security and then just assume everything would work out. And we needed to develop other models. And if you look at the kind of post-Cold War era, which is, I would call kind of the third age, a couple trends emerged. One was, democracy and capitalism won the Cold War, and we're going to promulgate that system globally. So there was a period of time in the post-Cold War era, depending on how you measured, 30-ish years from the end of the 80s till, a couple of years ago, pick your favorite date, invasion of Crimea in 2014, 2022, Xi Jinping elected, whatever date you want to pick for the end of the post-Cold War era. We had to start developing new mechanisms because we could no longer be sure that those benefits were just going to come to the US automatically, because we had, real viable international competitors with Japan, with Europe. China was only starting to really emerge at the end of this period. But our system of capitalism and democracy had won the Cold War, and we approached this by, okay, since this system won, we'll just get everyone to agree to these rules. We'll have a level playing field and we'll go faster. Right. So that was sort of the model for the post-Cold War era, was level playing field. You had, the flat earth, the Tom Friedman book, and we invented this system. So if we can go faster than everyone, we'll still do fine, even though we're no longer bigger than everyone else put together. And we had tools for going faster, like the development of venture capital. That allowed us to go fast. We could quickly bring private capital in to accelerate the pace by which innovations got to market. And, venture capital was not important in the Cold War era. It's interesting. Silicon Valley, there was really no venture capital in Silicon Valley till about 1980. There was a lot of defense contracts for things like radar and so forth. Not a lot of venture capital. That was really a post-Cold War kind of innovation. And it was one of the things that allowed us to go faster. The Bayh-Dole passed in the 80s in the same time frame. So how can we get technologies developed with federal funds out into the marketplace? So our playbook was everyone plays by our rules, low barriers, flat world. We go faster. We've got protection for intellectual property. We've got Bayh-Dole. We've got venture capital, and we will prosper. And actually that pretty much that worked pretty well. We're not spending a lot of time worrying about Japan. overtaking us economically right now in the way that we were at the end of the 90s. In fact, Japan's economy has had zero real growth since then. They totally missed the tech boom. I mean, why isn't Sony Apple? And so we evolved a new model that actually worked quite well in a very different environment. So I would argue we're now in the process of entering a fourth age. So we had Manhattan Project, go see the movie. We had the Cold War, basic research and defense and get out of the way. We had the post-Cold War, innovate faster, flat world, low barriers. And now what we're finding is we're in a world where it's not as flat as we'd hoped. There are countries that have said, we don't like your rule book because you're better at it than us. So we want to make our own rule book. And I would say we haven't yet figured out exactly how we're going to have to evolve our innovation model to respond to this new world. You see this debate play out, for example, and we had this legislation passed called Chips and Science. There were two pieces. There was chips, which was like, I would argue it's almost like a European model industrial policy. We are going to give semiconductor manufacturers a bunch of money to build plants in the US. It's old school industrial policy. The reason is because we can no longer drive those fields purely with government spending. We drove computing with national defense spending for most of the Cold War. The first serial number of every big computer came to Los Alamos because we needed it to design bombs. We are no longer at the front of the queue. We are so small that tech companies could care less about it. So if it's important to us to retain those companies, it was decided we're going to have to, do something different. That was the chips part, chips and science. And the science part was saying, particularly with respect to China, there are military elements to our competition, but primarily it's economic and technological. And there are important fields of discovery in clean energy, stuff you've been talking about today, in clean energy, in artificial intelligence, in quantum, in synthetic biology, that we need to make sure that we're generating those innovations. Government has a role, at least in terms of fundamental research and funding that work. But in the debate about that legislation, where the research community was saying, hey, we need more money. We need, you got to fund us to do all this important research. Congress kind of bounced it back and said, okay, that's great, but how are we going to be sure how are we going to be able to reassure the US taxpayers that the results of these investments in research are going to be commercialized and generate value in the US? Because we don't want to fund a lot of great research that builds factories in China. I mean, that was and so that got us into big discussions about things like, research security and export controls and all kinds of complicated stuff that makes your head itch. So that's what I mean when I say we have not really figured out how to adapt our new model to this world, which is not as flat as we had hoped. Not everyone is playing by our rule book. We know that there are areas of science and technology that have great potential, but we're not exactly sure how we're going to both lead in the science and technology and capture the value, some of the productivity that's gained from that innovation. And I think these are important questions to answer. It's not unreasonable for the Congress to say to the research community, okay, we're going to give you all this money. They actually probably won't because, Washington, but we're thinking about giving you all this money. How are you going to make sure that we can guarantee that the taxpayers will get their return on investment? In the 50s, it was easy. We didn't have to do anything. We were going to get more than our fair share because we were bigger than everyone else. It's not true today. So the discussions that we have here about how we facilitate the movement of government-funded innovation out into the private sector and do it in a way that translates into value regionally and nationally is a really important discussion to have. So that was my ramble on this. And then I got a few things I'm supposed to talk about in the notes, so I'll try and cover those, about some cool things that we're doing now that hopefully you're kind of excited about, breakthroughs in sort of sensor technology that's on the rovers driving around Mars, zapping rocks and figuring out what they're made out of. help us understand the planet, very kind of fundamental origins of the solar system kind of stuff. We've long been in the medical isotope business mainly for diagnostics. Now we're starting to develop medical isotopes more for therapeutics, for treating cancers. You know, another story that I could have told instead of a GPS is, you know, I mentioned the labs, you know, oftentimes we were serial number one of a new computing architecture. Now we're not big enough to drive those businesses, but it turns out by being kind of strategic about how we partner with industry and nudging them in certain directions, we can get them to do things that have broader value. We're really excited about our new supercomputers, Crossroads and Venado, because they're examples where, you know, we've been able to nudge a little bit. And, you know, we've got to slipstream others. So particularly with Venado, which is kind of our look ahead computer, we're figuring out how we could piggyback on the cell phone industry, basically. Or for a while, we were piggybacking on video games. And before that, we were piggybacking on Oracle database servers. So we always have to find someone to pitch our cart to. But you know, when HPC was piggybacking on video games, we had, and this was something that I was sort of involved in my previous job at Oak Ridge. You know, we were trying to look at using GPUs to accelerate computation. And it turns out that there were some modest tweaks that were needed to the instruction set in the chips in order to make them more suitable for our type of applications. Unfortunately, they were kind of modest tweaks, and in this case, NVIDIA was willing to make those tweaks. And the reason NVIDIA was able to interested in making those tweaks is they thought, you know, if we do this, there are probably other applications that could open up. And guess what? We wound up making computers that were really great for what we now call AI. You know, that wasn't what our going in purpose is. We wanted to solve partial differential equations and do physics, but it turns out that those same tweaks in the GPU instruction set have meant, you know, I think NVIDIA just hit $1 trillion market capitalization because now they're not really a video game company. I mean, they still make gaming cards, but that's not where the business is. So I think there are ways that we can have an impact through our mission activities that are kind of exciting. You know, clean energy, that was another one. I mean, I think it's obviously too late. It's kind of hot out there today. It's better than it was yesterday, though. So we got to get on that. And our core national security businesses, which is what, for example, gives us a role in some of the space-related things that you've been talking about, that goes back to Cold War era, when, you know, the concern was how can we detect if the Soviet Union is attacking us with intercontinental ballistic missiles? We need some eyes in space, and now we're developing all kinds of different eyes that you can put in space. I think the organizations represented here at Science Fest kind of cut across a broad swath of, you know, technical business expertise, market, customer access, and bridges that can be built between the kind of more fundamental research or even some of the applied research we're doing and the market. You know, it's important to remind everyone that at the labs, with a few exceptions that aren't relevant, we don't make or sell anything. We actually do make some things, but we can't sell them because they're plutonium pits, and there's not a, you know, we call that proliferation, which is something we don't do. So setting that aside, we don't make or sell anything. So the only way that our ideas turn into economic value is when we can hand them off to someone who does make or sell something. I think one of the tricky things, and I'll probably wrap things up here, which means I won't get through all the points that I'm supposed to cover, but I know I'm running short on time. One of the tricky things in the areas that we're active is they actually tend to be areas that were harder in this post-Cold War model of go really fast and you know, venture capital and so forth, because the stuff that we're doing tends not to be amenable to go really fast. Because, you know, if you're talking about clean energy technology, you know, there's long timelines associated with the energy sector. You're taking assets that are going to be deployed for decades. In addition, that then, the not going fast piece, which comes from the fact that you're often dealing with stuff that's more physical. It's not kind of software based, so you can't just throw people at the problem, but you've got to go through a painful process of, doing prototypes and then going to an intermediate pilot scale and then building something that's really big and expensive, before you're really sure what the economics are going to be. It's really hard for venture capital to handle that sort of stuff. Now, there are some noteworthy exceptions to that. I mean, it's amazing to see the amount of venture that's going into, different variants on what people call advanced nuclear, which, actually is stuff that we were trying to do in the 50s, but we'll call it advanced and agree if that's okay. So there are some exceptions in things like advanced nuclear or even fusion, which, are starting to break the mold a little bit in terms of dealing with things that are physical and slower and harder. But most of what we do, few exceptions, are in that physical, slow, harder category. But we've had some exciting startups like Viome and Pebble and Descartes Labs and Ubiquity. And it's important to note that in some of those examples, it's not really about licensing. I mean, licensing is one of the tools in our kit, and we do that. But a lot of it's more about, I would say, people. Whether there's a license with the people or not, it's the people that are the vectors. I did my postdoc at Bell Labs, and I worked in a group of I worked with a guy named David Bishop, who ironically was responsible for one of the biggest tech transfers that ever happened with switches. But anyway, he liked to say, this was before Bell Labs collapsed. The only tech transfer I'm interested in is the moving van that brings the graduating student from MIT to Murray Hill. So I think that the people part of the equation is really important. I think there are other ways, in addition, as I said, it's not to say we don't want to do licensing, we do, but I think it's important to open the aperture. So one is the people piece. Another thing is actually our mission activities develop capacities in the private sector. And I think that's important too. So when we need, super fancy things to shoot up into space, some of those we might make ourselves, but, think hard before you do that. We probably need partners that we can work with. And that's going to develop capacity to go and do other things. And because people are part of the equation, it can happen, geographically. It's easier if it's nearby. So I think the thing that we probably need to, do to be more successful is, continue to work on getting our IP out for sure, but also try and work to make our environment one where those other sorts of things, the movement of people, the work that we subcontract to bring in industry partners can also propagate our technology. Because from my point of view, I don't care how it gets out there. I just want to be able to, just like we did with GPS, and say, hey, government, you got 2x, you got a double win on GPS, because we can target the subs, ballistic missiles, and we've got this huge economy that's built around it. And so if we can solve our mission problems, we have to do that. But if we can also solve our mission problems in a way that creates additional value, then that helps us deal with this not as flat as we would like world, because it positions us better competitively. So I think I'll shut up at this point and happy to answer any questions, assuming there is time for such a thing.
All right. Any quick questions before we move to panel?
Yeah.
Mike, are there any plans to scale up the investment and the technology transfer capabilities as the lab scales up?
Well, let's see. In general, as the lab has been growing, which it has been over the last couple of years, that has given us the flexibility to expand our indirect investments. And most of the activities in Nan's shop, not all, but many of them are kind of funded through our indirect budgets. So we have had more headroom to go and do things sort of as a byproduct of the lab growth. So, in that sense, the answer is yes. you know, going forward, it's hard to predict because I'm not willing to try and predict what will happen in federal budgets, like even in October, let alone longer term. But I would say the need is greater, you know, is really great for all the reasons I described. And there has been an appetite to do things like chips and science. There's been things like the bipartisan infrastructure law and the Inflation Recovery Act, which have brought a lot of resources to the table in targeted areas like clean energy. And a lot of that money is not yet deployed and not yet spent, so it's still TBD exactly how it plays out. But you know, there's definitely a part of it that's focused on creating economic value in the US, and in particular in the US in regions that are outside the 20 or so counties where you've seen, you know, the most rapid economic growth. And I can tell you, we are definitely in a location that is outside that footprint. So we'll see what happens. You know, I think things are starting to move, and hopefully we'll accelerate. Questions?
Let's go ahead and have the rest of our panel members come up. We'll go ahead and get started here. So we're fortunate today to have a set of people who can help us think about what the partnerships are and how to go about them so that we can both impact national security and also regional economic competitiveness. So we do panel members, then I'm going to turn it over to them. So each one of them can kind of give you their perspective on some of these ideas about how do we help with tech transfer, particularly within deep tech and disruptive technologies. And then we've got a set of questions that we're going to ask them. And then we'll turn it over to you to also bring out some ideas in terms of the things we want to talk about. So we'll start with Hunter McDaniel, since he's down at the far end. Hunter is the founder and CEO of Bigby, a 9-year-old advanced materials company powering sustainability through nanotechnology and nanomaterials innovation. I'll just say, Hunter came from the laboratory. He started the lab as a postdoc. His company basically has been growing steadily since he started it. He now has about $10 million in investment. He founded Ubiquity in 2014. And we're hopeful that it's going to continue to grow at the pace it has. Okay, our next panelist is Alice Brooks. Alice is a partner in Coastal Ventures. She's interested in sustainability, food, agriculture, manufacturing, supply chain, and also education, which is something that is near and dear to our hearts here at Alamos. She's worked with a number of startups, including ones in robotics, retail, consumer, and STEM education. She has a background in mechanical engineering. She has both a bachelor's and master's in mechanical engineering from MIT and Stanford, and she also has an MA. Okay. All right. So Alex is next in our lineup. Alex comes to us with experience in venture capital and also regional economic development and project management. He holds a master's in business administration with concentration in management of technology, which I think is a growing field across the United States. He received his degree from the University of New Mexico, and he also has a bachelor's in psychology, which might help us figure out how to do all of this. Okay, and then last, our partner, Steve Weinstein. Steve is the general partner and executive vice president of technology innovation at the American Frontier. We had an interesting discussion a couple of weeks ago about technologies and the opportunities that the AFF brings to the state of New Mexico. He's focused on building early stage companies and new regional ecosystems. He's also an educator. He's interested in engaging and teaching people about entrepreneurship. Okay, so I'm going to turn it over now to each of you to kind of give a quick perspective on what you think about some of the partnerships, and then I'll ask you to question. So why don't we start with Hunter again?
So the question is just about, tech transfer or other.
So why don't I just kick us off with a set of questions? So what do you see as opportunities to improve the technology ecosystem in New Mexico? And what do you think Los Alamos is in terms of a place for building a company? And then finally, where do you see the biggest opportunities for land to accelerate technology?
Okay, I'll have to unpack there. Well, you know, and I'm gonna be giving things from my perspective, so I always preface with that. And I was a postdoc at the lab, and I have a degree PhD in material science engineering, University of Illinois, and I studied physics and electrical engineering at UCSB. And so I was very much a technical founder by definition. I was finishing up a postdoc, and we had a CRADA with Sharp Corporation. We were funded through a DOE EFRC, Energy Frontier Research Center, to do solar related research. The group, I was mentored by Victor Klimov and actually Jeffrey Petrega, jointly mentored by them in the chemistry division. We're doing very fundamental research in chemistry and nanomaterials. And, you know, with a bent towards energy applications being funded through DOE. And that was kind of where my passion was. My PhD was in similar class materials, and I really wanted to do something impactful with that technology. And so Los Alamos provided that opportunity, mainly through this CRADA, which to me looked like, well, if a company cares about this, CRADA is Corporate Research and Development Agreement. So Sharp Corporation had entered into an agreement with the lab to do this research. That made it seem very much applicable and impactful. If the company cares about it and they're funding it, then it must have a potential to have an impact. So I went through the postdoctoral process, which is a temporary position. You don't have a guarantee to be converted to staff, although I think, you know, the odds maybe have gone up over the years just because the lab's been growing and they've been trying to retain that talent. But when I was a postdoc, it wasn't really the case that you're guaranteed to convert. So I was exploring my career options. And this opportunity sort of appeared because Sharp wasn't going to pursue the license. They were having a difficult time commercially. You heard Tom's mention about how you don't see Sony and Best Buy as much as you see Samsung these days, or LG. And so that was kind of an opportunity for me to start the company and take a license. It was a rocky road. We can get into all that if people want to ask questions about tech transfer, what it was like from my perspective. But I like to tell this story because I think that the postdocs do represent probably the number one, in my opinion, opportunity for the lab to transfer technology out. And maybe much more broadly than that, if you go into academia or other national labs, I think that's probably going to ring true there too. And it's because a postdoc is someone at that point in their career who's feeling very confident in themselves. They know how to organize the research. They have some leadership capabilities. They've been leading papers, leading a team probably. They're also in a temporary position inherently. So they're not they don't have that job security. They're younger, so they're probably going to be more likely to, you know, maybe not have as many kids or have a big mortgage or, you know, the things that you might worry about if you're going to take risks. And so I think that's a sweet spot. And I know that there's been some progress over the years since I started the company. And I don't know if it was true, but I was told at the time that there hadn't ever been a startup spun out by a postdoc, which was shocking to me. I don't know if that's a true factoid or not to this day, but I think it's a shame because there's so many postdocs. I don't know what the current count is, and they're in this perfect position to do exactly what I did. It's difficult though. There's a lot of risk, a lot of uncertainty. Sometimes it feels like you're staring into the abyss. Or I think Peter Thiel, who happened to invest in their company a couple years back, said that it's like chewing up glass. Is kind of the feeling of starting a company sometimes, staring to the abyss and eating glass. And then I think Stephen earlier said the risk before the risk is a big issue. And that's kind of where I was as a postdoc. And I think there's programs now like the entrepreneurial postdoc program, and then LEAP, I think is a great example, creating an avenue, kind of a pathway. But the easier you can make it for those folks to take that risk, the better, because they're really the ones who I think are in the best position. They know the technology better than anyone else, less risk averse, all those things that I mentioned. And I think at least there's one proof point that it can work because we've been somewhat successful. We're 28 full-time employees, about 4.5 million revenue this year. And it's been a long grind to get to this point, but the hardest part was that very beginning, first couple of years where the risk was like, you know, almost infinite, it felt like. And, you know, there wasn't really a whole lot there to support someone to do something like I was doing. But I think that's a sweet spot. So I think I would double down, triple down on these programs where you're supporting those early stage risk takers. And then the lab also needs to embrace the risk too, from their side, and the risks are different on the other side. It's the risk of losing talent. There is sort of legal risk when you enter into contracts. So licensing carries risk. And I know there's been some blowups in the past where licenses haven't quite worked out. But there's a reward too. And the reward can take many forms. I could ramble here for days about all that, but I think that's the sweet spot, in my opinion, is to focus on those early career postdocs, especially support them in the process, make it easy. But there is a lot of opportunity, so much innovation happening with the lab. It's just, I think, difficult to unlock that. And investors often are frustrated because being able to access the lab and access the talent can be really challenging, but it's worth the investment, worth the risk.
Perfect, thank you. So you heard from our entrepreneur fund panel, and I'll just note that we have between 450 and 500 postdocs at the lab. So you're right about that opportunity. And the Time and Center for Innovation has a set of programs that are designed to, if you will, train individuals who are postdocs in terms of entrepreneurship and the skills they need to take on challenges like this. So,
Maybe you mentioned that you were a postdoc too. In the chemistry division as well?
In chemistry division as well.
Okay.
So,
Cheers.
all right, we'll turn to Alice now. So Alice, could you help us understand how the investment landscape has changed in the past year? Specifically for climate and clean energy technologies, there's been a tremendous amount of federal legislation in that area. And also, where do you see opportunities for Los Alamos to accelerate technology demonstration in that area?
Okay, yeah, so what we've seen a lot, I'll talk about this from the private investment perspective. So with all of these new initiatives getting announced by the government, we're also seeing a lot of private funding opportunities come up too, in anticipation of some of these opportunities getting deployed by the government. So we're seeing investment firms raise larger funds focused on climate technologies. We're seeing new funds come up, which is really exciting too. And then complementary to that, we're seeing so many new startups coming out. Highly motivated people like Hunter. We've seen just in direct air capture alone, probably 50 companies come out in the past few years. Same thing with hydrogen, with batteries. We're just seeing a lot of companies taking those opportunities that are now coming up funding. The other question was about where do we see opportunity to accelerate this with Los Alamos? So first I'll talk about a little bit of how we work with startups. So at COSLA, if you look on our website, our motto, it says bold, early, impactful. And what that means is we are uniquely structured, I think, to back some very exciting and disruptive technical breakthroughs, but then also support them through the course of getting to commercialization. So the way we're structured is we have a $400 million seed fund. We'll back people that are just spinning out of the lab. We can, even before the company forms, we'll form a relationship potentially, or once they've already started the company. And then we have a later on fund. We have $1 billion, we call our name fund, where we will lead future Series A or Series B rounds and then do follow-on investments. And we've had 19 years experience at our fund itself investing in clean tech. So we know these things can take a long time and we have to be patient and figure out how to provide capital from us, bring together other investors, look for all the different opportunities to continue to support the development. So when I think about what we could do to work together to accelerate things coming out of the lab, it's identifying people that want to spin something out, that are wanting to take the leap. And then we try to help with, we have a playbook where we work with universities around us. And we've done this a number of times where we'll find that team or that researcher that is excited to spin something out. And then we help them pulling together the team around them, pulling together. I think Steve was talking about this earlier, where really figuring out what are those milestones that are going to take to get to the next level of investment and the next proof point of commercialization. So helping with the strategy of thinking through those things.
Thank you. All right, so we'll turn to Alex now. So Alex, you've had experience both in S&T related economic development and also with the investment community, kind of a nice intersection there. Could you talk to us a little bit about what's working in the state in terms of technology investment and the ecosystem around us, and how you see particular promise in the investments coming into New Mexico?
Sure, thank you. And thank you for having me today. I really appreciate it. It's great to be on such a prestigious panel. I think there are a number of things that the state is doing incredibly well. I think to start with, you should point to the State Investment Council, which is the reason some of us are up here now. State Investment Council does fund-to-fund investments, has been really great at attracting outside investors and venture capital into the state. The two most common pain points I used to hear from New Mexico entrepreneurs are challenging in accessing capital and a challenge with managerial expertise. And by having the SIC, which is now a $40 billion sovereign wealth fund, making these fund investments, you have the opportunity to broaden the perspective and opportunities for a lot of New Mexico entrepreneurs to out-of-state capital, obviously the American Frontier Fund being one. Sarah Ventures also received some capital from the State Investment Council, which is to help encourage them to expand their footprint in New Mexico. Tom actually earlier mentioned Biome, which is one of the first SERCAP investments in New Mexico, and it's a great success story, but also has some of the perils of a New Mexico-based spin out that they end up leaving the state in order to get some of those growth rounds, and they're going to be due to IPO. They're supposed to IPO last year. We'll hopefully IPO this year, but that could be a New Mexico success story that we really need. If we get a couple companies here that can IPO in the state, it sort of changes the national equilibrium and the overall countrywide narrative to one that's characterized by decay and to one that can be characterized by growth. So I think the State Investment Council, what they're doing is incredibly valuable, and I think they need to double down and really encourage that the funds they invest in continue to have a presence and invest directly in New Mexico companies. I think another one of the things the state's doing incredibly well is by identifying target sectors where we should encourage entrepreneurship. Sustainable and green energy being one at the forefront, because of all the great work we've done with the hydrogen hub. So Duncan has been a huge part of the hydrogen hub efforts, and it's been just invaluable. We're working with Colorado, Utah, and Wyoming to become one of the federal hydrogen hubs from the DOE, and I think that's a potent opportunity, but also speaks to one of the challenges is a diversion of focus. So hydrogen is just 1/4 of sustainable and green energy, which is just one of the 9 targeted sectors. And I think there's times that we risk being the dog that chases 2 rabbits and catches neither. That we need that dedicated focus, dedicated staff support, and dedicated resources to each of those clusters. And as great as the Roadrunner studio I think will be, I think if we had a studio for each one of these clusters, it would go a really long way. I think that, you know, these are some of the challenges that we're facing, and if we have a statewide plan, now we have to be able to execute how we can make sort of some meaningful changes to it. You know, a lot of times also with some of the lab spinouts that we have great staff, great innovations, and great technologies, but they don't always have the ancillary support that they need. So whether it's building a team, figuring out how to raise capital, getting traction, customer validation, market product fit, or being investable as a founder. You hear all the time in the venture capital world that VCs invest in jockeys, not horses. And so how to become more investable as a founder are key milestones that we need to take in order to actually sort of reach our full potential. And lastly, I think one point I wanted to hit on, because we talked so much about technology readiness levels today, is how difficult it is to access lab technology because of 1, the nomenclature, and 2, the complexity. Sandia started working on a counterpoint scale called human readiness levels, because now humans, rather than technical failures, represent the greatest threats to complex systems. And it needs to have a human readiness level where it can enter the market and be understood what the commercial potential is. Like also Tom was mentioning, you know, like GPS, you have to dominate the niche market first, but then understand the long-term commercial opportunities. And I think that the state's doing a lot of great things. And one more quick point is the film and television industry. Everybody knows how great we've been in the film and television world. It started with a comprehensive business plan during the Richardson administration, and now we've burdened into one of the main film and television sort of hubs in all the country. And I think we need to identify an additional target cluster, hopefully within the science and technology realm, whether it's quantum computing, whether it's sustainable green energy, bioscience, cybersecurity, any combination thereof, aerospace, but really hone in on one of those, develop a comprehensive plan for that specific industry cluster, and then make New Mexico as widely known as it is for film and television for one of those science and tech sectors. So I think we're doing a number of great things, and I think there's still a lot of room to go, especially with all the surplus revenues from the state level.
Okay, good points. I like the idea of honing in on a deep tech kind of business plan across the state, and including the state that are partnering with us on this. I'd say both Los Alamos and San Diego would be interested. Okay, so now I'm gonna turn it over to Steve. And so Steve, with the American Frontier Fund focus on deep tech growth in New Mexico, where do you see particular promise to work with Los Alamos and Sandia? And where do you start? I know when we were talking earlier, you had some pretty specific ideas and then also a vision for success in 5 years. So could you share that with us, please?
Yeah, I mean, yes. So we are starting at square one. And what does that mean is that we're starting, with those posters outside, looking at them and seeing which ones we think we can pull. And hopefully we can pull postdoc or someone with it, but if we can't, we're going to create the companies ourselves. So that's, so when we look around like this morning, whether it's the climate tech or, we're not as much into bio, but, a little bit into space, we will look at all those, both here, sensors and quantum, high performance computing, across. But can I detour for 2 seconds? Could I detour 2 seconds? One of the things that as an outsider, or someone who's been creating companies, I deal a lot in tech transfer. And tech transfer still isn't, it's still full of a ton of friction. And I know you, Nan, you've been working on it. I know Ann and Molly and everybody's working on trying to solve it, and Duncan but think about it from the outside. Everybody if you've ever done a startup, what's the first thing you get nervous about? How long it takes, how long something takes, how long to get a deal, how long to get money, how long to hire somebody, how long until I run out of money. Well, pretty much dealing with almost any organization, the deal takes too long. Okay, whatever we think you'll have your poster child with a 3-month deal. But think about it in venture capital. They started with something a few years ago from YC and some others, a safe note. It was a document that basically said, if you want to give me money, we can't agree on anything, but we can agree on that I want to give you money. And it was a 1-2-page document that you just signed. Okay, and all of a sudden you're, off to business. You get some money and you can go on and you can leave out the unknown variables to later. So here, when we think tech transfer, we should think, well, what is the deal? Why is it a secret what the deal can be? Why is it I have to negotiate it? Why aren't you just saying, here's the deal? Here's the deal. You want it, you don't want it. Right? That's one thing that I would change. The second thing I would change is, what do I get with the deal? I don't want just a patent. I want patent people access to lab. So what's that deal? If I will license this patent or I license this technology, we as a lab are committing something to make sure that this succeeds, right? So that's another thing that you should just think about, is that when you put something up on the web, it says we have a new technology. Well, what comes with it? What really comes with it? And access to the lab. Think about all the friction points for a startup. It's people, it's the technology, it's the access to funding, all of those things, and the license deal that you just want to know. So if it was me, I would start thinking about how to make them, for those of us who are older, shrink wrap software licensing, which was basically came with the box, you didn't overthink it. Shrink wrap, what is the deal and what we can do. So as I think about how to pick stuff out of the lab here, Sandia, FRL, and all the rest, it's going to be the friction that we run into that will probably drive a lot of what we decide to do, right? If the friction is low, it's going to be easier to try it out, test it, go and decide if there's a company here, rather than, spending the time learning more. So as we look at this, we're about early stage, we're about, we, in our pipeline, we're hoping to make, in the next 2 to 3 years, 2 to 3 companies a year in Albuquerque, lead over to Santa Fe and Los Alamos and down south. And that's what we're going to be about. Okay. Well, maybe you don't think.
So, streamlining, one of the things we've been thinking about in the Finance Center for Innovation and with partners, if you will, with some of the companies, is how do we make it easier to learn about and engage on some of these technologies. We've got a trigger license program that we're putting in place, and so that should make things a little bit.
Yeah, I think one company had a trigger already had
Yeah.
gotten one.
Yeah, and so there's lots of good ideas.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll turn to Tom now, and so you've heard all of this interesting discussion. What do you think about steps the lab can take with our partners to really focus in on deep tech investment and to think about how we improve the regional economic vitality and, really move more things out in the commercial sector? You said you don't care how it gets done, but you want it to get done. So we all have things like GPS.
Right, yeah. Let's see, I think some of the suggestions here are certainly very helpful, and there are examples that we can point to, streamlining, for example, where you can have, print wraps, creatives or licensing agreements. What tends to happen is the stuff that we can do fast is the thing where there's absolutely no variance in the terms and conditions from the standard federal model. And so, we can go real fast under those terms and conditions. The problem is that typically those terms and conditions aren't the things that industry wants to work with. And we will spend a lot of time on that, but you can certainly put out there, if you can sign this piece of paper, it can be a real fast discussion. But that may mean non-exclusive, et cetera, et cetera. But maybe that solves some of the problem for some of the players.
Well, you know where you're starting.
Yeah, you know where you're starting. In terms of I think one thing that I've heard a lot about was already mentioned, I think, in the context of biome. One of the things we struggle with in New Mexico is once something's really successful, there are a lot of forces to say you got to move out of state. And I think that mainly has to do with access to workforce, which is actually a problem for us too. And so that's something that we can work on, and we are working on it. And I think to the extent that we help solve some of our challenges, it may help solve some of the other challenges that exist. Because the skill sets are probably rather similar in many cases, because if you think about it, if we're developing a technology here, the skill sets of the people that we need, whether it's scientists, engineers, technicians, even people in more kind of business administrative functions, must bear some resemblance to the skill sets that are needed for the company that's going to take this technology to market. So that may be one where there's partnering with the state, some opportunities to do even more than we already run.
Okay, so I like the workforce piece of this, and I know that we discussed a little bit earlier. I mentioned that we have between 450 to 500. But one of the other things that's actually part of our programs are the student programs. It's pretty interesting talking to the young people who are here. Last year, the lab brought in over 2,000 students to the area. Some of them are native New Mexicans, some are not. But one of the things we haven't thought about is, and many of them say, wow, New Mexico is such an amazing place. The lab's really interesting, but the whole climate around here, kind of with the temperatures, really is something that I'm interested in. So maybe there's some interesting possibilities there. Okay. So before I open it up to questions from the audience, I'm just curious if any of the other panel members, while we were talking, had any items they wanted to bring up. Hunter.
Well, I thought I'd piggyback on what you were just saying. I think you had asked me also at the beginning, I didn't fully answer about Los Alamos specifically. And Steve said Albuquerque, which made me cringe just a little bit. But you said bleeds up, so I'm down, that's fine.
Well, that's where Roadrunner is.
Oh, I know. But we're a Los Alamos company through and through. We own our building. People are welcome to come by for a tour. Part of the reason why I started the company is because of how much I love Los Alamos. I've lived all over the world growing up. My dad was in the oil and gas industry. I lived in Bangkok, San Francisco, Houston, big cities, small towns. And when I got to Los Alamos, I realized this is the place for me. It's just, for me, it's paradise. I know it's not gonna be the case for everyone, but I just love it here in every way you can imagine, playing golf, going skiing, hiking, mountain biking, the community of just really intellectual kind of thinkers, scientists geeking out at the bathtub row over, particle physics or whatever. And then there are a lot of incentives in the state more broadly. But even in the county's been very supportive of us. We were able to purchase our building with at least half the capital came from the county as a loan, as a zero interest loan about 5 years ago. So the Los Alamos has a lot to offer. Greatest, probably best schools just about in the country, very safe community, great weather. And so I'm just gonna make the plug that I think that the younger folks who are thinking about starting companies or have companies should consider Los Alamos specifically. Because, it gets a little lonely up here. We should build an ecosystem up here. And, real estate prices have gone up a bit and that's hurting. But hopefully there'll be some relief on that front coming. But I just want to make the plug for Los Alamos as an actual place to headquarter and stay. And I think it used to be that you apologized. I had to apologize for being up here. I remember I was having a cocktail with one of Descartes' board members one time down in Santa Fe, and he was talking about how they moved Descartes down. He was so glad because he didn't want to make that extra 5-minute drive up, for board meetings from Santa Fe. But that was at the beginning, before COVID, but now it's sort of the other way around. The conversations have flipped. People are looking for reasons to come to a place like Los Alamos and make it work in a place like this and get out of those cities, and have that work-life balance. So now it's sort of the other way around. It's people looking for reasons to be here, rather than me having to apologize for asking someone to move here. And we do work hard to recruit folks. Actually, Mark and I at Descartes lobbied to have JTIP expanded for also out-of-state hires. It's a lower rate that they give you on training. JTIP is a job training incentive program. They'll incentivize you to recruit by supporting the training of new hires. And it didn't apply for out-of-state hires, but we've successfully lobbied to have them change their word from 1 year to 1 day in the language, so that they had to be resident for 1 day. So we have to prove that they were in the state for 1 day now, and it's a lower reimbursement rate. But I think it's not as hard to recruit people from out of state and to Los Alamos specifically as it used to be. And I think that it's something to be considered. It is a very small town, but it's a great place to live and run a business.
Hey, Alex, it looks like you want to say something?
Yeah, so from the workforce development standpoint, I think MJ mentioned it earlier that we don't really do a good job of marketing as New Mexico broadly and specifically. There's a lot of opportunity if we were able to tell our story a little bit better. A lot of the people are too busy actually sort of making the innovations and doing the cool things and actually sort of talking about it. I'm really glad actually Jacob's here to help talk about some of the interesting things going on in Los Alamos and more broadly. But we run it all the time in industry also, that industries need industry specific perspectives. I mean, we could have a whole state perspective just for hydrogen, which again is just one subsection of one of the 9 targeted industries we should be focusing on. And if we were able to have these industry perspectives and better marketing apparatus, then we'd be able to better recruit large corporations, which in turn create more opportunities for young people so they stay in the state and end up not leaving for the New Mexico boomerang. And I think a lot of it would really start with sort of enhancing our marketing efforts, telling people outside the state and within the state all the great things that New Mexico's up to, from Los Alamos down to Las Cruces.
Just very quickly, I apologize for Los Alamos. But I did want to say is that when we were creating Roadrunner and AFF, we did see that New Mexico was a place that we could, bank our future on. So I went to quite a few states in the last year, and we did believe in this state. And we believe that this was going to be, because when Roadrunner is not just going to be here, it's going to be in other states, but the headquarters is here as well in New Mexico, because we believe this is a place to build upon. So we're supportive. I understand the workforce problem, but I think it's weakening. I mean, to the point of, I just see from companies that I've been involved in that everybody are doing a lot more virtually. So this is going to be able to help us all. But it used to be when you got to 20 people, you had to leave at the state, right? Everybody said you got to 20, your investors said leave the state in terms of employees. I think that's less of a requirement of investors. And one of the reasons why we think, being here and being first money in and other things is we're gonna let those companies and force them to get big enough where it's gonna be hard to move.
So let's go ahead and open it up to questions from the audience. Does anybody have a question?
Thank you guys. Steve, this is a question for you and maybe Tom as well.
Same time, I got it.
I know what you were saying about the friction earlier, in regards to tech transfer. I'm also from outside of the state. I've been here like 10 months. What do you think the biggest challenge is, or do you see the biggest challenge as being in removing some of the friction? And then following from that, once that friction is gone, how might that change what Roadrunner plans to do here in New Mexico?
Well, I mean, I mentioned some of the ideas, for, and Tom pointed out that some of them already exist and are in place. I mean, think about it. If you begin the beginning of a funnel of creating companies, right? The farther you are from going public or getting acquired, the more shots on goal you need. And so with lower friction, you have more shots on goal. Things will be popping out. It will also be a synergistic, because you can't, it can't be just scattershot to the point that Alex said, you kind of have to have hubs or focus. And so I think reducing the friction will give more shots on goal. With more shots on goal, you'll start having smaller companies. Not every company needs to be a venture-backed company, right? There are a lot of lifestyle companies. There are a lot of small companies. There are sort of small businesses. I think all of those things, if the friction went down, would be, because not everything leaving the lab needs to be venture-backed. So how do you also think about them as, there are a lot of people who built their businesses on SBIRs and other things, but also how to build them on commercial. So I think all of those things will happen.
Yeah, I'm not sure I can add too much to what I said previously. I mean, certainly, I think we are open to the idea of trying to, maybe offering up some template type agreements that are quick and easy and if nothing else, it would allow people to evaluate what value would I gain by stringing out this discussion. Right. Yeah. Maybe you really need to string out this discussion because there's something that's just not going to work for you, but it would be nice to know. I can see how it'd be nice to know, here's the starting point. This is the quick one. If I must invest more time, what am I going to get for it in terms of changes? I maybe, and I'm just sort of making stuff up here, but I think the other thing that's probably important to maybe communicate better than we have is there are some things that are simply never going to happen. And, we can just be upfront about this.
Yes.
I think one of the challenges with friction is we have to work all the time to remove friction, but we also need to recognize that there's always potential for new friction to be introduced. I think one of the friction points that we're seeing developing now has to do with foreign involvement in potential investors. And there have been some recent examples that have attracted lots of attention. That's always producing, we live in a government lab, so we live in an environment, and given all the debate about US economic competitiveness, this is not going away. And I don't think it's quite in the category of identifying to people, this can't happen but I think it's quite likely that this will be slower if there's complexity in terms of the investors, from being from outside the US. And that's a source of friction that I think is going to grow with time, not diminish. And you can argue about how sensible it is, but that sort of doesn't matter. It's going to be and I think there's also going to be probably a push to attempt, and I don't know how you do this, to attempt to put more restrictions on how technology developed with US government funds can move overseas. And that can be a challenge because the examples that we've seen recently include startup companies that have licensed technologies developed with government funding that at the time of licensing were not foreign owned. In some cases, went bankrupt. Those licenses are now assets. And who buys them is in some sense beyond our control. And that's the sort of thing we're being asked to look at. So I think, just to say, I think we should do as much as we can to reduce the friction, but there are always going to be forces that are trying to inject more friction into the system. And all we can really do is kind of flag them, say, oh, by the way, if you're seeking to broaden your investor pool to share the load on your risk, if that broadening of the investor pool brings in, for example, Chinese investors, then it's going to make it harder.
Okay, other questions? Okay, I think
Project, I think, Tom, you had an intriguing and tantalizing notion. I'm glad you tested it out on us on the fourth age of the laboratory. So I'd like to follow that a little bit. One, what does that look like here in New Mexico? You gave us a couple of ideas, I think. I'm thinking in particular, we have a new lab agenda item around force for good, which is really focusing on what we can do in our region. So in that spirit, say a little bit more, I think, about how we can work together as an utility.
Well, there is there was a time, actually, at the end of the Second World War, as we're going into the second age, where there was a discussion about branding what became the national labs as regional labs. And the name that came up was not super catchy, actually, but there was a discussion about having, it was regional nucleonics laboratories. So we dodged the bullet. In terms of, the reason for it was actually, it was some clear thinking people who were recognizing that even though we're a national lab and we do work with some national or international significance, we're in a particular location. And the 17 labs are actually distributed all over the country. And, the business opportunities and the needs in those areas are different. So even though we're funded by the federal government and in principle, actually, we can't overtly, in general, we can't overtly, for example, favor companies that happen to be in New Mexico. I said in general, actually, it turns out in specific, we actually can in certain aspects, like for example, in procurements we do. But in general, we've got to, be fairness of opportunity within the US. It doesn't change the reality that we're in a place, and it's easier to do stuff when you can talk to people. And the distance from Santa Fe to Los Alamos may be 45 minutes. I would argue that's a bridgeable distance. We would probably work with that. It's probably okay for the board member to drive 45 minutes. But there are distances where it just starts to be different. And I think that's a reality, and it's actually can be an advantage for the lab, I think, in the sense that if we can cultivate a good environment around us, we will be more successful. So I don't want to be a regional nucleonics lab. But I'm quite okay with being in a lab that's in a place that's kind of a special place. It's attractive to, certain people who like to ski or hike or whatever. And, if you grew up in Manhattan and that's what you want, maybe this isn't the place for you. But I think we can attract and retain people in a very sticky way based on the particulars of our location. And we ought to be doing things that kind of leverage those advantages. And I think there are ways to do it that doesn't undermine the kind of fairness of opportunity, national service, responsibility, based on the fact that it'll actually make us a better institution.
we've actually come to the end of our time, and maybe we'll try for one more question.
So one thing I've been thinking about, kind of going dovetailing off of Duncan's question is, you know, within our Force for Good, we do have an innovation goal to leverage Los Alamos technology networks and expertise to really stimulate startups and opportunity and attract capital to the region. But one of the major problem statement that we have in that is we have partnered with with Sandia and the state to provide programs like the New Mexico Small Business Assistance Program and the Technology Readiness Initiative or Trigger. But we're not fully allocated or getting, you know, companies to engage in those programs to be able to access the laboratories know-how and other things. And so I kind of take it to the panel as to, you know, I think it's the friction, but what is that friction that's causing people not to engage? And I know, Hunter, you've taken advantage of the programs and moved forward. And what do you see as kind of, in some ways, how we do a better job of creating that environment of engagement?
Well, I think Steve hit it on the head. It's just reducing friction in any way you can. And I think about some partnerships as like, this one's costing me, you know, I already said it earlier, just $20,000 a week while this gets delayed as we work out these final details. But there are some great examples. I think just the vanilla NMSBA program is super easy. You fill out a single form. It's pretty much, as long as there's funding still available in this fiscal year, you're gonna get it's 40K, it's a smaller one. It used to be 20K, and then they doubled it up to 40 for, I guess, the non-Bernalillo County, non-Santa Fe counties. So sometimes we're actually, and then on the other hand, you've got the leveraged project, which and creates this big aversion for a lot of folks because of how the long process you have to go through. So you can get up to, I think, 100K with that one, which is probably not worth the extra 60K for the amount of time and effort it takes to get that thing over the line, and then align the interests of these companies. Like we did one, I think we had Meow Wolf on it and some other folks, and the Meow Wolf guys like never showed up, and they were really hard to schedule anything with them. And it actually really turned off the PI at the lab to even do another one with us at all because of how much of a pain that was to go to those meetings and go through the process and present and all that. So it's just, let's just do the vanilla one. So there's something about that program and that simpler application form that makes it really seamless. And I know it's hard with the licensing to say, can we make it more, reduce the friction? Because there's always going to be some negotiation. The terms that matter to one person or company is going to be different than the other. But I think there's ways of dealing with that. I don't want to get into my own opinions about how to deal with those here in this setting. I mean, I'm negotiating basically a creative with the university right now, and they send over their template, and it's just like a negotiation starting point, as if they kept saying, because it's so aggressive, what the terms are that they have to insist on, like they own all the IP, even though we pay for all the R&D. You know, it's kind of crazy, but it's like, oh, it's just a negotiation starting point. Okay, that sounds like fun. Let me go get my New York attorney ready to go on this one. So yeah, I think it's just simplifying the process, make it more seamless. There are some really great programs that are available here in the state. The state programs are all pretty straightforward, although as the dollars get more, there's more audits and more compliance checks and everything. But yeah, I would just look to that NMSBA vanilla as a great example of how quick and easy it can be.
Okay, so given the time, what I'd like to do is ask you to thank our panel members. And I think there'll be time for more discussion after the closing remarks from John Sorrell, our Deputy Lab Director. So, John?
Thank you all. Glad to see you all here. As Dan said, my name is John Sorrell, I'm the Deputy Director of the Lab, Scientific Engineering. I think I have a truly thankless task and a dangerous task. So on the one hand, I'm sure my boss made really compelling remarks earlier that I missed. So I'm not sure the great things that Tom said. So I'll probably echo some of those things. And I'm standing in the way of all of you looking at Google Lab Technologies and having a beer. So I think the only way to sort of navigate this is both to be brief, and most importantly, start with a big thank you. So thank you to all of our colleagues on the panel. I've certainly found the last hour to be enriching, and I'm sure that was true over the course of the whole day. So for those of you who've been here all day, whether you were up on this side of the stage or just participated in the audience, thank you. It's been certainly stimulating and exciting, and hope it was worthwhile to you. I certainly heard Tom say, and I agree, that our focus on how we develop entrepreneurs and entrepreneurialism is important to us. We're trying to do that from a laboratory perspective by sort of putting our motivation, our energy, our money where our mouth is. We're doing that in our lab agenda. One of the things that Tom certainly brought to the lab was our commitment to excellence in community relations and all the kinds of engagements we're talking about here. Now, we heard already in the previous discussions, our critical outcome focus on force for good, trying to be a key player in the region, because it is our responsibility, even if we're a federal entity. And I would much rather do that than the name that Tom described. I didn't want to say out loud. I guess the other point that I would highlight, though, is we've also adopted a laboratory culture statement, and that is how we do our work is as important as what we do. And certainly one of my takeaways from the last part of the conversation is that how really is important. That starts with taking the friction out of the system, because the more attempts you have, the more successful you're bound to be. But I also resonate with the point that Tom made. In some instances, the answer is being straightforward and saying, we can't get there from here. So if we're not going to get there, just be honest and say we're not going to get there, because that will avoid a whole bunch of churn. And so that as low as friction as practical, but not making undue promises is really important. I guess the other thing that I wanted to highlight is the partnership that days like today represent, us working with our partners in the region and the community at the state level. I think really is a key way that we, the laboratory, translate our success. This is a particularly unprecedented moment in time for investment the federal government is making. We may be the engines of some of those innovations, but we're not the best ones to do all that translation. So our ability to partner with all of you really is important. I would say there have been times in my tenure at the laboratory where at least some of my colleagues view this as a versus thing. Why would we ever want to be a friendly, entrepreneurial, spinning out kind of place? Because then our best people will leave and not work for us anymore. I think that was flawed from the start, and is certainly, I think, an increasingly dated vocabulary, which I view as success. Like, we do better, again, as I heard Tom say, in delivering for our mission by also creating a broader ecosystem. And for all of the people who spin out of the laboratory and do great things for the community, that's a win for us. And some of us actually stay at the laboratory and learn from our colleagues in the region and do the work of the laboratory in a more creative, innovative way. And both of those things really go hand in hand, and that's part of our success. So things like this are important to us. They're important to us for a number of reasons. It gives us a chance to partner. It gives us a chance to showcase our technologies, and it gives us a chance to apply our STD capabilities to address real problems. So those are the positive things that our folks told me to say. Let me highlight a couple of negatives that are equally true. It's important for us to actually break down the silos that are implicit in our structures. This whole friction conversation really is important. We only have those conversations candidly when we actually have events like this and talk about it. So thank you for that candid conversation. And equally well, this is something I would encourage, especially at the closed session over drinks. There are many great things that are working. There are many positive things to celebrate, but there's also stuff that's not working. All of you have a different lens on that than we do. So tell us where it's not working, because we can't fix what we don't know to go fix. So that really is a valuable part of the conversation. So I guess to close, again, thank you for all coming out. Thank you for being part of the conversation. Again, thank you for our panelists for sort of beginning to wrap up the day. Certainly it's important to the laboratory. It's certainly been stimulating, and we look forward to doing more of these events going forward. We can only pull that off by partnering with our colleagues in the county in the region, with the state. So all of you make up an important part of that conversation. Thank you for your participation. And again, as I promised at the outset, there is beer and cool technology. So there really is no better way to end the day. So thank you all very much for coming out. Thank you for your participation, and hope you found the day as stimulating as we in the laboratory side.